Hey guys, Ash here coming at you today in Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the video, guys. I'm glad to have you all here. Today we're going to do it. We're going to review every single legendary in the game. I like to do this one time a year because they add a lot of new legendaries and some of them are power crept in the meantime. Moreover, a lot of old legendaries and epics and a lot of champions in the game. You can say this for almost every rarity, even rare, like champions like Muckstalker, right? A lot of champions become more relevant based on the content they release in that year. So I like to update these kind of big, long videos. I think these are the perfect videos to throw on in the background. This is what I do personally. I was kind of inspired to make this video today. I had a few hours free right now, and I have been binging these ultra long videos in a couple sittings. But what I do is I kind of sit back, I raid or play Watcher of the Realms in the background, and I throw on these long gaming documentaries, like the nerdiest thing you could possibly do. But I own it. I'm owning it. But I was kind of inspired to make a long video myself because I really enjoy doing that myself, and maybe some of you guys will as also. So again, perfect to kind of throw this on the TV, on the computer, and then just raid yourself, and we can have a nice evening or whatever, morning, afternoon, enjoying raid together. Coincidentally, the channel that I am into, and if in case any of you nerds out there are curious, they have these super long, like I'm talking 7-hour YouTube video retrospectives on old video games, or I should say like a history of a video game. So I just watched the history of Indiana Jones games, the history of Castlevania games. That's about 14 hours worth of content. So that's what I've done so far, but I really enjoy it. I would take it out to the hot tub, just carry it with me around the house. I do some raiding in the background. Anyway, I digress. Today we're going to go through every legendary in the game. I will, in today's video, I will go ahead and timestamp this video based on the faction as well to help you guys easier navigate if you want to come back and revisit any of these champions. I'll also use hellhades.com to find out multipliers on champions that are brand new or champions that I'm not super familiar with. However, I will say that I think there's 200, I counted actually, there is 235 legendary champions at the time of this recording, and I have 210. And I played, well, I've maxed every legendary that I have. So there's only 25 that I have not maxed, but I will obviously point those out because I think it's important not to speak on a champion that I've actually never used, even though I will anyway, but I'll just be basically judging based on their kit, not on firsthand experience. Okay, I think those are all our actually, one final question for you guys before we jump into it here, and that would be, would you like, I've never done this with rares. Would you like me to make a video? The problem is there's a lot of crappy rares out there. But the cool thing is, like, look in here, there's a lot of good rares too, like Valerie, right? So would you like me to do a video reviewing and grading every rare in the game? Let me know in the comments below. I've been contemplating it. It's just a lot of time to devote to rares. I'm certainly not going to do it with the commons and uncommons, although there's not that many of them, so it might be easier. Anyway, guys, here we go. Banner Lord, starting with good old Lord Champfort. So Lord Champfort, you can see the base stats here, 22k on the HP. He has HP in dungeons by 50% on the aura. I want to start on the aura on this dude because it's amazing. I mean, a 50% dungeon HP aura is definitely going to be useful for a lot of progression players out there. He's also got decreased defense on his A1. He's got a decreased accuracy and a decreased attack on his A2. And then at the start of each turn, places a shield buff on this champion equal to 20% of their max HP for 2 turns. He'll place a decreased speed debuff for 1 turn on whichever enemy attacks this champion. That is on a 1-turn cooldown there on the passive. So very good, and found even more utility for Iron Twins. So I would give this guy a B+. I'm again, decreased defense, decreased accuracy, decreased attack, all on a 3-turn with the shield and that decreased speed. Again, very good for Iron Twins, very good for dungeons because of this aura. If not the aura, I'd probably bump them all the way down to like a B-, but man, that aura is so good, especially for progression in the game. Sathalia up next. Sathalia is, she's such a cool champion. I really wanted Sathalia, you know, for a long time. And then I pulled her, and I'm sure you guys have champions like this. It's one of those champs that I kept wanting her, and I got her. and now I don't use her. Partially because of polymorph, but we'll talk about that more. She does have an HP burn on the A1, which is very useful, 60% land rate. Not bad for a support champion, certainly. She has a 2-turn cooldown on Lordly Embrace. I love 2-turn cooldowns in this game, even on single target type abilities. And this actually has some AoE components in it as well. Removes all debuffs from a target ally. Block debuffs for 2 turns on that ally. Heals that ally 75% of their max HP, so it's like the ultimate cleanse heal for one ally with the block debuffs. It's actually a good move. But we're not over. We're not done yet. Heals all other allies by 20% of their max HP and fills their turn meter by 15% if the target is fully healed by this skill. You know what? Full heals actually come more often than you'd think, because when you think about it, you know, you look at your team, unless you're going, you know, mono against a boss like Ice Golem or something like that, oftentimes your team is close to full HP. So after that heal, you're going to get that turn meter fill as well, more often than not, and it's all on a 2-turn cooldown. This is a very underrated ability here. Agress, though, is the ability that everything she's known for, right? On a 3-turn cooldown, we have a 100% chance when booked of removing all buffs from all enemies. Then decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 10%. Also fills the turn meter of all allies by 10%. Decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 20% and fills the turn meter of all allies by 20% if 5 or more buffs were removed. I have to say, even reading it back, it's a really good ability. The only problem is, and this is what it comes down to for me, and this is why I don't use her, is there's an epic champion, avoid epic. Anybody know? By the name of Madame Ceres, who, you know, she doesn't have the turn meter fill, but she has the buff removal with the decreased defense. And now there's a champion called, you might have heard of him, Sun Wukong, who has buff removal with block buffs, you know? So I think that as cool and unique as this ability is, because it's like a little bit of Sun Wukong, a little bit of Madame Ceres, and then also a little bit of like Lysandra energized, right? So a lot going on here, but it just hasn't found its spot in the meta. Before Polymorph, people did use her in the arena a little bit. Her base stats are pretty solid, a lot of defense and a lot of speed as well. She does have magic ally resistance in all battles by 50. What a crap aura. I really don't care for certain affinity auras in this game, but either way, I'm going to give her an A- because I'm going to try to grade these champions in a vacuum, not based on how meta they are at this exact second. I think she has a really good support kit. Again, that A2 is underrated. Killian the Lucky, I actually just maxed him out on a recent video. I think that video was titled, I maxed 5 random legendaries, and Killian was pretty good, you know? He was really fun, I'll say that. His base attack is pretty high, but look at that base HP. Ooh. 13k, that's no good. 1266 on the defense, that is good, and his speed is about average at 98. I would say like 98 is about average for a legendary, maybe 100. On Trip Up on his A1, attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance when booked of placing a decreased speed for 2 turns. 50% on a 2-time hitter is pretty reliable, pretty dependable. Each hit also has a 50% chance of stealing 30% of the target's turn meter. That's a very good A1. Very good. Decreased speed and stealing 30% turn meter. Yeah, really, really solid. Inflict Misfortune is A2, is on a 4-turn cooldown as a block active skills. There's probably going to be about 7 legendaries, maybe a little bit less, that have a block active skills on an AoE on a 4-turn cooldown. Karato comes to mind. There's quite a few others. Head Ringer, we have a attack one enemy on a 3-turn cooldown, 100% chance when booked to placing a stun for 2 turns, and stealing 50% of the target's turn meter. Resets the cooldown of this skill if the target is killed. But wait, there's more. So 2-turn stun on a 3-turn cooldown is a great lockout with a 50% turn meter steal. Jeez, man. Places 2 of the following buffs on this champion for 2 turns at the start of their turn. We get the increased attack, the increased crit damage, increased crit rate, strengthen, a block damage, or an increased accuracy buff. It's Semi-Charmed Life. That's the name of the ability. Do. No? Anybody? It's a cool add-on. You can't rely on it, really. That's the problem, right? We can't build him, you know, thinking that we'll have a strengthen all the time. We can't build him thinking that we'll have a increased crit rate all the time or increased accuracy all the time. We need to build him with 100% crit rate and a lot of accuracy anyway, you know? But it is a very nice to have. I love that he has a block damage in there as well. That's like an S tier buff. He just has it slid in there with a bunch of A tier buffs. Very, very cool. Increase ally attack in all battles by 25%. I'm going to give Killian the Lucky a B+. Very underrated champion. He got a big buff about a year ago. I'm going to be pretty stingy on my like A's and S's. S is going to be the highest score that we're going to be able to rank in today's video because I don't want to just throw them around to everybody. So B+, actually a very good score. Sigmund the High Shield. Okay, so Sigmund has 20k plus HP, 1354 in the defense, 97 speed. Defense-based champion. He removes any shield on his A1. Also a 75% chance of removing one random buff. Has a 100% chance instead when attacking bosses. I will say, very good against Hydra. I love the idea that he can come in there and just remove a random buff. Well, very good. Okay, let's say good. It's nice to have. It's not the highlight of his kit, so to speak. Battlefield Beacon is his A2 ability. It's a 2-time hitter. Attacks all enemies 2 times on a 3-turn cooldown. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing a provoke for 1 turn and a 75% chance of placing a decrease attack for 2 turns. Obviously, that can be booked up to 100% on the second, the decrease attack, so that's always going to be dependable. The provoke is a 75%. However, it's a 2-time hitter. 2 times on 75% chance on a provoke is pretty dang dependable, and it is a 3-turn cooldown. I do think that it turns a lot of players off that it's not 100% provoke, but it doesn't turn me off. It's very close to. Shield of the Realm. Plays a shield buff, I should say, very close. It's not 100%, so it's still a knock. We'd love to have it at 100%. Shield of the Realm. 3-turn cooldown, places a shield on all allies for 2 turns, 30% of this champion's max HP, which scales pretty well. He's over 20k. And also the big version of Strengthen on all allies for 2 turns. Very good support ability here. We have a great shield based on his HP, the big version of Strengthen. Strengthen is the best damage mitigation buff in the entire game, so really solid. His passive, Equitable. Whenever this champion is attacked, has a 20% chance of decreasing the duration of all buffs on the attacker by 1 turn. Has a 40% chance when attacked by a boss. Now, this is a really nifty passive here, guys. Again, for Hydra, 40% chance every single time he's attacked, and he has the provoke as well, which is nice. I guess you could use this basically anywhere against waves as well. Decrease the duration of all buffs on the attacker by 1 turn. It's a very powerful. There's no cooldown or anything like that. It just happens whenever he's attacked. I like that it scales up against bosses as well, similar to his A1. You can definitely tell he's a PvE champion. Increase defense in Doom Tower battles by 40%. That's right up there with Werlim Frost King in terms of the best defensive auras for Doom Tower as well. So certainly a really good, I feel like he's a polarizing champion. Some people love him. Some people hate him. I love him. I'm going to give him a B+. B+. All right. Maybe A-, right in that territory there. Rhonda. She has a triple hitter. An extra hit if the target has less than 50% HP after the 3rd hit. Amazing ability. She can deal some damage too. Great for Fire Knight. Great for Arena. Previously a free champion after the esteemed Rowdy Ronda Rousey, MMA fighter and whatnot, or boxer. Triple hitter, ignores shield buffs and a 30% chance defense. This one smacks. She has a block passive skills that cannot be resisted. Block active skills for 2 turns after attacking that cannot be resisted. This ability is really good. Extremely good. There's not that many block passive skill champions out there. Ramen 2 comes to mind. She's got it, and it can't be resisted on a 3-turn cooldown. It's a great lockout ability because passives are so strong in this game. Fury Tremor attacks all enemies 2 times. Damage increases by 30%. This champion has more than 50% HP. So again, a big, hard-hitting nuke. And then you add to that immune to turn meter reduction effects when the skill is not on cooldown. Decrease all turn meter reduction effects used against this champion by 50% when this skill is on cooldown. You know what? I was very familiar with Rhonda's kit. She's a free champion. Everybody got her. I made a lot of videos on her. but I forgot just how good her kit is, really. I mean, you think a lot of damage, but you forget about these passives. At least I do sometimes, because I don't use her quite a bit. In your corner, 50% chance to join an attack whenever an ally attacks. At the start of each round, place a shield on this champion for 2 turns, equal to 40% of their max HP as well. No cooldown there. Heck, Run is really good, man. She really is. Again, reviewing your kit, it's just like, I do not want to discount her just because she was a freebie. I'm going to give her an A-. Increase ally attack in all battles by 30% as well. So a good all-battle attack aura. Black Knight, another polarizing champion, HP-based champion. He has a 75% provoke on his A1, specifically good for the Magma Dragon. On his A2, lower visor. You know, people talk about Iron Brago a lot because he has increased defense on a 3-turn cooldown that lasts for 3 turns. Black Knight has ostensibly the same thing. He's got to increase defense on 2 turns on a 2-turn cooldown. So you can keep that up all the time, depending obviously on his speed and whatnot. We also have a continuous heal on there, big version. So it's a very, very, very powerful support ability here. Very underrated. Last Breath, they actually changed this. It used to be based on his attack. They fixed it, made it based on his HP. Damage increases according to the amount of HP this champion has lost. So that synergizes well with his Provoke. He'll be taking a lot of damage and then dealing more damage on Last Breath. Still, with that said, though, don't expect massive damage from this ability. Valorous plays an unkillable buff on this champion for 1 turn if incoming damage exceeds 15% max HP in 1 attack. Dude, it's a really, really good passive. It just helps keep him alive. He's already tanky. I like Black Knight. Some people don't. Good for progression. Good for Magma Dragon, right? Good for Faction Wars. I'm going to give Black Knight a B. All right. Stultus Dragonbane, one of the hardest hitting defensive nukers in the game. On his A1, he's a 2-time hitter. If the target's under any debuff, each hit decreases the target's meter by 10%. Very good. Drake Hunter Tactics, his A2 is a 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 65% chance of placing a stun for 1 turn. A 65%, 2-time hitter with a stun. I mean, that is really, really good. They did not make champions like this back in my day. He definitely power crept a lot of champions when he was added to the game. Furthermore, let me just pull it up here. His multipliers are really, really solid here. Take a look. So we have a 4.5 overall grading on hellhades.com, and my man has a 1.9 godlike on his A1. And he has a 2.1 godlike on his A2, which is a double hitter, and then a 4 on his A3. Again, very, very powerful champion here. So on Dragonheart, his A3 he's bringing his own increased defense now, aka more damage because he's a defense-based champion. So the big version of increased defense for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, then attacks all enemies, another hard-hitting, again, 4 multiplier AoE. We have a 100% chance of decreased crit damage for enemies whose attack is higher than defense, or of decreased speed if their attack is lower than their defense. Oh, I forgot he brought the decreased speed too. But wait, it just keeps getting better with this champion. Whenever an enemy attempts to place a weaken debuff, decreased defense debuff, or a poison debuff on this champion, reflex them back to the attacker. Damage increases by 5% for each debuff on the target, and then he has defense in all battles by 30, a boatload of defense, a lot of HP. This dude is amazing in Dragonheart, in the arena. I will give Stultus Dragonbane an A+. A+ ranking. Manaya, support champion, tandem champion with Coronar, who we'll be looking at in about an hour or so from now. We have a continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns on the A1. I love abilities like this. It's very powerful, like an Elva or Tuana Rock. Mending Ways on the A2. This is a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks 1 enemy. Heals this champion and the ally with the lowest HP by 10,000 HP. 10,000 HP isn't as good of a heal as it used to be. It's not that bad either, right? It's like, I don't know, if you're building most champions with, let's say, support champions with 50k HP, let's say on average, I guess for a mid-game account, I mean, you know, it's a 20% heal. You know, it's good, but it's not great considering it's not an AoE and it's a 3-turn, not a 2-turn. Has a 100% chance of placing a heal reduction on all enemies. Really not one of the sought-after buffs out there in the game, except for niche situations like, you know, Fire Knight and stuff like that. Beauty's Allure heals all allies by 40% of their max HP, plays a block debuff for 2 turns on champions under increased defense buffs. If a champion's fully healed by this skill, also places a shield on them for 2 turns, 25% of this champion's, or of the champion's, excuse me, HP. I think Manaya needs a buff. She's not a bad healer support champion. She's very fast at 111 base speed, 21k, so her base stats are really, really good. The problem is she's just been pyrocrept. She really has. I think she needs a buff. She does have this passive where she fills the turn meter of all allies by 20% when she's killed. She will revive as well if Koronar's on the same team, but it's just not enough to make her super viable. She's only really decent when she's with Koronar on the same team, mostly because of what she unlocks in Koronar's kit, not because of what he unlocks in hers, unfortunately. So with all that being said, she does have speed in all battles by 19%. I'm going to give her a C. Might be a little low, solid healer, but that's about it. All right. We have Hillier. Hillier, the man with the shield, the cool aesthetics on Hillier. He's another defense-based champion. He has very, very high, one of the higher defenses out there in the game at 1542 base. Not bad there. He attacks one enemy, increases champion's defense if the attack is critical up to 20% on that A1. Will also heal the champion by 75% of their defense after attacking if their defense has already been increased by 20. So the longer he goes, the better he is because of that A1. Solar Blessing is his AoE shield ability, 20% of the damage inflicted. The problem with Hillier is he's not dealing that much damage. He's no Staltus when it comes to his multipliers. So that's unfortunate, especially given how strong his base defense is. Moreover, he doesn't bring his own increased defense, you know? This ability would be so much better if it went, places an increased defense on Hillier, and then does this ability. It would be a lot better. Harsh Light, as is, you have to set him up with an increased defense champion, which isn't that difficult to do, to be fair. Harsh Light on a 3-turn cooldown transfers all debuffs from all allies to a target enemy, then attacks that enemy with the default skill, okay? Which is nice because it's increasing his defense or healing. Converts those champion's resistance into additional accuracy when using this skill. Not bad, right? I mean, it's essentially a full team cleanse while using his A1 as well, but it is predicated on having enough resistance / accuracy to pull off. But again, a good ability. Intercessor? Intercessor? Whenever an ally that has 2 or more debuffs is attacked, this champion will absorb 30% of the damage inflicted to that ally. It's a nice damage mitigation ability, and then increases resistance in all battles by 60. I'm going to give Hillier a B-. Not a trash champion, really fun champion, but again, the shield is just pretty weak there, so you're looking at a defense-based cleanser. Maybe a little bit of a glorified version with some damage mitigation too. At least he's tanky, right? Lugan the Steadfast. Hey, I said we're going to be seeing more 4-turn block active skills. We don't have to go far, guys. Crushing Blow on his A1 attacks one enemy, heals all allies by 25% of the damage inflicted. Plays a shield on this champion equal to 10% of their max HP for 2 turns. His max HP is very good, 22k. His defense is not bad, 1100, and his speed is good at 103. On Bodyguard, this received a pretty big buff recently, about a year ago, I guess, right? Since we've done the last reviewing every legendary video. Increased defense and an ally protect on all allies. Excuse me. Increased defense on this champion for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, and then places an ally protect on all allies for 2 turns. Now, if we had to be a little picky, and I know you guys love the Bumblebee Lugan the Steadfast, we'd love to have that increased defense on everybody, you know? There's a lot of champions that have this exact ability, but it's increased defense on everybody with the ally protection as well. So that would be the best case scenario, but it's still not a bad ability. Obviously, ally protection, 50% damage mitigation is technically, alongside strengthen for different reasons, the best damage mitigator out there. Mark of Silence attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance of placing a block active skills. Nice control on an HP-based champion and skill. And then HP and faction crits by 38%. So you can use him as a tanky arena lockout champion. You can use him anywhere in PvE as a ally protection champion. He's good because of the heal as well on his A1. He can dish out some solid damage for an HP-based champion. Nothing crazy, but not bad. I'll give him a B-. Yeah, I'll give him a B-. What do you guys think? I think that you guys love Lugan. I think you guys would probably give him a little bit higher, but that's where I would grade him. Septimus. Man, Septimus used to be the best of the best in terms of enemy max HP abilities. He's an attack-based champion with a boatload of attack. 1674, 991 on the defense, and 13k, almost 14 on the HP. On the A1, attacks one enemy, grants an extra turn, and resets the cooldown of this champion's Holy Sword skill if the target's killed. Nice synergy there. Holy Sword is his only other active ability, so you can throw this dude in a reflex set. Although I would say that, Savage is probably a little bit more popular. I like him in reflex, though, because it goes right to the A2. Attacks one enemy, will ignore shield and block damage, and damage increases according to enemy max HP. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. It is a very, very hard-hitting ability. It's an enemy max HP ability. The problem is although he's still pretty good, he can still hit very hard. He can one-shot some spider levels. The downside is there's a champion called Newt, who severely power crept him. He can do what Septimus can do, but he can do it 3 times in one ability. So that was massive power creep there. Same affinity as well. Each attack has a 30% chance of increasing the duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Damage inflicted by each attack decreases by 30% if the enemy's current HP is over 50%. Attack in all battles by 23%. Oh, Septimus, I'm going to give you a... It might be unfair, but I'm taking into consideration his power creep, and I'll give him a B-. Definitely the last time that I did this video, he was a lot higher, but I just don't see him being used that often anymore unless you pull him as a new player or something like that. Richtof the Bold. I like Richtof. I'm probably the only one out there. So he has his base stats kind of suck, right? Not a lot of defense, not a lot of speed. 95, 925 on the defense, 18k on the HP, 1398 on the attack. It's nothing to write home about anywhere there. He does have an AoE on the A1. Destroys each target's max HP by 30% of the damage inflicted. So can be utilized right out the gate in Scarab King. On Bloodletting, attacks one enemy 3 times on a 3-turn cooldown. The cool part is each hit places a big version of poison on all enemies for 2 turns. So it's an AoE 3 poison on all enemies. Really cool. It's kind of like a weak version of a Tomb Lord type ability on his A2. I say weak, but it's still really good, right? Curse Hold attacks one enemy and critical damage does increase for each poison on the target. Stacks up to 100%. It can hit pretty hard in areas like Dragon, where you have a lot of poisons, or even Clan Boss. That being said, his base sucks. Freudian slip. His base stats really suck. And, you can use him on a poison combust team, certainly, with an Eleanor or somebody like that, or a Xavia. You can use him as a control champion in progression with a stun set on his A1. So he does have some utility even outside of Dragon. I'll give him a C+. Next up is Raglan. Oh, Raglan. She used to be like the best of the best when we talk about revivers and support champions in the game. Not quite anymore. She has a triple hitter with turn meter fill of 3 random allies by 15%, which is a really nice A1. On Mercy, I would love to see a buff to this ability, actually. It's crazy that I'm asking for a buff to Raglan. 4 years ago, I never would have thought that I would be saying this, but I do think it's necessary now. I would love to see this on a 3-turn cooldown. Removes all debuffs from all allies, then heals them. The heal is proportional to this champion's attack. For those of you out there thinking about building Raglan or wanting more from your Raglan, I will say that it does scale quite a bit, that heal, on her attack. Or off of her attack. Miracle revives an ally with 75% HP and a full turn meter. Not too bad, right? Not too bad at all. Increase ally defense in all battles by 33%. So a great aura, and really probably the most powerful single target revive still in the game. There's a couple, competitors there like a Siphi and whatnot. Even maybe a Godseeker, an epic call out there. But it's a 2-turn cooldown with a full turn meter. What else do you want, right? And that defense in all battles is very powerful as well. I'll give her an A-. Wish that cleanse was on a 3-turn now. That's kind of the standard, I would say, especially for a Void Legendary. So she's still a very good champion with an A-, just not S tier as she was years ago when she was the only one with any sort of a kit like that. Next up is Baron. So good old Baron, man. He's probably arguably a lot better than the last video that we did. First off, his base attack is solid. His defense for a nuker is pretty solid. His HP is okay. He has 100 base speed. He's just the most insane ignore defense nuker, maybe the second most insane defense, ignore defense nuker. On his A1, he is at surplus damage. Man, I use Baron as a solo throughout the entire first half of Doom Tower normal. He just clears every wave just using his A1 trample. On his Split Asunder, his A2 ability, it's the big version of decreased defense that cannot be resisted. I don't like how they change the wording. Sometimes it's can't be resisted, sometimes it's guaranteed. Come on, Raid. Come on, Plarium. Keep it the same. Keep it the same. Either way, it's a really nice ability. And then Righteous Charge, damage increases according to the number of buffs on this champion. Interesting. A little Turvold action there. It can hit pretty hard, assuming he's under a significant amount of buffs, especially in the arena. Sky Piercer used to be a secret ability. Now it's just an active ability. Attacks all enemies. It's ignoring shield. It's ignoring block damage, aka ignoring Valkyrie and ignoring Helicath, as well as 50% of the target's defense. You add that to a lethal or savage set. You add that to a Helm Smasher mastery, and you can get a 100% ignore defense on a very hard-hitting AoE. It might be up there with like GRADED as the hardest AoE nuke in the game, certainly attack-based nuke in the game. Then he has attack in all battles by 33%. I will give Baron an A+. If you're looking for a nuker, whether it be the arena or just clearing wave content, look no further. Plus, he's good on an ally attack team against Doom Tower bosses because he can bring the big version of decreased defense as well as help easily clear those waves. Next up is Taurus. Taurus the Fierce, one of the 2 Ukrainian champions. He's a double attack on the A1 with the decrease attack. Each critical hit fills the turn meter of all allies by 5%. So you get a 10% turn meter fill on everybody just on his A1. On the A2, we have a 2-turn stun, double damage to enemies whose attack is equal to or higher than this champion's attack. His passive is whenever an enemy attacks Marichka, he will attack them using this skill. On the Constant Pressure, his big nuke attacks all enemies. Damage increases by 15% for each buff on all allies, then increases the duration of all ally buffs. Might as well. Doesn't even fit with his kit in any way, but just give him another OP ability, right? Heals his champion by 5%. For every buff that had its duration increased, restores decreased HP equal to the number of any surplus heal. This is one of the hardest hitting nukes out there in the game, both in PvP and PvE. Fierce Battler, when attacked, decreases the enemy's attack by 10%, up to 50%, 25 against bosses. So now we have mitigation built in on his first passive of 2. Occurs once per skill. Attack reduction resets after each round. Active effect places a fear that cannot be resisted on enemies from Orc, Ogryn, Undead, and Demonspawn at the beginning of each round. Very good in the arena and good in just wave content as well. Poise, all incoming damage from all skills is reduced by 50%. When attacked, this champion's max HP will be decreased by 25% of the attacker's initial damage before the damage reduction. Of course, he can restore that on the A3. Crit rate in all battles by 24%. S+, is that a thing? S tier, Taurus the Fierce. He's, arguably these are the 2 strongest champions in the game, according to a lot of people out there. I would certainly put them both top 5. Marichka the Unbreakable. A lot of speed. Good base stats, a lot of HP. On the A1, Taurus will always join in on her attack. Otherwise, another ally will be joining in with using their default skill whenever she attacks on United We Triumph. On the Font of Tenacity, her A2, we get a fully restores all allies, decrease max HP. Good for Taurus again, and good in general. Then heals all allies by 40% of this champion's max HP. We've spoken about this before, but when you can easily scale her to like 100k HP, oftentimes this is enough to be a complete heal on all allies. Plays a shield buff and a protected strengthen buff on all allies for 2 turns. And then the value of the shield is 20% of this champion's max HP, which again is a very beefy shield and a protected strengthen. And then we have a cleanse, and then fills a turn meter of all allies by 15%, fills a turn meter an extra 5% for each debuff removed from them, and if 5 debuffs are removed, she gets an extra turn. Man, also increases the resistance of all allies by 5 for each debuff removed. A really strong cleanse with an extra turn mechanic as well. Passive. This is where things get really crazy. Giving All revives all dead allies 50% HP, 75% turn meter whenever she's killed. Active effect plays a block damage on all allies for 1 turn whenever any receive bomb, poison, or HP burn. Again, it only takes 1 ally to get 1 measly little poison, and then boom, your whole team has block damage. I mean, it's a broken good ability. Speed all battles by 24%. S+ tier. Quintus the Triumphant. Quintus is the reward for live arena inside the game. One of the hardest hitting attack-based nukers out there. You can see the scores are not very good for him so far, but he can definitely smack. Come to think of it, guys, I want to double check this, but yes, Hades gives Quintus the Triumphant on hellhades.com one of the only 16 champions they rank a perfect 5 out of 5. It really is at odds with the in-game reviews here, which is interesting. You can't put a lot of stock into in-game reviews, but it is interesting given that only end-game players have him right now. Only whales, to put it to more concisely. On his A1, plays an extra hit. The target has no buffs. If the attack is critical, repeats it once again. On the A2, strip away. Attacks 1 enemy, removes all buffs, then places a decreased defense on the target for 2 turns before attacking. They cannot be resisted, these effects. Damage inflicted by this skill cannot be decreased by passive skills or masteries, except for the passive skills of bosses. Very convenient. Damage inflicted by this skill cannot be increased by either this champion's masteries or passive skills, except for when attacking bosses. Fair enough. Resets the cooldown of Crowd Favorite if you kill an enemy, which is his A3. This is on 3-turn cooldown. Crowd Favorites and AoE plays an increased attack and increased crit damage on this champion for 3 turns before attacking, and resets the strip away if you kill an enemy, which is the A2. So some interesting reset synergy in this kit. Percussion, on his passive. Each of this champion's skills deals additional pure damage. The amount of pure damage dealt is equal to 10% of the target's max HP for each buff on them. The additional pure damage will be dealt, will also ignore shield buffs. So additional, basically, pure damage is ignoring 100% defense. So really cool. Attack in arena battles by 35%. So the big question here is, what are this dude's multipliers? Well, let's take a look here. Again, a 5 out of 5, perfect rating here. They give him a 1.9 godlike. He has a chance of repeating it, though. A 5.5 on the single target godlike damage rating, and a 3.8 on the A3. So you got to figure, I don't have Quintus, by the way, but you have to figure that that damage, a lot of it, to justify a 5 rating, is coming from this percussion passive. We will get, it's very tough to judge because I've played against him a couple times. He didn't impress me like tremendously. I'm going to ride on the fence a little bit and give him an A. Give him an A. All right. We made it through one faction. There we go. We are 1/15 or whatever the way there. All right. High Elves. Eleanor. Eleanor is the bomb. Known for speed running poison, she has an HP burn for 2 turns that cannot be resisted on the A1. a very, very good A1 here, guys. We don't think about her A1 in the Searing Rebuke, but it is very good. Great against bosses, right? You can blow your way through waves with the A2 and the A3, and then have a lot to bring to the table with the A1 as well. AoE attack on the Smolder, the A2, plays a poison debuff for 2 turns, plays a second poison for 2 turns if the attack is critical, okay? So nice AoE with 2 poisons on a 3-turn cooldown, but really the highlight of the kit is, of course, Combust. Deals damage from all poison debuffs to all enemies instantly. There is no damage mitigation here like a Zavia, for example, which gives her the leg up plus that A1, in my opinion. Zavia has some interesting stuff in her kit as well, though. Crit rate in faction crits by 24%, kind of a meh aura there, but who cares? Really good kit. She is kind of squishy on the HP. She does make up for it on the defense. 14k on the HP. 1,200 plus on the defense. I'm going to give Eleanoril an A+. A+. Pixniel, everybody's favorite champion. She has so many useless books, it's ridiculous. She was the Christmas champion, I want to say, about 3 years ago now. We had Nishak last year. She was the year before that. And who knows who we're going to have this year. A Perfect Veil, some of you in the future probably do already, right? Perfect Veil for 1 turn on the ally with the lowest HP. Perfect Veil mitigates 15% AoE damage, and they can't be targetable as well as single target attacks. Grip of Winter has an increased defense and a continuous heal on all allies, and then attacks all enemies under freeze, places a weakened debuff for 2 turns on all enemies under freeze. So a 3-turn cooldown is a really good ability. Increased defense, continuous heal a la Black Knight, albeit 1 turn more on the cooldown. She just has some freeze things that she can do there as well. On the A3, Icicle Barrage, it's now a 4-turn cooldown with a 100% chance of placing a freeze on an AoE. Again, a really nice control ability a la Shiramani, a la Ninja. On the passive, immune to freeze debuffs, fills his champion's turn meter by 25% every time anytime an ally receives a freeze debuff. The active effect here, and you can book this down to a 2-turn cooldown, at the end of each enemy or ally turn, removes all freeze debuffs from all allies. So it's essentially, I mean, it's going to hit most of your allies before they actually lose their turn from freeze. So now what do you think? After like 6 buffs, what do you think about Pixniel? Well, resistant all battles by 60 as well. But good base stats, solid base stats, I would say. This is where I get the most hate, I think, on the entire channel. If you factor in the books, she's like a D tier, you know? If you don't factor in the books, I think she's a B+, man. I mean, she's got increased defense, continuous heal, AoE freeze, a cool passive for like anti-torment, anti-frostbite, or anti-anywhere that you're going to be frozen, right? So I think that she could definitely... You could definitely get some utility out of this champion progression. I'm going to go ahead and give her a C. Flat out C on Pixniel. Those books really do suck. It's hard to justify actually booking this much. Seven levels of damage on the A1. That's just wrong, man. Alexander the Sharpshooter, a freebie champion from years past. He was simple, esports legend. Was he a Valorant player, guys? I'm sorry, I don't follow whatever esport he was simple is from. Think it was Valorant. Navi superstar. I remember that in the headlines. Anyway. He's got a freeze on his A1. It goes up against certain factions, Orc and Ogryn. Spray down as A2 is an AoE with decreased defense, also weaken against Orc and Ogryn again. It does have good multipliers, nice damage on spray down. On Born to Win, attacks 1 enemy, removes all buffs from the target. Removes all buffs from the target before attacking against Orcs and Ogryn Tribe again. This is on a 4-turn cooldown. Again, does hit hard, okay? The cool thing about this dude, accuracy in all battles by 60. Cool thing about him is like he is a kind of a poor man's, I would say, debuffer damage dealer. 3.7 godlike rating on his A1, 4.6 on his AoE, godlike rating on his A2, a 7, eat that Quintus, a 7 multiplier on Born to Win is A3. Yeah, it hits hard. Man, I think this dude is underrated. I've said it before, and again, it's funny that they're back to back, but Pixniel and Alexander, Man, you guys really disagree with me strongly on this dude. Given that he was free, especially with the accuracy aura and the debuffer and stuff, I thought he was really good at the time. I'll give him a B-. Again, I feel like a lot of you guys would just go automatic F on this champion, but hey, I mean, if you're looking for a ton of damage, then look no further, and debuffs, right? He is, to me, a magic affinity version of a Robar. You know, so whatever you give Robar, I guess I'm going to have to give him an B- now. That's pretty much what I would give him, you know? So anyway, Strategos Islin. I always struggle with the name, even though I love that game, Stratego, like the board game. Anyway, I did not go for this fusion, guys. I found him just okay, not to tip my hand. On his A1, defense-based champion, on his A1, he has a 2-time hitter, each with a 50% chance of placing a provoke. When counterattacking, the chance increases to 50, make it 65 when booked. On hindrance is A2, an AoE before attacking, 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn, 100% chance again when booked of placing the big version of decreased speed for 2 turns. On the A3, Flawless Stratagem, 4-turn cooldown, ally protection on all allies, and then an increased defense on all allies, counterattack on himself, shield on himself, and the value of the shield is proportional to his defense. On the passive, Protect the Troops. Whenever this champion is attacked, heals themselves by 1% for each 500 defense this champion has. Heals all other allies under ally protection buffs placed by this champion by 30% of this skill's initial heal. Wow, this guy is a really, I gotta be honest, I know that the community was pretty down on this fusion, but he's pretty solid for, certainly for progression, you know? He's got Provoke on his A1, AoE, decreased duration, decreased speed, ally protect, increased defense, counterattack, which goes into more provokes, kind of a cool little heal on the passive. He doesn't blow me away. His base stats are good. 1520 on the base defense, 102 on the base speed, almost 20k on the HP. I'll give him a B-. Certainly not a trash champion. Not going to be an endgame, like, superstar or anything like that, but definitely good for progression. I'll give him that. Shiramani, triple hitter with a freeze on the A1, 25% chance. Just a flat out. I wish it was each hit has a 25% chance instead of a just 25% chance one time on freeze. Rejuvenating Wave on the A2 is a 3-turn cooldown. Heals one ally by 50% and other allies by 20% of their max HP. Continuous heal for 2 turns on targets with full HP. Okay, not the best support heal ability, but not the worst, okay? I wish the continuous heal was non-contingent, you know? Either that or if it was a 2-turn cooldown, right? Kind of like a, what is it, Lordly Embrace? Kind of like, what's her, Sathalia's A2. I think it's comparable, so I wish it was a 2-turn. Ice Storm is an AoE freeze on a 4-turn cooldown, a la Pixneal. Only difference is, fills his champion's turn meter by 10% for each attacked enemy. Nice as a freeze champion to go along with a burner in Spider, right? You can basically fill her turn meter all the way up again. Defense and faction crits by 33%. I'm going to give Shiramani, she's been power crept over the years. She used to be one of one of the best. I think she was the only 100% freeze champion in the game as a legacy champion. But now there's a lot. So, and now there's a lot of stunners too. I will give her a, I'll give her a C-. Maybe I'm being a little bit harsh, but maybe I'm tipping my hand. I just want to see her get buffed, you know? Used to be a beast. Now I think that, again, I would take Pixneal. I mean, it just depends on the books, doesn't it, guys? Doesn't it really? I think Pixneal in a vacuum, if you take away the books, which is unfair, I think she's a little bit better because of the passive, you know? A lot different, though. Anyway, I digress. You guys can argue about that or call me an idiot in the comments. Loranathil, HP-based champion. On the A1, Gallantry. Attacks one enemy, destroys target's max HP by 30% of the damage inflicted, plays a shield buff equal to 10% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns on the ally with lowest HP. On Flicker Barrier, There's a 3-turn cooldown, AoE attack, shield, all allies, 3 turns, 20% of this champion's max HP. Not bad. If there are any dead allies, place a shield on all allies for 3 turns, equal to 30% of this champion's max HP instead. And it can't be removed, stolen, transferred, spread, or have its duration increased or decreased by enemies or allies. So like the ultra protected shield. On Finest Hour on a 4-turn cooldown, increase crit damage on all allies, and then an ally attack with all allies to attack a single enemy. Very good ally attack here. We love the increased crit damage because you got to remember ally attacks, same thing as counterattacks, they get a damage penalty to them. So the increased crit damage, you know, kind of like a cardio type champion, right, really does help mitigate that damage penalty. And joining up with all allies is obviously the best sort of counterattack, or ally attack, excuse me. Piercer on the passive, 20% more damage against targets under shields. Now, I recently pulled and built Lana Thrill. It's not that hard, Ash, bro. It's not that hard. Lana Thrill. HP and Doom Tower bows by 35% on the Aura too. I actually really liked Lana Thrill. I really like this champion. To me, a very solid ally attacker. Really nice shield here on a 3-turn cooldown. Can deal like a solid amount of damage for a support HP-based champion as well. I don't know why people hate on this champion so much. I said it when I pulled him. And yeah, so I'm going to give him a B-. Again, I'm not saying like endgame superstar, but I don't know. He's got a little bit of long beard in him, and he's got, you know, a solid A2. So maybe a B. I'm going to go B. Basilius Rowanus actually also got a pretty big buff about a year ago. Attacks one enemy on Bolts of Scorn. Has a 100% chance of stealing one random buff from the target. 100% chance of placing a block buff's debuff for 1 turn if the target has no active buffs. On Triple Puncture, the A2 attacks one enemy 3 times. Will ignore increased defense buffs, shield buffs, block damage buffs, as well as 50% of the target's defense. So again, when I see that 50% target defense, a little alarm in my head goes off saying that, hey, that could be 100% ignore defense with the, Lethal Savage and Helm Smasher potentially. Majesty, an AoE 100% stun on a 4-turn cooldown. Decrease each target's turn meter by 50% if the stun debuff is not placed, which is useful against some bosses who are not able to be stunned, but they can have their turn meter depleted, such as, the Ice Golem comes to mind, and the Spider comes to mind, Nether Spider comes to mind. So overall, I would say that, and he has good multipliers as well. I would say a B on Basilius Rowanus. B. Deliana. Oh, Deliana, another freebie champion from years ago. Another HP-based champion. Good solid stats, over 20k on the HP, 1200 on the defense, 98 on the speed, and AoE with a leech on the A1. Nice AoE, nice ability on the A1, right? She can actually deal some damage too. Really sneaky damage dealer here. Withering Scorn attacks one enemy, 100% chance of placing a decreased resistance. If the target's under a block buff's debuff, also gives a debuff spread, taking any decreased resistance from that target and placing it on all enemies. So if you can set her up with the block buffs, which she has in her kit as well, that's a really good ability. It's an AoE, essentially, decreased resistance. Know Your Place is another AoE attack with 100% block buffs on each enemy for 2 turns. We have an ally heal for each block buffs placed by this skill. And then we fill this champion's turn meter by 10% for each block buffs attempted, blocked, or resist by the enemy team. Again, a pretty good ability. And then Magnificent, her passive. On a 4-turn cooldown, the passive effectives increases this champion's accuracy by 2 for every 1,000 HP this champion has, which is great. Active places a big version of Strengthen on all allies for 2 turns every time this champion's HP drops below 50%. Another great ability here. Deliana, I think, is an HP in all battles by 33%. She's underrated, man. Maybe she's properly rated. I have no idea. What do people review her as? Pretty high. I'm going to give her a A- on Deliana. Might surprise some of you guys. I think she's actually really solid. Lysandra, legendary support Really fast, 110 base speed. Anything 110 or higher is really good in this game. Quick water break. Exhaustion on the A2 attacks one enemy, full turn meter depletion. Energize, increase speed on all allies, fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%, decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 30%. And then she has speed in all battles by 24%, which is, 6, 7, 10-way tie for the best speed aura in all battles in the game. Man, oh man, Lysandra still got it, hasn't she, guys? Really good anywhere that you need turn meter manipulation. Dark Fae, she's SS tier. Against the Fire Knight, she's really good because of the turn meter depletion. She does have transfer all debuffs from this champion to the target as well on transference for A1, which is also a sneaky good ability. I'm going to give Lysandra an A+. A+. Royal Huntsman. Interesting champion here. Confident shot on his A1. Increase attack on this champion for 2 turns if the attack is critical. Nice to have that built into his kit, especially 2 turns. Slaughter Volley, on a 3-turn cooldown attacks all enemies. Places a decreased defense debuff on the target for 2 turns if the attack is critical. Okay, so now we have an AoE decreased defense champion as well. And then Dead Aim. Attacks one enemy, will ignore 100% of defense. Dead Aim is one of the best one-shot abilities in the entire game, specifically in the arena. So you can have some fun with this champion. However, does having a really good single target nuke, specifically for the arena, because an enemy max HP ability like a Septimus or whomever would be much better for PvE content, does that justify, a super high score? He's a very niche champion. He's very niche. I'm attacking all battles by 38%, but it's Spirit Ally. Womp womp. His base stats are not that great. His attack is pretty good at 1553. Everything else is subpar. His speed is not bad at 105. Overall, I'll give Royal Huntsman a B-. All right. Yannicka. Yannicka is a champion and nuker who everybody can get for free. You can get her fragments from the clan shop. An attack-based nuker. Good base attack, good defense, almost 1,500 on the attack, a little over 1,000 on the defense. Her HP isn't that great, but her speed is average at 100. Her A1, even the odds, attacks one enemy 2 times with a chance of leech. But if she's under a veil, which she almost always is, attacks all enemies 2 times. Wow, what an A1. On Baffling Speed, her A2 ability attacks one enemy, places a perfect veil on this champion for 3 turns if the attack is critical, which is really nice. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, and then grants an extra turn. This is a very good kit, very good champion. Elven Judgment attacks all enemies, will ignore shield buffs. Remove shield buffs from the target if the champion is under a veil, if this champion, or a perfect veil. And then deals extra damage equal to 15% of the value of the removed shields. So very hard-hitting nuke. Whether or not they have shields, it's very hard-hitting. Attack in all battles by 30 as well on the aura. Great aura. So an AoE on the A1 times 2, a really hard-hitting AoE on the A4, but you open everything up with the A2, get that perfect veil, hopefully kill somebody, get the extra turn, come in with the A3, and hopefully kill everybody. She's really, to me, attack-based. I think she's tied maybe for the strongest nuker in the game for a Spirit Affinity. I give her an A. Tatura Rhymehide. Defense-based champion. Actually, did I forget Tatura? He was a Christmas champion too. Was he the year after Pixiel? Is Pixiel 3 years old now? Either way, excuse me, a lot of HP, over 20k, a lot of defense, over 1423, 102 base speed, decreased accuracy on the A1, a block debuff, and an increased defense for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Very, very good A2 ability. Block debuffs and increased defense, 2 of the most sought after buffs, and he's got them both in the same ability. What's more is, I'm pulling up the multipliers here too. Otherworld Breach, A3. Attacks all enemies, perfect veil on all allies except this champion for 2 turns, Places a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns, 20% of the damage inflicted. And we have defense and Doom Tower Battles by 35%. On the passive, when attacked, reflects 30% of the damage this champion receives back to the attacker, and a 30% chance of placing a freeze debuff on the attacker. Hell Hades gives him a 4.5 overall score. The multipliers, though, on that A3 is a 4.2. So you can actually get some damage out of this champion on top of everything else. Obviously, he's bringing his own increased defense for more damage optimization. I'm going to give Tatura Rhymehide an A+. A+, ooh, right there. Perfect Veil, increased defense, block debuffs, and some damage. I'll give him an A. Ethos, the Wave Killer. One of the better, traditionally one of the better PvE nukers out there in the game, right? The wave, any waves, he's killing them, right? And they actually buffed him. Used to be the weak version of Weaken on this A2. Now Outburst gives the big version of Weaken on a 3-turn cooldown. Extinguished Life attacks all enemies, and it's always critical. Really good ability, really good nuker, 1608 base attack, really solid multipliers. Look at his defense, though. 716. He is a squishy glass cannon, guys. I will give Ethos an A-, A-, somewhere in that territory. Bellinor. Bellinor is an attack-based champ. The thing about Ethos, the reason by the way, I think some people are like, S-tier Ethos. Again, like a tiny bit of power creep, right? Like just having a couple good AoE nukes isn't gonna clear any of the new, like the last 2-year content anymore in the game, right? Still a tremendous wave killer, but even when we think about waves, right? The game has evolved to a large extent where a squishy nuker who can be used in the arena, but not endgame arena, he has limited viability, So I guess that's why I dock him to an A-. Bellinor, attack-based champion. He got a big buff recently. He has an increased crit rate on all allies for 1 turn if the attack is critical. Big version on his A1. It's a pretty good A1 ability, right? Sometimes you have those squads where, like, yeah, sure, your uber nukers are at 100% crit rate already, but sometimes you have some, like, supportish champions or whatever on the team that have, like, a 60 or 70% crit rate. That 30% extra crit rate is pretty good. Insurmountable, the A2, attacks all enemies, decreased defense, and a weaken for 2 turns, can't be resisted when Xavier's on the same team, has a perfect veil on this champion for 2 turns. On Overkill, attacks 1 enemy, will attack the enemy with the lowest HP with any surplus damage. If it kills an enemy, surplus damage cannot be critical. Tactical Partner, if Xavier's on the same team, this ability unlocks, otherwise it doesn't. Activates this champion's Overkill skill, and also activates Xavier's Poison Rain when she's on the same team. Increased crit rate in all battles by 24%. So heck, if you use him as an aura lead and the A1, I mean, you're halfway there, right? Over halfway there in terms of the crit rate that you're going to need to get to 100. Overall, this used to be a single target, by the way, the Insurmountable. He has killer multipliers, ton of damage, and a pretty cool champion synergy, and all that crit rate potential. You can build the team around this dude if you want to, I'll give him an A. He's only really, Lydia, and Venus are the only 3 Void champions with decreased defense and weaken in their kits, right? I think there's only 1 or 2 others outside of that, Dracomorph and somebody I might be forgetting. Arbiter, we'll get to him eventually. Arbiter's next, guys. So Bellinor, A. Arbiter has a 2-time hitter with a weaken on the A1, big version, which is very nice. 50% chance on each hit as well. I think people focus on the A2 or A3 and the A4 of Arbiter so much that we forget how competent the A1 and the A2 are as well. Enforced Humility is an AoE with a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn, specifically good in Hydra. Good in the arena as well, but in Hydra, sometimes all you need is 1 turn. You can remove all those buffs. Very nice. And keep in mind, I mean, this is obvious, but just in case you haven't tried her in Hydra, decrease the duration of all enemy buffs. I mean, sometimes a Hydra head could have, they could all have 4 or 5 buffs, but most of them are all 1 or 2 turns. it's going to remove like 20 buffs sometimes, you know? It's like, it's a powerful ability, but the rest of her kit is where she's really known for. And Mentor of Heroes is an increased attack on all allies for 2 turns, fills a turn meter of all allies by 30%, heals all allies by 25% of their max HP if they have less than 50% HP. So we've got a turn meter filled by 30%, an increased attack, a heal as well on a 3-turn cooldown. Great turn meter booster. Destiny's Call revives all dead ally, 35% HP, fills a turn meters by 20%, grants an extra turn to this champion if an ally was successfully revived, which highlights another utility you can have out of her. She has the 30% turn meter boost on a 3-turn, and then she has another 20% turn meter boost on a 5-turn. You can run these back to back. You don't have to revive anybody, right? So just probably the best turn meter booster in the game, when you include the fact that she has 2 abilities like this. Increase ally speed by 30 in the arena battles. Of course, we know her for that. A lot of HP, 21k, a lot of defense, a lot of speed. I'm going to give Arbiter an A. All right, Supreme Elhain. Oh, the first of the Supremes, guys. Attack-based champion, 1509 base attack, 13 and change on the HP. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but I don't think they should give any Void Legendary 13k on base HP. That's ridiculous, man. Come on. We got a 2-time hitter on the A1. Each hit transfers a random debuff from this champion to the target. On the A2, Let None Live. Attacks all enemies. Damage increases by 10% for each debuff on each target. Resets the cooldown of Crack Shot if you kill an enemy. Crack Shot is her A3 ability. Attacks one enemy, is ignoring Ally Protect, Strengthen, and Shield. Grants an extra turn if you kill an enemy. So you can really get her rolling with the extra turn on the A3, reset the cooldown on the A2, get another extra turn on the A3. It's some pretty cool potential from this champion. Implacable on her passive. Immune or implacable? Implacable. Immune to decreased attack debuffs, inflicts 20% more damage against targets whose attack is lower than this champion's attack, which is nice because her attack scales very well. She also has attack in all battles by 30%. She's a pretty competent nuker. She really is. I have her and I don't use her. There's just a lot. Nukers are kind of a dime a dozen in this game. Specifically good in the arena. Specifically good against like Necret teams. She's ignoring ally protection, strengthen, and shield, you know? So overall, I'll give her an A-, not B+. B+ on Supreme Elhain. Let's not get too crazy. Sacred Order time, guys. Roshkard the Tower. Legendary HP-based champion, attacks one enemy on rebuke. 50% chance of removing a random buff from the target. Not bad. On Sanction on the A2, attacks one enemy, plays a block active skills and a block buffs, and these debuffs cannot be resisted. Again, not a bad ability. It is single target, though. On the Zone of Protection, it's a simple block damage for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. On HP in all battles by 33%, good aura. So 25k base HP, that's a lot of HP on this champion. He's been super power crept, though. Emic, more recently, Trunkheart, Helicath as well, heck, even Demitha. So that's the big knock on Roshkard the Tower. All that being said, though, when judging this champion in a vacuum, you can certainly build an unkillable team around him. He can certainly help you quite a bit in areas like Iron Twins Fortress. So you can put him in a bolster or shield set for progression. I'm going to give him a C. He's definitely one of the least appealing block damage champions at this point in the game, but block damage is still, you know, a really, really good buff. Corvus the Corruptor. Legendary, well, obviously, defense-based champion. Corvus, almost 1,400 in the base defense, 99 speed, almost, well, 19k on the HP. Attacks one enemy with a decreased attack on the A1, 60% chance of landing. On the A2, Medical Miracle, attacks all enemies 2 times. First hit increases duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn. Second hit increases the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. On a 3-turn cooldown, it is a 2-time hitter as well. Really good ability. By the way, doesn't this champion look so cool, man? I don't know. Aesthetically, he is one of my favorite champs in the game. This guy looks so groovy. I don't know. Okay. Field Research on his A3 attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit is a 100% chance of placing a poison, 2 poisons for 2 turns. After attacking, places the big version of poison sensitivity on enemies under 2 or more poison debuffs. Hey, that's already going to happen because we've got it in the first part of the kit, provided we have enough accuracy. Don't land those weak hits, right? Curious Drought on his passive decreases the damage enemies under poison debuffs inflict. 5% less damage per poison debuff, stacks up to 25%. This dude is a really cool champion. Poison, a lot of poisons, a lot of poison sensitivity, increase and decrease or increase duration of enemy debuffs, and the increased duration of all ally buffs is very powerful in the same ability, no less. He has a decreased attack on the A1. I really, really like Corvus. He can actually solo a lot of content as well. I'll give him an A, Corvus the Corruptor. Don't sleep on Corvus. Astralon. Oh, Astralon. He actually changed the game a bit when he was introduced to the game because look at those wings. It was a new tier of wings, ladies. Please, fellas, hide your ladies' eyes right now. Don't let them see these wings. Anyway, attack-based champion. He is a Countess Lix's companion champion. He's got a decreased defense on the A1. Countess Lix will team up and join the attack if we're on the same team. On the A2, Divine Eminence attacks one enemy, ignoring increased defense, strengthen, and ally protection buffs. Revives a random ally 40% HP with a shield if you kill an enemy. Also places a shield on this champion 20% of their max HP if the attack kills an enemy. So some nice killing enemy synergy here, but on Divine Eminence, I do want to pull up that multiplier. I know it hits hard, but I forgot exactly how hard. On the A3, Light of Sanctity, we have removes all buffs from the target under Veil or Perfect Veil buffs. Then places a weaken from all targets, so a good anti-Duchess, right? Places a weaken debuffs on enemies who have Veil or Perfect Veil buffs removed, then attacks all enemies, 100% stun on all enemies. Man, this dude, and he smacks too. On his Emissary passive, fills his champion's turn meter by 3% every time an ally is hit. Decreases incoming damage by 25% if the attacker's attack is lower than this champion's, and he has 1619 base attack. It scales very well, 102 base speed, 17k almost on the HP, and 837 very squishy on the defense. 1.7 damage rating on the A1, 5.8 godlike rating on the single target ability, and a 4 godlike rating on the AoE that is removing the veils and perfect veils. I'll give Astralon a B+, really competent nuker. Holstring. The smoke monster. The smoke monster Holstring. He's an attack-based champion. He's pretty speedy at 105. He's got some defense, not a lot of HP, 15k, 1500 on the attack. Rampant Blows attacks 2 times at random. Increase attack on this champion for 2 turns if the attack is critical. On Overthrow, his A2, another 3-time attacker at random. Will ignore 25% of the target's defense against targets under Hex. Will ignore a further 25% of defense against targets under Hex debuffs from Bannerlords or Knight Revenant factions. Okay. A3, Witchfinder. Attacks 4 times at random. So it goes 2 at random, 3 at random, 4 at random. Each hit has a 100% chance when booked of placing a Hex debuff for 3 turns. Champions from Bannerlord and Knight Revenant cannot resist. Also, each hit has a 100% chance of stealing 25% target's turn meter. Steals 50% instead if the target's from Bannerlord or Knight's Revenant. If this champion's turn meter is at 75% or more after the steal, plays a Perfect Veil on this champion for 2 turns. Now, very good ability here. 4 times at random, you guys can do the math here. If you're stealing 25% of the target's turn meter on each hit, you can potentially steal the entire turn meter and fill up our entire turn meter. So this dude is like the Energizer Bunny. He deals some massive damage, especially against like a single target, and also manipulates and depletes their turn meter while he's at it. If this champion attacks 2 targets under Hex debuffs during the same turn, Plays a perfect veil on this champion for 1 turn. Will not count counterattacks. Increases critical damage by 30% while attacking under a perfect veil. So it gives him another reason to have that perfect veil that he has in his own kit. He's bringing his own increased attack. He's a champion that had really bad reviews. He still does, right? Fire Knight, really good. Fire Knight, like S tier for Fire Knight because he's stealing all that turn meter, man. He's a champion that people undervalue tremendously. He's not S tier or anything like that, but he can deal a lot of damage. He can shock you with his damage in good control too. I'll give him a B. Errol used to be an F of a champion. I really would have been my first F after his buff, but he got a big one. Squishy, 837 base defense, 16k on the HP. On the A1, Blazing Sword attacks 1 enemy, extra 30% chance of inflicting a critical hit. On Helmbreaker's A2, attacks all enemies not once but twice. Has an extra 30% chance of inflicting a crit. Each hit also ignores 15% of the target's defense. This ability smacks now. Hits very hard. Negation, 3-turn cooldown. Attacks 1 enemy, removes all debuffs from this, removes all debuffs from this champion and steals all buffs from the target before attacking. Extra 30% chance of inflicting a critical hit. Grants an extra turn if the target is killed. Woof. Very good ability. He hits very hard as well. Let me pull up his multipliers as well, man. That A2, it's a big, big nuke. There's a lot of good nukers out there, right? It's almost like, I don't know, it's paralysis by analysis in terms of what type of nukers you even want to build nowadays. 3.9 godlike A1 with a 30% extra hit on every ability too. A 1.85 godlike A2 and a 5.2 godlike damage rating on the A3. He's one of those champions you just got to use him to see how good he is now. He's attacking all battles by 28%. I'm going to give him a B+ as well. Abyss, another nuker, another Force Affinity nuker. It removes a random debuff from this champion and places it on the target on the A1. Obviously does require accuracy, but we need it for A2 as well. Mass Impalement, 100% chance of placing a decreased defense on an AoE on a 3-turn cooldown. And then on Divine Wrath, another AoE attack. Damage inflicted is proportional to either this champion's attack or the attack or the target's defense or attack stat, whichever is highest. So we get to pick the highest stat, which is really nice. Deals an extra 30% damage if the target's attack is highest. Will ignore 30% of the target's defense if the target's defense is highest. Divine Wrath is one of the hardest hitting non-enemy max HP abilities in the game. Great wave killer and debuffer all kind of rolled up into one. She's very squishy, barely 14k base HP, over 1564 on the attack, and 1079 on the defense. She's a little slow at 96 speed. I like Abyss a lot, but I mean, she's just raw damage AoE nuker. She's an ethos-like type champion, you know? Different in a lot of ways. She brings a decreased defense instead of the weaken. I'll give her a B+. Glitchia Soul Guide. Defense-based champion with a lot of defense, over 1500. 100 speed, good base stats. On the A1, she has a 50% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn. Also a debuff spread, taking 1 random debuff from the target, placing it on all enemies under freeze. On the A2, Breath of Rhyme. Attacks all enemies, places a big version of Weaken for 2 turns. Also steals 1 random buff from each enemy under freeze debuff. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. On Everwinter, her A3. Places a block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown when booked. Also has a 80% chance of placing a freeze debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. Fills his champion's turn meter by 15% for each freeze debuff placed by this skill. I'm already going to say that I am underwhelmed with Glitchia Soul Guide. She's so close to being viable. And look at those wings. She's so close to being viable, and she's very tanky. But I'd love to see, like, as a start, this to be just 100% freeze. It's not that powerful. Timeless. This champion's skills cannot be put on cooldown. Whenever an enemy tries to either put this champion's skills or an ally skills on cooldown, places a freeze debuff on that enemy. Also, a 50% chance of denying the cooldown increase effect. The freeze debuff cannot be blocked or resisted and will not deny cooldown increasing effects from bosses. So she's meant to be an anti-Yumeko, an anti-Warlord, an anti-Basher, an anti-Alika. But, I mean, I wish, this is how I would love to buff her. It's not dependable enough, the 50% chance at denying the cooldown, in my opinion. So what I would do is bump the freeze up to 100% when booked, 80% basic. And then on Timeless, I would bump the chance of denying the cooldown increase effect to a 60 or 75% on the passive. I think she'd be much more viable there. Increase ally resistance in all battles by 60. I'll give her a C. Martyr. Martyr is so slow. She needs a buff to the speed dramatically. 93 base speed, 20k on the HP, and 1400 on the defense. Very good there. She has a decreased defense on the A1 at a very dependable land rate. She has an increased defense and a counterattack on a 3-turn cooldown. Still, since day one I've been saying this, one of the only 3 champions in the game with a counterattack buff. Suppression attacks all enemies, decrease attack, and a provoke for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown, and then defense in all battles by 33%. Man, counterattack, increased defense, provoke, decrease attack, and the decreased defense on the A1. Increased defense, I meant to say earlier. She's got a great kit to this day. You know, it's funny, when I started playing this game, I mentioned this before, but she was, I think everybody ranked her number 1. You know, it was her and Valkyrie at the top of this game, you know. She's fallen off a bit from that. She's still really good, though. I'm going to give her an A. Next, Cupidus. Cupidus is very fast and hits like a truck. 1520 on the base attack, 107 on the base speed. A respectable 1900 on the HP, however, 804. He is squishy on the defense. An AoE on the A1, damage increases by 15% if the target has any debuffs. Another AoE on the A2 with a 100% chance of placing an HP burn for 2 turns. It used to be, I want to say, a 50 or 75% chance, and they just buffed him up to 100%. On Flame Out, he brings his own increased attack, which is very beneficial for 2 turns, then attacks an enemy. He also has a chance of placing an HP burn debuff on all enemies for 2 turns if you kill an enemy. That debuff cannot be resisted. It's a little redundant since he already has the burn that doesn't need to kill anybody on the A2, but I guess it's a cool thing to have. I've really never noticed that actually coming into play, you know? Punishing Partner inflicts 25% more damage and always counterattacks when he's attacked when Venus is on the same team. They're probably one of the most powerful tandems when they're on the same team because they both unlock a lot of potential in the other champion when they're on the same team. When Venus is on the same team as him, I think he's an A+. Alone, without Venus, I think he's a B+. Archbishop Pinthroy. You know me, I love the Bishop, guys. I love the Bishop. I think he looks so cool, man. He looks really cool. I mean, look at the intricacy. You can even see like the little, I don't even know what you would call these dudes. The little silhouettes of these, you know, other bishops or whatever, right? He's like the Pope, man, this dude, right? Anyway, support-based champion, good base stats, 101 speed, 20k on the HP, attacks 1 enemy, transfers a random debuff from this champion to the target, also has a 75% chance of stealing a random buff from the target on the A1. Really nice A1 ability. I love when you can steal on the A1. Holy Word places an increased accuracy on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown when booked, then attacks all enemies, plays a hero reduction on all enemies, plays a block buffs on all enemies for 2 turns, and then champions from Demonspawn, Undead, and Night Revenant cannot resist him. On Gleam of Glory, the A3 ability, it heals all allies by 30% of their max HP, then places an increased defense on them all. If 4 or more allies are alive, places a shield on them equal to 30% of their max HP instead, as well, on a 4-turn cooldown. We love that on a 3-turn cooldown. That would make him just a top tier support in the game if it was 3. But still 4 is not bad with the heal, the increased defense, and the shield. Removes all decreased defense and weakened debuffs from this champion at the start of each turn. Nice little passive there too. Overall, Archbishop, I run him in Relentless because I try to get this, you know, just threw those extra turns to try to get this down to a 4 turn or a 3 turn, excuse me. Even the increased accuracy is still a very hard to find buff in this game. He is really good S tier against Hydra. Overall, I'll give him an A. I didn't even mention, did I mention his accuracy in all battles by 52? Bivald of the Thorn, HP-based champion. He's got 22k on the base HP, not bad at all. Thorn Maul is A1. He has a provoke, a 50% chance to provoke. Also heals the ally lowest HP by 15% of the damage inflicted. The provoke can be placed on weak hits, which is really nice. This applies to all of the debuffs in this dude's kit. On his A2, 3-turn cooldown attacks all enemies not once but twice. The first hit has a 100% chance of placing a provoke when booked. Second hit has a leech, 100%. And then a strengthened big version on this champion for 2 turns. Again, the leech and the provoke can land on weak hits. On Briar Nexus, another AoE attack. Damage increases by 5% for each debuff on each enemy. Also, heals all allies by 20% of the damage inflicted and places a shield on them equal to 20% of the damage inflicted. Obviously, we want to build this guy to be an uber nuker, because the more nukage, the more crit damage we build into him, the bigger the heals and the bigger the shield, because it's predicated on his damage. Moreover, he's a great provoker. He has it on a 3-turn cooldown and on the A1, right? So really good Hydra provoker, and then just good support pretty much everywhere. He's bringing Leech too, which is really nice to have. He's bringing that shield, and then decreases damage taken by all allies from enemies under provoke debuffs. Can be a good wave clearer as well. Yeah, I think that it could be a good magma dragon provoker as well. I will give Bivald of the Thorn an A-. You don't see him like in the end, the best teams in the game, so to speak. But definitely a very capable champion, previous fusion as well. Sir Nicholas, the original, the OG Christmas champion. On Boreal Blade, his A1, has a 50% chance of placing a freeze debuff that cannot be resisted. On Polar Protection, the A2, attacks all enemies, places a shield on all allies for 2 turns. The value of the shield equal to 30% of the damage inflicted. Again, another ability that you want to, or another champion you want to build with at least 100% crit rate to get some more shield out of that A2. It's a very, very nice shield. And for a long time, he's considered one of the best, if not the best, HP-based nukers in the game, but he since has been power crept in that regard. Still, he hits pretty hard. Unkillable, continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Unkillable has become a lot less desirable in this game compared to block damage. Iron Twins ignores Unkillable, for example. However, Unkillable is still unkillable. He can be used in Clan Boss, and he can be used in Ice Golem. Just a very good support champion between the Unkillable, continuous heal, the damage, and the great shield. HP in all battles by 33%. He's pretty fast at 105 and good base stats. I'll give Sir Nick a A-. Venus. She's very good. 23k base HP almost. 980 on the defense, very fast. 112 speed. Might be the fastest champion we spoke about so far. I think she is. Increase ally HP in all battles by 33% on the aura. She has a 2-time hitter with a poison on the A1 on each hit. She has an AoE with decreased defense and weaken on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. She has another AoE with 100% HP burn on the A3. And then, as we mentioned, we were talking about Cupidus. If they're on the same team, she removes all buffs from all enemies with a 50% chance of granting an extra turn. I mean, she is I think she's the best debuffer in the game because of all the damage that she brings. In terms of damage debuff, like that kind of a combo, I think she's the best out there. In terms of like debuff support and stuff like that, like a champion like Lydia or something might take the cake there. Either way, I will give Venus an A+. A+. I was tempted to go S tier on Venus, but A+. Cardial's fast, 106 base speed, 1255 base defense, almost 20k base HP, a support champion with a heal on the A1, 7.5% of their max HP. It's not the biggest heal, but it's an A1 heal. It's not bad. Plays a True Fear debuff for 1 turn if the target is a member of Demonspawn, Undead Horde, or Knights Revenant factions. Angel Song is A2. removes all debuffs from all allies, then plays a block debuff and a revive on death on all allies for 2 turns. The revive on death is protected and cannot be removed. This is all on a 3-turn cooldown. So the cleanse, the block debuffs, the revive on death, protected. Heavenly Host, increased crit rate, increased crit damage on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, right? Great setup for nukers. And then teams up with all allies to attack a target enemy. Decrease the cooldown of the skill by 1 turn if an enemy is killed from the attack. So now we have the ally attacking. Allies receive 20% less damage from those factions, Demonspawn, Undead, Knight, Revenant. Whenever an ally attacks, there's a 15% chance to join up with them in the attack. He'll always join up with Sissia Flametongue, their companion champions, albeit kind of a loose connection there. And then he has speed in all battles by 19%. Look at those wings. Oh my god. Wow. Aesthetically, seriously, all jokes aside, this dude is really freaking cool looking. He really is. He's S tier. He is S tier. He's our 3rd S tier champion so far. Is that right? Coincidentally, I will show you. He is my avatar picture, Cardial. All right. Next up, I had to flex it, right? Got to do it. Constantine the Dayborn. I should say on Cardial, by the way, like Arena, Fire Knight, you name it. I mean, anywhere in this game, right? Like you can use him against almost every Doom Tower boss. He's just so good, basically everywhere, you know. Constantine the Dayborn saw a pretty decent buff, and he's now really another like god tier nuker in the game. Extra hit if the target has any debuffs on the A1. Rune Shatter attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit will ignore 10% of each target's defense for every leech. Decrease defense and block active skills they are under. This is all on a 3-turn cooldown. I'm going to pull up good old Constantine because he has some insane multipliers as well. Quietude attacks 1 enemy. This is a 3-turn cooldown. Before attacking, steals all buffs from the target. Transfers them from this champion to the target. Excuse me. Transfers all debuffs from this champion to the target. So he's stealing all their buffs and getting rid of all his debuffs. That's what I'm trying to say. Decrease the cooldown of Quietude by 2 turns if it kills an enemy. Enemies from Undead Horde, Demonspawn, and Knight's Revenant killed by this champion cannot be revived. That's a lot more powerful than it sounds. I mean, there's a lot of popular Undead Horde and Demonspawn and Knight Revenant faction in the arena, right? I mean, every Siphi that you kill, every Rhodos that you kill, every Necrid, every Duchess, you know, every Morton Macabre he's ignoring, you know, every Jirgid. Really, really good ability there. Very good passive. He has a 3.6 and a 3.1 godlike damage rating on his A1. A 2.5, but it's a 2-time hitter on his A2 with ignore defense. And then a 6.5 multiplier on that A3. Those are some big boy nukes. Attack in arena battles by 30%. Not a much used aura there, but still, Constantine will get a A-. I mean, he's pretty niche. He's just a nuker, but he's a freaking good one. Supreme Aethel. Oh, I remember when I pulled Supreme Aethel, guys. I was like, why do people hate on this champion? Why do people hate her? You're crazy. And then I discovered how soft she hits. Attacks 1 enemy. If there are any enemies under freeze, also attacks them on the A1. Decreases enemies' attack by 3% whenever this champion hits an enemy with this skill up to 30%. Also increases her attack by 3% whenever they hit an enemy with this skill. Cold Company, A2. An AoE attack that will ignore Strengthen, Ally Protect, and Unkillable on enemies under freeze. Then has a 100% chance of placing a freeze for 1 turn. 100% freeze on a 3-turn cooldown is pretty good. Really good. Ever Faithful. It's all these self buffs, right? She gets increased attack, increased crit rate, and a shield in an extra turn. Kind of like the original Aethel, having a self-buff ability in there to finish off the kit. The passive is a 15, make it a 30% chance of placing a freeze on the attacker for 1 turn when hit while under a shield, which she does bring herself. And then we have a 50% chance of placing a shield debuff on all enemies for 1 turn whenever a shield buff on this champion is removed by damage. Man, her kit reads pretty well. A lot of control. Only problem is again, if you take away the damage, if you know she's not going to hit hard, which she sadly doesn't, even with all these buffs that she's bringing herself and the extra turn mechanic, then you have like a freeze champion, you know? And that's about it. I'll give her a C-. I hate to do it. I just want to see her get a buff. Vitreous the Anointed. Now, he looks so cool, doesn't he? At the time of this recording, he is the, you can tell I love, like, I am not a, whatever, TMI, but I'm not a religious person, but I love, like, going to Rome and the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel and the museums. I love the aesthetic, you know? Anyway, Vitreous the Anointed is a brand new champion, and 1707 base attack. One of the highest attacks in the entire game. Attacks one enemy 2 times. First hit heals his champion by 30% of the damage inflicted. Second hit has a 65, making an 80% chance of placing a fear debuff for 1 turn. If the target's a boss, instead he has an 80% chance of, instead he has an 80% chance of placing a decreased speed. On the A2, Storm of Righteousness. This is a 4-turn cooldown when booked. Attacks all enemies before attacking. He's removing increased defense, ally protect, and strengthen. That removal effect cannot be resisted. Also ignores 30% of each target's defense. Boosts this champion's turn meter by 30% for each enemy alive after the attack. Oof, that's a really strong ability. On the A3, By My Hand. Attacks one enemy 2 times on a 3-turn cooldown. First hit destroys the enemy's max HP by 25% of the damage dealt. Second hit will ignore 30% of the target's defense if they have no active skills on cooldown. If the target has any skills on cooldown, it ignores 50% defense instead. It's ignoring shield, unkillable, and block damage buffs. On the passive, which is a 5-turn cooldown, Inerexible instantly resets the cooldown of one of this champion's random active skills. Whenever an enemy increases the cooldown of any of their skills, grants an extra turn if a skill's cooldown was reset. After granting an extra turn, places this skill on cooldown. Will also grant an extra turn if an ally, mastery, artifact set, or accessory decreases the cooldown of any of this champion's skills. After granting an extra turn, places a skill on cooldown. Kind of a cool built-in passive. You know, it is a 5-turn cooldown, but it helps mitigate, obviously, a bit of the Emeko and Warlords on top of everything else that this dude is doing. Crit rate in all battles. We already talked about his base stats are insane. He's squishy, though. There's one big problem with this dude, guys. His multiplier, his damage is not good. It really sucks, man. It's the worst thing that Plarium does. It really is. It's the ultimate gotcha, is when they release a champion like this. They put him on a 10 times too, right? And his kit looks so good, and his multipliers stink. You know? I don't even... Hellhaters does not have them on the website right now, the multipliers. You can see here. But in all the playtesting I have seen of this dude, he's just not hitting hard. It sucks. It's kind of like Aleel all over again. All right, guys, Barbarians. We get Altan. Oh, so I'll give him just a grade him. Oh, let's see. We'll give him a, man, he has all the potential in the world. He is like a Aleel. He really is. B-. B-. Barbarian, Altan. We have a decreased attack on the A1. We have an increased defense on all allies, and attack one enemy on the A2. We also have a shield on all allies, 20% of their max HP if it kills an enemy, which usually it doesn't because he's really I guess he's a faction war / clan boss champion is how I look at him. He does have a revive a random ally, 30% HP every time he kills an enemy. Resets the cooldown of the champion's skills if the champion kills an enemy and all allies are alive. Not a bad little ability, but, you know, you're really not using this champion, you know, when is he killing a lot of enemies? You know, where are we using him that he's killing a lot of enemies? And this really comes into play a lot. It's nice to have, but it's not a game changer. He does have a very good aura. Again, defense on all battles by 33%. Back in the day, this was like the GOAT clan boss champion you could ever hope for. He does deal a lot of damage with the A1 as well, so he's good on ally attack teams, counterattack teams. But he has been power crept, and I'll give him a C. Syl the Drakes. We love Syl the Drakes. She's got 20k base HP, 13, almost 1400 base defense, 95 speed, a little slow, Syl. Come on, my girl. She looks incredible, of course. I mean, doesn't she? She has a great lore story, too. I'd highly recommend you guys check it out if you haven't, if you're into that kind of thing. Defense-based champion. She's free for everybody, right, after 180 days. She's got a decreased speed on the A1. It's a 40% chance, and then has a 50% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 15%. So really nice control built into the A1. And then we have more control in the A2. It's an AoE times 2, 35% chance of a stun. And then we have the revival, 50% HP, and a ally protect on them for 2 turns. It's not the strongest revival in the game, but it's nice to have that ally protection on there as well. Really, you know, helps keep them alive so you can heal them with their passive, or you can have another healer on the team step up. Heals all allies by 10% of their max HP at the start of each turn. Also plays increased speed on a random ally for 2 turns. So, I mean, if we put her in Relentless, which I love her in Relentless or a stun set, you can kind of like double down the stun on this champion. I like Relentless because we can essentially, you know, get the double turn. Ergo, 2 allies will have the increased speed. You get the double heal on everybody. So I love Syl the Drakes in Relentless gear. She's just a game changer for most people who pull her or who get her for free after the daily login, after the 180 days. I'm going to give her an A-. She's not like an endgame champion to a huge extent, although you could use her. But so she does trail off a little bit, you know, in the more like recent content they have coming out. But she just has like everything you could need for progression. Stuns, control with the turn meter and decreased speed, ally protect with the revive, and the heals on that great passive. Operative Clan Father. Oh, I have a soft spot for this dude. He has almost 22-4 on the HP, 1200 on the defense, 102 on the speed. Attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 65% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 5%, and a 65% chance of filling this turn meter by 5%. In AoE on the A2, heals all allies by 10% of this champion's max HP. Heals all allies under a continuous heal bus by 15% instead. On the A3, and this is where it all kind of comes together here, guys. On the A3, removes all block buffs and heal reduction debuffs from all allies, then places 2 continuous heal buffs on all allies for 2 turns. Also, 100% chance of removing a random debuff from all allies when booked. Wow, you add that all together, guys. Each time a continuous heal buff heals an ally, fills his champion's turn meter by 5%. This guy was, I thought, a pretty underwhelming champion for a while, right? But he can heal with the best of them. He's a really elite healer, and that's about it. I'll give him a C+. Not the best, not the worst. Chronom I do not have because I don't have any friends. Womp womp. We have attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit, he's the guy that you can only get. You can't get him from shards. You can only get it from referring friends after a certain amount of time in the game. Certain money levels, I should say. Each hit has a 50% chance of increasing the duration of a random debuff on the target by 1 turn. If Jamarsa is on the same team, Jamarsa, is that how you say her name? Jamarsa is on the same team. Each hit also increases the duration of HP burns on the target. Berserker's Delight. Attacks 3 times at random. Each hit has a 100% chance of instantly activating HP burn debuffs on the target. Heals a champion with 10% of their max HP for each HP burn activated by the skill. It's a little ninja ability. He does bring the HP burn on an AoE on the 3-turn cooldown on the Blazing Zephyr. 100% HP burn, fills his champion's turn meter with 15% for each HP burn debuff placed by the skill. Obviously, he's an amazing burner for Spider, you know, level 21 to 25. And he's a great activator. You know, you can run him in all kinds of areas. Obviously, you can run him in Sand Devil as well. The cool thing about him is that he's got the instant activation of the burn. The downside is, compared to like a ninja, which a lot of people compare him to, a magic, affinity, burner, and activator, is he doesn't place the burn and activate on the same ability. So he's not quite on the same level, but I'll give him an A-. Contra the Cyclone. You guys know how much I love my Contra the Cyclone. She has a chance of stealing, 2 chances of stealing a buff from the target on the A1, 60% chance, not bad. She has Chaos Tempest, attacks all enemies 3 times. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing one of all of these debuffs, right? So 3 of these debuffs have a chance of landing. Block buffs decrease attack, decrease speed, weaken, heal reduction, decrease accuracy. She's great in a reflex set because we can get this down to a 3-turn cooldown, right? There's no other active skill in her kit. No escape. Decreases each enemy's accuracy by 10 for each debuff they're under. This is her passive, by the way. This champion will receive 4% less damage for each debuff on the attacker. Heals this champion by 1,250 HP each time a debuff expires on an enemy, which is insane, especially in Hydra. Has a 75% chance of placing a provoke debuff for 1 turn on enemies under 5 or more debuffs at the start of this champion's turn. Insane again for Hydra. The threshold of 5 or more debuffs when she's on the team, especially in a either Relentless or Reflex set, I prefer Reflex, is more than you'd think. This champion can place debuffs on weak hits. She has 1542 base defense, almost 19k on the base HP, 99 speed, about average, accuracy in all battles by 60. Woof! I'll give her an A-. I want to go higher. I mean, she's my second favorite provoker in the entire game. Contra the Cyclone. I think criminally underrated. Maybe an A. Elder Skarg. I hear that Elder Skarg's A2 can potentially be the hardest hitting single target attack in the game. More on that in a moment. On the A1, we attack 1 enemy with the increased speed on this champion if the attack's critical. Nice to have for 2 turns. Plays an increased crit rate on this champion if the attack is not critical. Well, that's good. That's useful. Hunt the Marked on the A2. Attacks 1 enemy 3 times. Places an extra hit for each buff or debuff on the target. Can place 3 extra hits. So if you get all 6, it's the hardest hitting single target ability, even beating out Brachus the Shifter. Plays an HP burn debuff for 2 turns and a True Fear debuff for 1 turn on all enemies if the attack places all 3 extra hits. Steals all the buffs from the target after the attack. Dude, this is a mouthful of an ability, but it is very powerful. Elder's Clarion, the A3 is a 3-turn cooldown. Increased defense on this champion for 3 turns, which is nice. Consider he's an attack-based champion, but he's pretty squishy, so it's nice to have that. His base attack, by the way, 1630, is very nice as well. Plays a Fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. Plays a True Fear debuff for 1 turn on enemies under block damage buffs. Places a decreased speed for 2 turns on targets under shield buffs. These debuffs cannot be resisted. Also plays a Provoke debuff on legendary champions for 1 turn. So it can be a pretty good provoker for any wave with, it's a 3-turn provoke, right? So any wave with a lot of legendaries, all those Siphi and Valkyrie waves all over the place in this game, can be very good there. And then Kingslayer and the Arena as well, by the way. Receives 15% less damage from legendary champions, inflicts damage equal to this champion's attacked when attacked by legendary champions, and the extra hit cannot be critical. You put it all together, you get a very underrated and cool, yet niche champion. Elder Skarg, I will give a B-. Although, I could be talked into going maybe a little bit higher on him, too. Alsgore Crimsonhorn, talk about really good champions. HP-based champion. Attacks 1 enemy, heals his champion by 20% of the damage dealt on the A1. Has a 40% chance, make it a 60 when booked, of increasing the duration of 2 random debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Not too shabby. On the A2, Crack the Sky. Attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance of removing 2 random buffs from all enemies. Really solid. Has a 100% chance of removing all buffs from all enemies, even if the attack lands in a weak hit if Jetney's on the same team. Okay. But we're also placing continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns. This is all on a 3-turn cooldown. Really good ability here, right? On the Resounding Rally, his A3, It's a block damage for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, a la Roshkar the Tower, but we're also fully healing a target ally. Really good ability. When attacked, 50% chance to place a decreased speed on the attacker for 2 turns. Really good for areas, like incredible for Iron Twins between the A3 and the passive. 100% if Jetney's on the same team. Resistance in all battles by 60, 22k base HP, almost 1200 base defense, 99 speed, A- overall. I think a very underrated, new-ish champion in the game. Valkyrie, defense-based champion, almost 1600 base defense, 104 base speed, a 2-time hitter, decreased turn meter by 10% on each hit if the target has any buffs on the A1. On the A2, stand firm, attacks all enemies. We get one of the best shields in the game for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown and a counterattack on all allies for 2 turns. The value of the shield is proportional to this champion's defense. You can stack that up very, very high. And then Jealousy. This champion's turn meter will be increased by 10% each time an enemy champion places a buff. Enemy champions will have their turn meter decreased by 10% for each buff they receive. One of the most powerful passives out there in the game. People think about Valkyrie, they think about the shield, they think about the counterattack. They should really think about Jealousy too. I mean, it's just as special as the shield and the counterattack, and I really mean that. It's just an insane cut-in-line ability for the arena, but it's even good against bosses, right? I mean, she gets that big turn meter increase, or against waves. Anytime any champion plays a buff, there's no cooldown on this ability. This happens all the time. Defense in faction increased by 33%. We're giving Valkyrie S tier, even to this day. Very good in arena, very good in progression, very good in Fire Knight. You know, can go on and on. Rorik Wormbane. Rorik. We go from an S tier to, well, we don't know. 2-time hitter with a stun chance on the A1. On the A2, Dragon Rage attacks 1 enemy, 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 75%. If the skill fully depletes the target's turn meter, also has an 80, make it a 100% chance when booked of placing a stun debuff on all other enemies for 1 turn. It's a really good ability. I have to give it to him. I hate on this guy all the time, but it's a solid control ability. Scale Breaker attacks 1 enemy, ignoring 50% of the target's defense on a 3-turn cooldown. The passive effect is will always use this skill instead of the default skill when counterattacking. This skill cannot be blocked by block active skill debuffs. It'd be cool if it couldn't be put on cooldown as well. Immune to stun and deals 15% more damage to bosses and receives 15% less damage from them. Overall, 1641 base attack, 14k HP, and 969 on the defense. Squishy for a big fella, right? He doesn't deal enough damage for me to really like him. He has speed in all battles by 19%. I'm going to give him a D+. I will say that Dragon Rage is a pretty cool ability for like wave content, I guess. But I just don't, you put it all together and it's like, where are you using this guy, you know? I don't know. Rafmatab, another kind of mediocre champion. HP-based champion. It looks cool, though. He's got the like light emanating shield and spear and stuff like that. On the A1, Elder Spear attacks 1 enemy. 50% chance of increasing the cooldown of one of the target skills by 2 turns at random. The chance increases by 10 to 100% if the target has 50% HP or less. Okay, not a bad A1. Stampede and AoE with Provoke for 1 turn, 100% land rate. And a block damage on himself for 1 turn. Not bad, again. 3-turn cooldown. Shield of the Clans. Increase resistance and a reflect damage on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Would love to have that on a 3-turn cooldown. This champion's resistance is increased by 50 whenever their active skills are not on cooldown. Okay? And then resist in all battles by 60. So he's all about the resistance and the provoke. He's a capable provoker. But that's about it. You wouldn't be really provoking the Magma Dragon or Hydra with him. Even on a 3-turn cooldown, it's not enough to be your main provoker, maybe a secondary. And the increased resistance is good, but niche. At the time, there was only Beauregard the Elder and Rafmatab who had increased defense. They were the first 2 to be introduced to the game. But so it was more special back then. Now there's a lot more who are frankly a lot better than him. You know, he's an AoE a glorified AoE provoker, in my opinion. Reflect damage, I don't get too excited about either. So I will give him a C-. Jetney the Giant. She's an attack-based champion, pretty squishy. 15k, 960 on the HP and defense. A 2-time hitter. First hit, a stun. Second hit, decreased defense chance on the A1, right? 50% chance. Barrier Breach and AoE will ignore 20% of the target's defense on the A2. 100% chance of placing a decreased defense for 2 turns. And it can't be resisted if Alsgor is on the same team. Obviously, companion champions. Towering Might is a 4-turn cooldown AoE times 2. Before attacking, place an increased crit rate, increased crit damage on this team. Grants an extra turn if Algor is on the same team. So again, good companion synergy here between these two champions. Inflicts 20% more damage against targets under shields. Will ignore shield buffs if Algor is on the same team again. The only problem with Jetney is, well, she doesn't do a lot of damage for a champion that's all about dealing a lot of damage, even with the ignore defense. So I'm going to give her a C-. I was unfortunately pretty underwhelmed with this champion. Let me know if you feel differently in the comments below. Turvold. The king of single target nukes in the game, guys. I love me some Turvold. I'm a little biased here. 2-time hitter with the big version of Weaken on the A1. Very dependable land rate too. 75%. 80 with Sniper Mastery on the A1. It's really nice to have that big version of Weaken if your clan boss team is, lacking a decreased or has a decreased defense but lacking a Weaken. Increase attack, increase crit rate, increase speed, extra turn. Great self-buffing ability. And then Juggernaut attacks one enemy 2 times. Damage increases according to the number of buffs on this champion. Is on a 3-turn cooldown if the target's killed. Resets the cooldown of this skill. He's very slow at 93 base speed. All of his stats kind of suck. Even his attack is, sub 1500. But he's one of the best raw damage dealers in the entire game. You'll notice that he has no ignore defense or anything like that in his kit. He doesn't even need it. He's one of the hardest hitting arena champions, single target. If there's like a UDK on the team and a Siphi, this Juggernaut, provided he has enough buffs, obviously, it scales quite a bit. He can one-shot UDK with a first hit and one-shot Siphi with a second hit. That's how strong this dude is. And one of the better raw damage dealers for clan boss as well. I'll give him an A-. Ursuga Warcaller, or Ursuga Warcaller. She might be a bigger lady, but she's fast. Don't underestimate. 108 base speed, 23, almost 24k, flirting up there on the base HP, and 1531. Very tanky, very fast. This is how a Void Legendary should be in terms of base stats. Block active skills on the A1, an AoE decreased crit damage, and a decreased attack for 2 turns on targets whose attack is higher than their defense, a decreased speed and decreased defense for 2 turns on whose attack is higher or equal to or lower, than their defense. Basically, against nukers, they get the decreased crit damage and the decreased attack, which is great. Against tankier champions, decreased speed, decreased defense, which is also great. She has an ally protect and a strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown. Also, notice that they're both 3-turn durations on a 3-turn cooldown. Golden Guard. Decrease the damage all allies receive from critical hits by 30%. She'll receive the damage instead. This is like Bulwark on crack. It is predicated on critical hits, which can be nice in PvE environments when you get those occasional but rare critical hits. She'll take that damage instead. But it's very good in the arena. One of the best arena tanks inside the entire game. And also a very competent debuffer. It's very rare. It's unheard of to have these debuffs with these buffs in the same kit, right? Very good champion. I'll give her A+. A+. Yakarl the Scourge, another champion that's available to everybody inside the clan shop. He has a 2-time hitter with a freeze on the A1. He's ignoring 25% of the target's defense against targets under freeze. He has a attack 1 enemy, 100% chance of placing a decreased speed for 3 turns, and 100% chance of placing a freeze for 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. Also steals 100% of the target's turn meter and places an increased speed on this champion for 3 turns. What? Also ignores 50% of the target's defense under targets under freeze. Wow. Man, they buffed the hell out of this dude. They really did. Glaciate on the A3. A AoE attack. Obviously an attack-based champion, almost 1600 base attack. Not very fast, 95. Very squishy at 892 base defense. 100%, or excuse me, 75% chance of placing a freeze for 1 turn, 100% if they have 75% or more turn meter, and it can't be resisted if they have 75% or more turn meter. That's great, especially in the arena where, you know, normally, especially in the beginning of a match, if you're going before the enemy team, odds are they have 75% or more turn meter already. So you're going to get a guaranteed freeze on them. Even without the guarantee, it's a good move, and it deals a lot of damage. Lord of the Ice passive. Increase the damage this champion inflicts by 10% for each champion in battle under freeze. Decrease the damage this champion receives by 10% for each enemy under freeze. Active effect. Places an unkillable buff on this champion for 1 turn whenever they kill an enemy under freeze. And then attack in all battles by 33%. Man, he used to be an FF tier. He used to kind of suck. Now he's really solid. I'll give you Carl a A-. Tawanarok. Support champion, one of the better ones out there. 106 base speed, 1300 defense almost, 22k almost. I'm just going to round up from here on out on the HP. Attacks 1 enemy with a decreased speed for 2 turns. 50% chance. Not a bad. I love a decreased speed on a support champion on the A1. Plays a continuous heal on this champion for 1 turn, big version. Also a continuous heal on the allied lowest HP for 1 turn. It's a very, very strong A1. Radiant Suffering, incredibly good ability. Attack 1 enemy, 100% chance of placing a decreased attack and a block buffs for 2 turns. Also applies a debuff spread, taking 2 random debuffs from the target, putting them on all enemies. It's very good against Hydra, specifically, because decreased attack block buffs are very good to have, and you can spread them all over the place, right? Or whatever other debuffs you have out there instead. Desert Fitness has a, I always like chuckle at that name, Desert Fitness. Okay. Increased, wouldn't Desert Fitness? That'd be an oxymoron. We have an increased defense, increased speed, and a 3-turn cooldown. You know, 2 essential buffs on the same ability. Removes 1 random debuff from all allies at the start of each turn. 2 if they're under a continuous heal. Accuracy in all battles by 70. You put it all together, you get one of the best Hydra supports in the game. I'll give her A+, just because I want to reserve my S tiers for like the best of the best of the best of the best. She's very close. For Hydra, she is S. All right. Hey guys, 2 hours in, and we made it through 4 factions. Maybe we'll speed it up just a little tiny bit here. Ogryn Tribe. Biggin, the first legendary I ever pulled on my account. He's got an AoE on every single ability. AoE, AoE, AoE. I love it, man. He's the quintessential raw damage dealer in the game. An AoE with a stun debuff for 1 turn. Also has a 70%, 65% chance of placing a decreased accuracy on forward charge. Forward charge is it's a single nuke. Then he has a double AoE nuke. It's an AoE nuke, but it's 1 hit, excuse me. And then Molten Slag. It's an AoE ×2, decrease the turn meter by 25%, has a 30% chance of placing a decreased speed for 2 turns, so a lot of damage and great control. Also has accuracy in dungeons by 90. That's the best accuracy dungeon aura in the game, I want to say. And great raw damage. You don't see him a ton in the end game, but man, he's got a soft spot in my heart. I'll give him an A-. War Mother. War Mother is a bomber. On the A1, she's got a decreased attack for 2 turns. On the Special Brewer A2, attacks all enemies, 2 bombs that detonate after 2 turns. Bomb damage increases by 100% against bosses. On Mother's Touch, another AoE, instantly detonates all bomb debuffs if this champion's under an increased attack, which you basically always want her under because she's a bomb-based champion. I think that War Mother is a really cool bomber. She has good raw damage, 2 strong AoE attacks. You know, for an attack-based champion, she has over 1,500 and not bad multipliers either. We'll give War Mother, but then again, bomb is like very niche, and there's better bomb options out there now. She's been power crept, even though that bomb was never like meta in the game. I'll give War Mother a C+. Ignatius, defense-based champion. For a defense-based champion, he's not very tanky. I mean, he's not bad. 19k on the HP. 1,200 on the defense, 1,300. I forgot, so I was going to round up. We had 25% chance stun on the A1. We have an AoE provoke, 75% chance on a 4-turn cooldown. Not the best, but it's nice to have. Turn to Ash. I don't know why, I just like the name of this ability. It's a guaranteed HP burn on a 5-turn cooldown. This used to be very special. It still is special. But he got power crept by Walking Tomb Drang, who has an irresistible burn on a 3-turn cooldown, and instant activation, and an insanely good heal. But hey, you know, Ignatius is really good against Frost Spider. You don't have to worry about accuracy for the burn, but you do need to worry about it for the provoke and the stun. I'll give him a B-. Gerptuk Mossbeard. He has a continuous heal on the A1 on all allies under poison, which is very, very good because all allies are often going to be under poison when you have them on the team. Druidic Boon on a 2-turn cooldown removes all debuffs except poison debuffs from an ally, then heals them by 30% of their max HP, places a shield on them, 20% of their max HP for 2 turns. A very good ability because it's a 2-turn cooldown, right? Cloud of Spores, 3-turn cooldown, places 3 weak versions of poisons on all allies for 3 turns. These debuffs cannot be resisted or blocked. They can be cleansed. Also has a 100% chance of placing a block buffs on all enemies for 2 turns. And then it all comes together on the passive. Allies under poison debuffs inflict 7.5% more damage for each poison debuff on them, stacking up to a maximum of 30% extra damage. This damage increase applies to all of their skills. Also increases their resist for each poison on them. Resist in all battles by 50. So really great in Hydra. He has the block buffs. He has good support. He has extra damage out of your nukers. Maybe a little niche, but at least he has a use now. In the beginning, he was kind of a joke of a champion, right? I'll give him a B-. You can definitely make some cool things happen with him, like pair him with like a champion like Trunda or enemy max HP champions like Husk and Royal Guard. Gerda or Acrisia and better. Gerda Bogbrew. She is a eventual daily login reward champion that you can get for free. Good base stats, 1300 defense, 21k on the HP. A debuff spread on her A1, taking 1 random debuff, placing it on all enemies under weaken. On the A2, we have attacks all enemies, 100% weaken. After attacking, 100% chance of placing 2 poisons on enemies without weaken debuffs. These poisons cannot be blocked or resisted. On the Hemlock Surprise, or A3, 100% chance of removing 1 random buff from all enemies, 100% chance of placing 2 poison debuffs on all enemies for 2 turns. Also, removes 2 random debuffs from all allies. Whenever an enemy receives a debuff, their turn meter is decreased by 3%. Nice control there on a passive. She gets a lot of hate. It's not that bad. I mean, 2 random debuffs from all allies on a 3-turn cooldown, a random buff from all enemies, the poisons on all enemies, the AoE weaken, the chance of more poisons. She can solo content. You can build her to be, she has good base stats, can build her to be tanky. I think YST has a couple of videos. I have a video out with YST where she was soloing faster than Bad Alcazar. I'll give her a B-. Korrigar Deathbell. Ooh, good one. HP-based champion. Heals his champion 10% of their HP on the A1. Bell's Toll. Very apropos. 3-turn cooldown and AoE attack. 100% chance of filling the turn meter of all allies by 30%. 100% chance of removing all debuffs from all allies. So a great turn meter fill in a 3-turn, an AoE attack, and a cleanse. Very good. Conduit of Agonies, 3-turn cooldown. I like the name of this ability. I don't know why. It just rolls off the tongue. We get an Ally Protect and a Strengthen on all allies. One of the better support abilities inside the entire game. The 2 best damage mitigators together. Increases champion's resistance by 20, defense by 10% for each ally protection on all allies. Very strong. Also increases ally resistance by 15 and defense by 5 for each ally protection on all allies. Very strong. If there are multiple champions on the team, blah, blah, blah. Counterattacks whenever an ally under ally protection is attacked can occur once per enemy turn. Then he's healing himself every time he counterattacks. I really love this dude. I'm going to give him A+. A+. Shamrock. Oh, Shammy. He's fast. 111 base speed, 20k on the HP, 21k, 1200 on the defense. He's a 2-time hitter. Each hit has a 75% chance of removing a random buff from the target. If a buff is removed, we have a 50% chance of stealing that buff. Not bad. Lucky Charms. on a 3-turn cooldown and increase defense on all allies. Increase speed and increase crit rate on allies with more than 50% HP. A revive on death and a continuous heal on allies with less than 50% HP. The continuous heal and the increased crit rate are a 70% chance of landing. Nice ability. They reworked this a couple years back, and it's so much better than it used to be. A decreased speed on all enemies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 15%. Fills the turn meter of all allies if any enemy's turn meter is below 50%, which is usually the case. So really good control out of the A3 as well. I like Shamrock. He has accuracy in all battles by 70. Very good accuracy, or very good aura as well. I mean, heck, you can even use this guy a bit in the end game as well. He is a kind of like, Kit does not jump out at you as like super powerful, but then you try him on teams. He's like a really good support champ, you know? I will give him a C+, B- territory. Druckle the Gaunt. Support champion, 23k base HP, 107 base speed, very fast. Has a stun on the A1, 40% chance. Has an increased attack, an increased defense, and a block damage on allies with less than 30% HP. The increased attack, increased defense, that's regardless. Increased attack, increased defense on the same ability on a 3-turn cooldown. Before Mithrala came around, I mean, that was a really special ability to have. Gizkar the Sigiled also has it as an epic champion. Runestone Blessing. Plays a shield equal to 15% of the champion's max HP and all allies for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Heals each ally by 15% of the champion's max HP whenever the shield is broken or expired or removed. Allies whose shield is broken will also counterattack the enemy that breaks the shield. When the shield is broken, the heal occurs instantly before any remaining damage from the shield breaking, is taken. And then HP in all battles by 25%. I've always thought Druckle was not quite as bad as a lot of people say he is. The reviews are okay, the ratings in the game. I'll give him a C+. C+. Keep in mind, C+ is still above average, right? Gurgo the Augur. Attack-based champion. Pretty squishy. A 16k HP, 1000 defense, not bad. Attacks one enemy 2 times. This is a Void legendary. Attacks one enemy 2 times. Plays an extra hit if the target has any freeze debuff. On Bone Chiller, on his A2, removes 2 random buffs from all enemies. 100% chance of placing a freeze debuff on all enemies for 1 turn, and then grants an extra turn. So it's a great opening move ability. And then on Avalanche, this is the problem with him, by the way. Avalanche is his A3, a 5-turn cooldown, attacks 1 enemy, an extra hit if they have freeze. So he opens up with the A2, you remove buffs, you freeze everybody, you get the extra turn, then what are you going to do? You come in with the Avalanche. It doesn't hit that hard, and that's it. You know? A little underwhelming. It'd be cool if you had like an AoE attack or something like that he can come into. Frost Embrace is a cool passive. 50% chance of placing a freeze debuff on the attacker for 1 turn if the champion loses 20% or more of their max HP on 1 attack. Despite having a really fun and cool kit, I actually think that Gurgo the Augur has been power crept quite significantly over the years. Again, when he was introduced, he was one of the only freeze champions out there that was a guaranteed freeze. I'd like to see a buff to this champion. I'll give him a B-. I think a lot of people are probably going to have a problem with that being a little bit too low, but I could even go C+ on that champion. You know what? I'm going to change it. C+, doubling down. Grazer Iron Gut. Oh, Grazer, one of my most wanted champions, defense-based champion. An AoE with a shield based on his defense on the A1. Base defense, 1321. On the A2, an enemy max HP ability on 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies. Heals his champion by 10% of the damage inflicted. Increase the duration of all buffs on all allies by 1 turn. Let None Pass. Another AoE attack. That's right, 3 AoE attacks in his kit. Has 100% provoke. Increased resistance. Increased defense for 2 turns. All on a 3-turn cooldown. And this is where things just get ridiculous. This wall won't fall. On a 4-turn cooldown, the passive effect is whenever this champion is attacked, he'll heal all allies except this champion by 70% of the damage received. Only heals by 35% damage received from boss attacks. It has no cooldown. That does not apply to the 4-turn. The active is an unkillable before a fatal hit. S tier. Defense in all battles by 33%. One of the best champions in the game. I mean, provoke, increased resistance, increased defense, increased duration of all buffs. He's got the great shield. He's got the insanely good heal passive. Jeez. Okay, we have Ogryn, the Conjoined. Well, you can see the Conjoined. Oh, man. It reminds me of... Well, I'm not going to say it. Forget it. So far, the reviews are stellar. Granted, only 6 of them at the time of this recording. Really good base stats. 110 speed, 1200 defense, 21k on the HP. Mash and Mangle is A1. Attacks one enemy, has a 20, make it 30, 40, 50% chance of playing a buff spread effect. Taking one random buff from each ally and placing it on all allies. Very cool A1 ability. The second champion to be added with a buff spread in the game. Grubs Up. 3-turn cooldown, heals all allies 20% of this champion's max HP. Increase speed on all allies. Also continuous heal buff for 2 turns on allies whose current HP is below 50% after the initial heal. Doesn't happen that often. Then we have Brother's Generosity on a 3-turn cooldown. Increase the turn meter of all allies by 20%. Increase accuracy on all allies. Then Cleanse. Removes all debuffs from all allies. On the passive, Fill Your Bellies. Increases champions' max HP by 10% each time they use an active skill. Stacks up to 50% and resets each round. Also increases each ally's max HP by 5% each time they use an active skill. Wow. Very, very interesting champion. Very good champion for Hydra. But pretty much good anywhere. Speed in all battles by 20%. I'm going to give him an A+ rating. A+. Very cool champion. All right. Lizardmen. Dracomorph. Our old friend Dracomorph. We have Seeping Pain, attacks one enemy. Damage increased by 10% for each debuff on the target. It hits very hard. Will attack a random enemy with surplus damage if the target is killed as well. They didn't nerf this ability. The surplus damage used to be out of control. You could like one-shot Ice Golem with it. You attack his guard, one of his minions first. You can one-shot Ice Golem 20. Yeah, they nerfed it. Poison Jaws attacks. It still hits hard though. 4 times at random, each hit with a poison for 3 turns. So 4 poisons on a single target. And then Baleful Eye, we get a weaken and a decreased defense on a 3-turn cooldown. What more do you want from a champion? Listen, he has been maybe slightly power crept over the years, but he's still got a great kit. I'll give him an A. Roxim. We have a Chroma Shift on the A1. Attacks one enemy, 50% chance. Make it a 60 of filling this champion's turn meter by 10%. Also a 60% chance of placing a perfect veil on this champion for 1 turn if the attack is critical. Jungle Ambush. Attacks one enemy, fills his champion's turn meter by 50% on a 4-turn cooldown. Has a 100% chance of placing a stun when attacking under a veil or perfect veil. Has a 100% chance of placing a sleep when attacking without a veil or perfect veil. Places a perfect veil on the champion for 2 turns after attacking without a veil or perfect veil. On the Flicker Step. Again, a 4-turn cooldown here when booked. While under a veil or perfect veil, he'll attack all enemies with a decreased defense and a weaken, and decrease the cooldown of the A2 Jungle Ambush by 2 turns. While not under a veil or perfect veil, attacks one enemy, 100% chance of placing a decreased defense and a weaken, and a perfect veil at the end of after attacking. And then the passive. Plays a block debuffs, a strengthen on this champion for 1 turn, and a continuous heal for 2 turns whenever they receive a veil or perfect veil. It's a really nice, the Chameleon passive is really nice on this champion. He can deal some decent damage too. I don't love that it's so predicated on veils and perfect veils, and it's not like they're protected or anything like that. They can be removed and then he's pretty useless, you know? At least he is putting them back on himself as he goes. He has great damage mitigation and self-sustainability with this passive and the perfect veils. I'll give him a B-. Basata. Basata is a Doom Tower hard champion. Pretty good kit. Has a 60% chance to place a decreased attack on the A1. Has a big version of Strengthen and a continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns on the A2. Also plays a shield for 2 turns, equal to 25% of this champion's HP on all allies under CC debuffs on the A2. The Staggering Heft. A 4-turn cooldown, AoE 100% stun, and decreasing each target's turn meter by 30%. On Soulkeeper passive, whenever an enemy is revived, has a 100% chance of placing a stun on them for 1 turn, and it can't be resisted or blocked. It's a nice kind of Sun Wukong blocker to deal with him, right? On a 1-turn cooldown, too. Increase ally HP in all battles by 31%. 31 is a weird number. You don't see that often. He has a good kit. He just takes forever to unlock. AoE stun, strengthen, continuous heal, decrease attack, cool passive. Give him a B+. Maybe A-. It's hard not to hold when you get him against him, you know? Because you can't pull him from a shard. By the time you get him, long story short, is you probably don't need him. You have like a Lydia for her passive to deny revival, you know? And a bunch of other stuff. Anyway, Fushan. Good DPS, great for clan boss, good raw damage. He has the same A2 as Scylla the Drakes, AoE times 2 stun. Extra hit potential on the A1. And a 4-time hitter on the A3 with the decreased defense. I've said it before, I really wish they would buff him and make this an AoE attack on a 3-turn cooldown. He could be a dependable decreased defense champion. That being said, he does have one of the best speed auras of all in the game, 24% in all battles. Essential part of the Mythfu clan boss team that I personally run. I'll give him a B. Rosin Scarhide, permanent fusion in the game. Buff his speed, Plarium, for the love of God. Buff his speed. 91 base speed, are you kidding me? 1300 base defense, 18,000 HP. Triple hitter, chance of removing a buff, 40% on the A1. Nice to have that triple hitter as well. Good for Fire Knight. Very good for Fire Knight. Decreased defense and weaken on the A2 on a 3-turn cooldown. And then Bog Down an AoE 100% turn meter depletion. Granted, 6-turn cooldown. I would love to see them move that with 6 when booked. I would love to see them also buff this to a 5-turn cooldown when booked. So change the 7 to a 6. Resistant arena battles by 90, which previous to Lydia was the best in the game. We will give him I'm going to give him a B. Good debuffer against any boss as well, right? Especially Magic Affinity. Skull Lord Vargal. Some of the best base stats in the game. 27, almost 28k on the HP. 1300 defense. 107 speed. He's got a 2-time hitter. Filling turn meter on the A1. He has a chance of repeating the skill as well. Heal reduction if the skill is repeated. On Skull Claim, a 2-turn cooldown. He's got a strengthen on himself. And 100% provoke on a target enemy for 1 turn. Amazing ability for the Head of Mischief to hold lockdown or decay to lock down provokes. An AoE, decrease attack on a 3-turn cooldown on the A3. And when attack destroys the attacker's max HP by 5%. He's really good. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but he's very good against Scarab King as well. He can solo it. 50% chance to placing a True Fear debuff on targets whose max HP has been destroyed by 20% or more. Second passive is Skull Sworn. He'll revive Skull Sworn 50% HP at the start of each turn. It's kind of a gimmicky little passive there. Skull Lord has some viability as a provoker now. And man, he is tanky as all hell. I'll give him a B. Pythion. Support champion, very good champion. 21k HP, 1300 defense, 105 speed. 2-time hitter, heals the ally the lowest HP by 5% of this champion's max HP after each hit on the A1. Not nice to have. Not a game changer, but it's a nice little heal. Shed Skin removes a full cleanse, heals them by 10% of their max HP on an AoE, right? On all allies. Heals each ally by an extra 5% of their max HP for each debuff removed from them, and then places a block debuffs on all allies. Revives all dead allies, 50% HP, 50% turn meter, and then places a strengthened big version on them for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Very good revival. And then allies receive 5% less damage from skills for each buff on them. Stacks up to 25%. Dude, this guy is the real deal, man. I've said this before, but you wouldn't even... He feels even tankier than his stats dictate here. Like, he is really good. I like building him with a lot of resistance. Putting him in Righteous gear is really good on this champion. Heck, you could throw him in a bolster set as well. It's easy to scale up that HP. I think he's really good. I'll go A+. I thought about S tier. Okay, A+. Vergamkar, support champion who got a big buff. A lot of HP, 22k, 1200 defense, 99 speed. He's got a stun on the A1. Chance increases by 15% for each buff on the target, which is nice. It's already a 45% chance base when booked. He removes on the A2, 3-turn cooldown. He removes provokes and 1 random debuff from all allies. Then places an increased defense on all allies for 2 turns. Also a shield equal to 20% of his max HP, which is easy to scale. On his A3, also a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies. Removes 1 random buff from each enemy. Has a 100% chance of removing 2 random buffs from each enemy. Has a 100% chance of placing a heal reduction debuff. And a big version of decreased defense. Man, that's really good. Immune to provoke. Fills his champion's turn meter by 20% for each enemy that attempts to place a provoke on this champion. So he's an increased defense, a shield champion, a cleanser, a buff remover, a heal reduction, a decreased defense, and, you know, an AoE attacker, all in 3 turns. A? It's so crazy. Whenever I talk about Vergamkar, people are just like, dude, I think you're a little high on Vergamkar. I mean, he does so much. He's A tier to me. Nekmo Thar, speaking of A tier, we have Nekmo Thar, an AoE on the A1. He's got a 40% chance to place a big version of decreased attack. It increases to 75% against targets with debuffs. On planar chains is A2. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a decreased speed and a leech for 2 turns. 3-turn cooldown. So decreased speed, a leech, and a decreased attack, all in AoEs. And then it just gets even better. He has an increased speed on all allies for 2 turns. Turn meter filled by 30%, and then an extra turn. Oof. And then an insanely good passive, Rune of Haste. Fills his champion's turn meter by 5% each time a debuff on an enemy is removed, transferred, or expires. This guy is one of the best Hydra clan boss champions inside the entire game. Speed in all battles as well by 19%. A+. Krisk the Ageless. AoE decreased speed on the A1. AoE ally protect. Continuous heal on himself. Increase the duration of all buffs on the A2 as a 3-turn cooldown. AoE provoke on the A3. An increased defense on this champion for 2 turns. An increased speed on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. On his passive, at the start of the round, a massive shield for 2 turns on all allies, 50% of his max HP. That's massive. Also has a 100% chance, with no cooldown, of placing a decreased defense and a decreased attack debuff on the attacker for 1 turn whenever he's hit. Wow. I mean, I'll never get over how good Krisk is. I mean, it never gets old. He's unbelievable. S tier. Ramen 2 Drake's Blood. Ramen 2 is the final reward that you get from completing campaign. Attacks 1 enemy. 100% chance of increasing the cooldown of one of the target skills at random by 1 turn. Has a 25, make it a 50% chance of placing a stun for the target for 1 turn if the skill has a cooldown increased to the max. If the cooldown increase is successful, will also decrease the cooldown of 1 random skill by 1 turn on the ally with the highest turn meter and a skill on cooldown. Yikes. That's a lot on the A1. Drake's Fury attacks 1 enemy 4 times. First hit has a 100% chance when booked of placing a decreased defense for 2 turns. Second hit, big version of weaken. Third hit, decreased speed. Fourth hit, block buffs. 100% chance of placing true fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn if the target has 4 or more debuffs after the attack. Very good. Blood Wings, 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies. 100% chance of removing all buffs from all enemies before attacking. 100% chance of placing a block active skills on enemies without passive skills. 100% chance of placing a block passive skills on enemies with passive skills. Whew, we talked about it with Rhonda like 2.5 hours ago, but I mean, it's so good. such a good, I mean, block passive skills is such a game changer. Whenever an enemy places a stun, sleep, fear, tree, all the CCs on this champion, instantly fill this champion's turn meter by 30%, places an increased speed buff and a shield buff on them for 2 turns. The shield buff is equal to 30% of this champion's max HP. Woof! Accuracy in all battles by 80. A+. Shagur. Shagur is really cool. First of all, aesthetically, I like the look of this dude. I like the look. It must be the wings. Must be the wings, guys. Base stats, very squishy. 13k HP. 1100 on the defense, but boy, that's not a lot of HP. Attacks one enemy. Has a 75% chance of placing a sleep on the A1. Already very good against Sand Devil. Venom Storm, AoE times 2. First hit is a poison for 4 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Well, that's pretty good. Second hit is a decreased defense for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. That's exceptionally good as well. This Venom Storm is one of the strongest debuffing abilities in the game. Attacks one enemy, then attack on Heartstopper is A3, 4-turn cooldown. Attacks one enemy, then one more time at random. If the target's under a poison, it's ignoring shield, block damage, and unkillable. Grants an extra turn if the attack kills an enemy. Resets the cooldown of Venom Storm if the attack kills both enemies. Constant Agony. Instantly attacks enemies with a default skill whenever they receive damage from poison debuffs placed by this champion. When hitting enemies under poison, heals himself by 10% of the damage inflicted. Nice that he has that built-in heal because he is squishy. But keep in mind, whenever he's instantly attacking because of that Constant Agony passive, he has a great 75% chance of putting them to sleep as well. If they're asleep, if they're able to be put to sleep. A. Sulfurion, kind of a newish champion, support champion, very fast, 109 base speed, 1200 defense, 19,000 on the HP. Attacks one enemy, fills his champion's turn meter by 15% on the A1. Also fills a turn meter of all allies except this champion by 10% when attacking a target under a burn. Places an HP burn on his A2 on a 3-turn cooldown on all enemies for 3 turns. And then instantly activates any HP burns on all enemies. Then places a shield on all allies for 2 turns, equal to the damage inflicted by the HP burn activation. It cannot exceed 25k. Usually it's going to be 25k, He also has Rise from the Ashes. This guy's a reviver too. Revives all dead allies at 50% HP, 40% turn meter, and then grants an extra turn. Passive. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 5% for each HP burn debuff placed. Whenever a burn debuff is activated, heals all allies by 5% of their max HP. Whenever an HP burn debuff is activated on the Tainted Spiderlings, or Tainted Spiderlings, heals all allies by 1% of their max HP. Whenever an HP burn debuff is removed from any enemy, places a decreased resistance on that enemy for 1 turn. Whenever an ally is killed by an enemy under HP burn debuffs, fills his champion's turn meter by 20%. Increases his champion's speed by 7 for each active HP burn debuff. Whew. A+. Step aside, Sissia Flametongue. Hello, Sulfurion. Wow. All right. Skinwalkers. Norog, the pig. He's got a block active skills on his A1, on his A2, and AoE block buffs. Very simple kit. Very simple. That's it. That's his only active skill, right? Aside from his A1. Thick skin. He's immune to stun, freeze, and sleep. Decreases the damage all allies take that are under 1 or more buffs by 15%. Decrease the damage taken by all allies that are under no active buffs by 25%. This is one of the better damage, if not the best, damage mitigating abilities, passives in the game. It's like a built-in, and obviously can stack with strengthen too, but it's a built-in strengthen at all times, and he can't be CC'd. This passive makes up for how underwhelming and basic the rest of his kit is. 106 base speed, I'll give him a B. Longbeard. Oh, we mentioned him earlier. He's an ally attacker. He has a hard-hitting A1, a hard-hitting A2. On the A1, he's ignoring shield and block damage. On the A2, he's placing a big version of Weaken for 2 turns. The A2 is on a 2-turn cooldown as well. So one of the more dependable weakens out there for single target, great against bosses. Horde's Fury attacks one enemy with 4 allies. Increase the damage inflicted by 20%. So straight up damage mitigation off of that we lose off the ally attack. Really good. I would argue the best blender, Cardio, Fat Man, Longbeard, the best blender comp ally attackers in the game. I'll give him a B. Hackhorn Smash Lord. 24k base HP, very tanky. He has a stun on the A1, 55% chance. On the A2, a cleanse on all allies. Places a block debuffs for 2 turns. Heals all allies 15% of this champion's max HP. A further 10% for each debuff removed. Great ability, only problem is it's a 4-turn, not a 3-turn cooldown. Blood Offering, he's sacrificing HP equal to 25% of this champion's max HP, and then attacks all enemies. Damage inflicted equal to 50% of the champion's max HP, and it's always normal, never critical. It will happen even if it kills himself on a 4-turn cooldown. HP and done is by 33%. I'll give him a D. Listen, he has a cool kit, and you can definitely get utility out of him. But nowadays, we really want this on a 3-turn cooldown, you know? We really want that cleanse and the heal and the block debuffs on a 3-turn. The reason he gets a D and not like a C is because his Blood Offering, it's not a lot of damage. It can easily be mitigated. It's never critical. So that's really all he's got. You know, it's a good ability, but I think he deserves a buff. I've said that before. Razovarg. Hair Force 1. He's got 15k HP, 1000 defense, 110 speed. On the A1 is a triple hitter with turn meter filled by 5%. On the A2, it's an AoE attack, 100% chance of placing a leech for 2 turns. Heals his champion by 10% of their max HP for each leech placed by this skill. An AoE on the Keep Up If You Can on a 3-turn cooldown. Increase speed and increase accuracy on all allies for 2 turns before attacking. Damage is based on his attack and his speed, which comes into handy when we get to his passive built for speed. Each increased speed buff placed by this champion's increases this champion's speed by 5, up to 100. You read that right? Up to 100. Speed in all battles by 20%. He is a speed specialist. I did not go for the fusion. Amazing in clan boss. Really special and unique champion in this game. I wonder where you guys let me know. He's one of the, 20 champions I don't have, legendaries I don't have. Tell me where else you use this guy. That would be my knock against him. I'll give him a B. Bambus 4-leaf. Fusion champion, 110 base speed, 21k, 1300. Bambus is a weird dude. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't have him because not many people do right now. The fusion's going on at the time of this recording. And he's got such a unique kit that I think is going to require a lot of play testing. So I might respectfully take a pass on this dude, but let's read his kit. He's got a decreased speed, pass in terms of ranking him. A decreased speed on his A1. Will attack all enemies instead if the initial target is under 2 or more debuffs. The attack has a 65% chance of placing a decreased speed. Then places a sleep debuff on this champion for 1 turn, and it cannot be blocked or resisted. He has that on every move. On his A2, Grove Tender attacks all enemies. Before attacking, places a shield buff on all allies equal to 30% of their max HP for 2 turns. Also increases the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. After attacking, has a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn, even if the attack is a weak hit. Also increases the value of shield buffs on all allies by 2% for each enemy buff that had its duration decreased by this skill. Then he has a sleep on himself. Dream Sight is A3. This is on a 4-turn cooldown, attacks 1 enemy. First, or target an enemy. First, places an increased accuracy and increased attack on all allies for 2 turns. Great for bomb setups, you know. Then 100% chance of placing an enfeeble debuff, where they can only land weak hits, on the target enemy for 2 turns. The enfeeble debuff cannot be placed on bosses. Also has a 100% chance of placing a decreased accuracy on all enemies for 2 turns. So you get increase, decrease accuracy on the same move. Then we get to sleep. Sleeping Sage, his passive, has a 50% chance of transferring any debuffs placed on an ally to this champion while they're under a sleep debuff, while he's under a sleep debuff. Will not transfer CC debuffs. At the start of this champion's turn, removes any sleep debuffs from this champion. Active, transfers all debuffs from this champion to the enemy with the highest resistance if a sleep debuff was removed from this champion by this champion's passive skill. And this cannot be resisted. Very unique champion. I'll say that, guys. I will say that. Gonna be cool to test out in Dragon. My gut is just to give you something, is he's going to be kind of a B+ champion. War Chief, for my money, one of the best single target provoker in the game. Triple hitter with a provoke, 35% chance on every hit. But it's really about the A2. Marauder is a 2-turn cooldown, a provoke for 3 turns. On a 2-turn cooldown. Steals 2 buffs from the target. And then reflects some damage back. It's negligible damage. But man, I mean, he's got the most basic kit, but he's a great provoker. He's an example of like a one trick who's just so solid, right? It's hard to rank War Chief, right? When you're really good at one thing, the best in the game at one thing, but that's all you do, you know? I don't know. I'll give him a B+. But if you need a provoker, S, right? That's the case with a lot of these champions, to be fair. Like, they do one thing really good. Mighty Uko. Mighty Uko. 109 base speed is an AoE with a decreased attack on his A1. An AoE, times 2. Each hit removes 2 buffs. You can remove 4 buffs from the target on a 4-turn cooldown. Plays a block buffs and a decreased accuracy for 2 turns on targets who have no buffs after the attack. And then he has a revive on a 4-turn cooldown when booked, a block damage, and increased speed on all allies. We'll even use the increased speed if there's no dead allies, which you don't always want. And then he has this very broken passive. 50% chance of stealing a random buff from a random enemy each time a buff is placed on the enemy team. Will only attempt to steal 1 buff for each type of buff placed simultaneously. When the buffs are stolen, they become protected. Dude, sick passive. Speed in all battles by 20%. A+. Very good in the arena in a stun set. Very good in Hydra. Very good in waves. Very good control. Very good support. Great champion. Brachus the Shifter. The raw damage dealer himself. 2019 Halloween champion. Added to the game. Very cool looking aesthetics here. Very squishy. 793 base defense. Attacks one enemy. Heals his champion by 15% of the damage inflicted on the A1. Then he has a 6-time hitter on Full Moon Rampage. 3-turn cooldown too, when booked. First hit, 100% chance of placing a big version of Weaken for 3 turns. Heals his champion by 25% of the damage inflicted. Heals his champion by 50% of the damage inflicted instead if the target's under Fear or True Fear. On the A3, Hunter's Howl. Plays an increased attack on all allies for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, then attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing a True Fear debuff for 1 turn. Has a 75% chance of placing a Fear debuff on 2 random enemies for 1 turn if the True Fear debuff is placed. Beast Mode. Damage increases by 40% when this champion's HP drops below 40%. Active effect. Revives this champion with 20% HP when killed and immediately grants an extra turn. So he comes back to life and he hits hard. Brachus is a great raw damage dealer. He can be great in Fire Knight. Unfortunately, only a single target hitter, a hit on the A1. That's kind of unfortunate. You'd like at least 2 there to complement the rest of the kit. But overall, man, he's still a great damage dealer. Great multi-hitter. You still want to go with Giant Slayer as a mastery, even though he only has 1 hit on his A1. Anyway, I'll give him a B-. Nishak Verminlord. We have a 3-time hitter on the A1. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing a bomb for 2 turns. Bomb debuffs placed by this skill on enemies whose max HP is equal to or higher than 200,000 bosses will double damage. Okay. On the A2, an AoE attack, 100% chance of placing a decreased attack for 2 turns. Has a 100% chance of decreasing the detonation countdown on all bomb debuffs by 1 turn and increasing the duration of all poison debuffs by 1 turn. Poison? What are you talking about, Ash? We'll keep reading. Unclean Banquet, his A3. Attacks all enemies. Has a 100% chance of placing 2 bomb debuffs on each target, then grants an extra turn. It's a 2-turn bomb. Bomb debuffs placed by this skill on enemies whose max HP is double damage again, right? So the extra turn, you get this ability, you land it, you get the extra turn, it reduces the cooldown, you come into the A2, and then you decrease the detonation by 1 turn, right? Passive. Rat Plague. Every time a bomb debuff placed by this champion detonates or is removed, places 2 poisons, big version, for 2 turns. And they're protected. Dude, this guy's amazing. Check this out. Let me just show you. He has 2 AoEs right out the gate, right? He's already hitting hard just as a nuker. Just as a nuker. Forget the fact that he's laying out double damage bombs. And he's got a 4.6 and a 4.5 multiplier on his nukes. A+, and I'm tempted to go S tier. I'm tempted to go S tier. I think you can make the case he's an S tier champion. You want damage? He's got it. You can even use him in the arena. You want a one-shot bommel? One-turn bommel? He's got it. I'll go A+ for now. Snick Track. Snick Track. We have an HP-based champion with a decreased attack on the A1. If the target's under leech, has a 100% chance of placing a decreased attack for 2 turns before attacking. On the A2, an AoE with decreased speed, 100% on 3-turn cooldown. Also places a shield on all allies, equal to 30% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. The shield cannot be removed if it's placed when there's enemies under leech, so protected shield on the AoE with decreased speed. Solid. Vernum Vitae. 3-turn cooldown when booked. I like that the books go right to the cooldown too. Ally protect on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. Also places a reflect damage on all allies for 2 turns, then heals this champion by 50% of their max HP. Soul Rot. Whenever an ally under reflect damage buff is attacked, places a leech debuff on the attacker for 1 turn. Reflex 50% of the damage. This champion receives it back to the attacker. Increase the amount of damage reflected by 20% from reflect damage buffs placed by allies. Increase HP in all battles by 33%. Very interesting champion. I do not have Snick Track, as you guys can see. I don't have Samson, either the next champion. So, but I want him. I want to try him out. I would give him a B+ in my head. Samson the Masher. 23k base HP, 1200 base defense. Very formidable there in terms of base stats. 98 speed, about average. 2-time hitter, each with a shot of placing a stun. 45% chance, not bad on the A1. On the A2, an AoE, remove increased defense buffs from enemies before attacking, and an extra hit, the attack kills an enemy. Okay. HP-based champion, though, it doesn't hit incredibly hard. Increase accuracy on all allies for 3 turns. Increase crit damage on this champion for 3 turns, and then grants an extra turn. So a great self-buffing ability to start things out. Decrease the damage this champion receives from critical hits by 20%. Counterattacks the attacker when hit with a critical hit, which is great. You can stun them. 50% chance of counterattacking the attacker when hit with a strong, normal, or weak hit. Not a bad kit. Problem is, though, let's just take a look at his multipliers really quickly. I'm afraid that he doesn't hit all that hard. He has he gets a godlike damage rating on his A2, but I don't know. A 0.29 is not that crazy for an HP. If you guys have this dude, let me know what you think. I would give him I'd probably give him a B-. Seems like the ratings kind of agree with me there. I don't know. You guys let me know. Cleo Tyrix. I was talking about, when we were talking about Yannicka like 3 hours ago, I was talking about my other favorite Spirit Affinity nuker, and it's Cleo Tyrix. I guess Karato would be up there too. She's so good in terms of attack-based. She's really good. She's also a daily login champion. She's got, 1,100 defense, which is good, 102 speed, 1531 great attack, almost 15,000, base HP, okay. She's got a weaken, 50% chance on the A1. Increases to a 70% chance if they're under Hex. Plays a perfect Veil on this champion for 1 turn if it kills an enemy while under Hex. Not going to happen a lot on the A1, to be fair. Feather Barrage. An increased crit rate and an increased crit damage on this champion for 2 turns, then attacks all enemies. Has a 100% chance of placing a block active skills for 2 turns on targets under Hex. Is on a 3-turn cooldown. Good multipliers, great damage, self-buffing, you name it. And then it all comes together with Sky Punishment. Another very hard-hitting ability. Increase accuracy on this champion for 2 turns, then attacks all enemies. 100% chance of placing the Hex for 3 turns. And then 100% chance of placing a Fear for 1 turn instead on enemies that are already under Hex. Now we have control. Countermand, her passive. Counterattacks with a default skill. Every time this champion loses 30% more HP in a single turn, always counterattacks if 2 or more allies are dead. I'll give her an A. That's how high I am on Cleoteryx, guys. I think she's great. Ragash! They broke the mold when they made Ragash. Defense-based champion, 1443 base defense, 102 speed, 18k on the HP. It places an increased defense on this champion for 2 turns on his A1. Guaranteed. So now we got a defense-based nuker support who has increased defense in his kit too. An AoE, decreased defense, and 100% stun on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Woo! That is an ability, man. So an AoE, big damage, decreased defense, and a stun. Wow. Got a big version of strength and big version of speed and a perfect veil on this champion. Big version of strength and big version of increased speed on all allies, and then a perfect veil on the A3. It's like they're like, hey, this is so good, this A2. Let's give him another broken support ability now. So he's got control, he's got debuffs, he's got support, and he's got damage. At the start of each turn, plays a perfect veil for 1 turn on the ally with the highest attack. Inflicts 20% more damage against targets whose defense is lower than this champion's defense. Some of you might disagree with me on this one. I'm going defense and all bows by 30%. I'm going S tier on Ragash. Yeah, I think he's that good, guys. Got the Wolverine motif going on as well with the, I think he's just, I mean, look at that kit, guys. Increased defense, decreased defense, stun on a 3-turn cooldown, tons of damage, increased speed, strength in big versions, perfect veil on the, just insanely good kit. All right. Next, we have Great Hoof, Laracia. All right, support champion. She was another fusion champion, the Cow. We call her the Cow. Attacks 1 enemies on Deprive or A1. Each hit has a 50% chance of stealing a random buff, 2-time hitter. On the A2, Great Hoof Stampede, an AoE with a decreased resistance. Okay. Fills the champion's turn meter by 10% for each decreased resistance debuff placed by this skill on a 3-turn cooldown. Okay. A block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns, and a turn meter filled by 20% on all allies on the A3. And then Hoofbeats fills his champion's turn meter by 5% each time an ally buff is removed, transferred, stolen, or expires. Strong passive, Hoofbeats. It's all about that speed and debuff synergy. I have a tough time fitting her in on any team at all. You know, her kit doesn't read that bad. But I've been underwhelmed with this champion since the day that I fused her, honestly. Block debuffs is good. Turn meter fill is good. You know, decreased resistance is good, but niche. I'll give her a C-. What do you guys think? D+? I'll give her a D+. Sun Wukong. Well, we all know Sun Wukong, don't we, guys? Do I even need to read the kit? 25, make it a 35, 50% chance of placing a stun for 1 turn on the A1. It increases to a 75% chance if the target has any buffs. On the A2, attacks 1 enemy, ignore 50% of target's defense. Will attack all remaining enemies with surplus damage. It can be insanely good, this ability. If the initial target survives, places a sheep debuff on them for 1 turn and it can't be blocked. On the A3, now you see us an AoE attack. Before attacking, steals all buffs from all enemies and places a block buffs on them for 2 turns. And then you put it all together with Unbeatable Wukong, don't you? Revises champion with 100% HP and 100% turn meter 3 turns after they're killed. What? This guy just keeps coming back to life and back to life and back to life and back to life like a zombie, man. Speed in arena battles by 28%. A great speed lead as well. Man, he deals some serious damage on that A2 with a 50% ignore defense. He can one-shot UDKs for days, you know, or turn people into sheep, you know. I'll give him an A+. Sun Wukong, A+. Kornar! Oh, Kornar, the beast. He's got 27,000 HP, 1,000 defense, 99 speed, an AoE on the A1, 50% chance of decreasing each target's turn meter by 5%, okay? Doesn't sound like much, but this can stack up, and it can be great control from this champion out of his A1. Attacks all enemies 2 times instead of 1, and the chances of decreasing each target's turn meter increases to 100% if Manaya is on the same team. The damage to each will be decreased by 50%. He can deal some serious damage, by the way, with his A1. Just that A1 alone. It adds up, you know? On his A2, Beastly Bellow. 100% chance of placing a provoke on all enemies for 1 turn. On a 3-turn cooldown. Already really good. Plays a block debuff and increased defense on this champion for 2 turns. Removes all debuffs from this champion if Manaya is on the same team. On the A3, Battle Waltz. Attacks all enemies. Plays a decreased attack on all enemies for 2 turns. Plays a decreased defense on all targets under decreased attack. So now he's got the 2 essential debuffs. Decreased attack, decreased defense, albeit on a 4-turn cooldown. Ferocious Guard, first passive. Counterattacks when hit by enemies under decreased attack, decreased defense, or decreased speed debuffs. Really good because he has that in his kit too. Always counterattacks when Manaya is on the same team. Very powerful, as I said earlier when we were talking about Manaya. In his second passive, plays an increased defense on all allies if this champion kills an enemy. Not bad. I love Coronar. I'll give him an A-. I think he's very underrated for a Void Legendary. Tamisha! Speaking of underrated for Void Legendaries, I don't know. Maybe she's properly rated. She's very good. Decreased defense on the A, 150%. 100% if they're under HP burn. On the A2, Cunning Chaos is a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies with a burn for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. 100% chance for placing a stun on targets with 50% turn meter or more. 100% chance of placing a decreased speed for 3 turns on targets with less than 50% turn meter. It's really good. I mean, you get the burn for 3 turns. You get the stun, you know, in waves or against, you know, in the arena. You get the decreased speed in Hydra, you know. Burning Regret attacks 1 enemy. Damage increases by 40% for each active burn in the battle, up to 400%. Also has a 100% chance of decreasing target's turn meter by 15%. Decreases target's turn meter by an additional 50% for each active HP burn debuff in the battle. So that could be a massive ability against the spider as well, and it can stack up a ton of damage in Hydra. You know, if they're all under HP burn, I've seen her hit. I've had her hit for over 1 million damage on that A3. Whenever an ally receives a freeze debuff, has a 50% chance to replacing it with a burn instead. It cannot be blocked or removed. Whenever an ally is under an HP burn debuff, this champion's immune to being CC'd. Give her A+. A+ on Tamisha. Leo the Proud. Oh, Leo. One of the best nukers out there in the game. He's got a 2-time hitter with a decreased defense on his A1. Very good on his A1 in ally attack teams, right? You can place that decreased defense. It's each hit, 60% chance. Very dependable. Rage of the Pride is A2, is a 3-turn cooldown AoE attack. But check, it's an AoE times 2, I should say. Does nice damage, but check out the passive of this. This champion's immune to any CC debuffs. Stun, freeze, sleep, petrification, you name it. When this skill is not on cooldown. Wow. That's powerful. Awesome Rory. So you don't use that ability opening up in the arena and you can't CC Leo. Awesome Roar on his A3 attacks all enemies. 100% chance. True Fear. It's a 50% chance they lose their turn and their skill gets put on cooldown. Before attacking, 100% chance of placing a weaken on all enemies. And then, on his passive, instantly places an unkillable before receiving a fatal hit, and damage increases as this champion's HP decreases 1% for every 1% of HP lost. It's a very strong damage multiplier built in that a lot of people forget about. You add that all together, you're looking at one of the best nukers in the game. For the arena, certainly, but even outside the arena. I'll go S tier on Leo. I mean, this A2 is very special. This passive is very special. You can make the case he's maybe, I don't know, the best or second best attack-based nuker in the entire game. All right, so next up we have Orcs. Starting with Grohawk the Bloodied. Good old Grohawk, definitely not the champion that you want to be coming out of a shard when you pull a legendary, to be fair. I don't think anybody's excited about it. Not to say that he's absolute trash, but he feels like an epic, to be fair. 2-time at random, each hit has a 50% chance of placing a decreased speed for 2 turns. An AoE attack on his A2, each critical hit fills this champion's turn meter by 20%. Not bad. Kind of like a, I don't know, Shield Guard, who's an uncommon champion. And then the A3, Lord of War. They actually buffed this ability. They brought it down to a 5 or a 4-turn when booked. Attacks one enemy, steals the target's turn meter, 100% turn meter steal, with a 25% weaken for 2 turns if the attack is critical. Now, you know, speed and done is by 24%. Can you get utility out of this champion? Absolutely. Is he worth taking to 6 stars? Probably not for most players out there. You know, it's just, you know, the Lord of War is good, but stealing 100% turn meter is really an ability that quite a few epics have in this game right now. I'll give him a D+, maybe C-. Krila Witcharm. Krila Witcharm is a great ally attacker and a very unique one. Witchlight Barrier A1 attacks one enemy, plays a shield buff equal to 10% of the champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns. It's actually a handy A1 that comes in, well, handy quite a bit. Blinding Glow is her ally attack. She also brings a stun. So she attacks one enemy, she stuns that enemy, and then has a 100% chance when booked of joining up with 3 random allies to attack an enemy. Now, 3 isn't as good as 4 or all allies. That's really, you know, what we're looking for primarily on ally attackers because someone's going to be left out in a PvE, a 5-person battle. However, it is on a 3-turn cooldown and it has the stun. So it does make up for it for what it lacks. Furthermore, if you're in the arena with Krila, you know, everybody will join that attack. On the A3, War Weirding has an AoE decrease or an all ally increase attack, and an increased crit rate on all allies 3 turns, then attacks all enemies on a 4-turn cooldown. Not a bad ability. It's nice to have the increased attack and increased crit rate with the ally attack as well. Just an overall really, really solid kit. I want to say she was a fusion like way back in the day, right? Or a fragment summon. Either way, she can deal some damage too on top of all of that as a support champion. So I will give her a A-. Tila Gormain. Talk about big buffs, guys. Oh my God. On the A1, we attack one enemy, steals 1 random buff from the target, also has 50% chance of stealing another random buff if the target is under 2 or more buffs. On the A2, Pyre Strike, 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance when booked to placing an HP burn for 2 turns. Also a continuous heal on all allies. Not bad. Life Worm on her A3. A 4-turn cooldown, another AoE attack. 100% chance of increasing the duration of all HP burn debuffs on all enemies by 1 turn. Also has a 100% chance when booked to placing a leech and a hex for 2 turns. With all that HP, 22k, she's bringing the leech, she's bringing a continuous heal, she's bringing the hex, she's bringing the burn. And extending the burn. Very good champion now. I give her an A+. And if you disagree with that, maybe you haven't used her in a while. She's really good. She can solo a lot of content as well. Daenag Skull Reap, an attack-based champion, pretty squishy. On his a very interesting champion. First of all, he looks pretty cool. Like, look at that cape, man. Solid. On his A1, attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing a decreased defense for 2 turns on his A1. Chance increases to 50, make it 70 when booked if the target's under a fear or a true fear. On his A2, Bane of Elves, it's an AoE attack on a 3-turn cooldown, 100% chance of placing a decreased accuracy debuff for 2 turns and a true fear debuff for 1 turn. Champions from High Elf and Dark Elf factions cannot resist these debuffs. He hates elves. And he does some good damage too, good multipliers. On his A3, Battle Flow, attacks one enemy, will ignore shield buffs. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. Decrease the cooldown of Battle Flow by 2 turns, fills a turn meter by 30%, and places an increased crit damage on this champion if you kill an enemy. And it all comes together with this passive. Healthy Grudge heals this champion by 50% of their max HP every time they kill an enemy. Also grants an extra turn every time this champion kills an enemy who's in High Elf or a Dark Elf. The thing about Daenag Skull Reap is, frankly, he's very niche. You know, you can have a lot of fun with him, though. He's like one of those fun champions that's not amazing. He hits hard, and if you see a bunch of High Elves and Dark Elves on a team in the arena, you can have some crazy synergy of taking all these extra turns and extra. It just keeps going, you know? Extra turn every time he kills somebody, he hits hard enough to kill them. That being said, very limited overall viability in the game. I'll give him a C. Artak. Ooh, Artak. A boatload of HP from an HP-based champion. 22k. Almost 1,200 on the defense, 100 on the speed. He has an AoE on the A1. 45% chance to extend the duration of burns on the A2 and AoE again. Before attacking, instantly activates HP burns. 100% chance when booked to placing a decreased attack for 2 turns, all on a 3-turn cooldown. And then on the A3, you guessed it, another AoE, again on a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies not once, but twice. The first hit has a 100% chance of placing a burn on all enemies. Restores this champion's destroyed HP by 10% for each burn placed by the skill. Heals by 5% for each burn attempt blocked or resisted by the enemy team. Burning Blood passive. Whenever a burn is activated, destroys this champion's max HP by 5%, stacks up to 50%. Of course, we do get that back on the A3. Increases the champion's crit damage. Crit damage and defense by 1% for each 1% of their destroyed max HP. Also increases the champion's speed and resist by 2 for each 1% of their destroyed max HP. That's insane. Our attack is really, really good. Oof. I'm going to give him an A+. A+ on Artak. Can make the case for an S tier. Robar, and he was free for everybody. A login champion, not a login, 7-day login champion, chase champion. Robar. Oh, we mentioned Robar earlier. 694 base defense. What? That's bad. 19k on the HP, though. He's a nuker. He's not built to take a hit. Attack one enemy has a 50% chance of placing a stun. Grants an extra turn if the debuff if the stun is successfully placed. On Wild Swing, attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a decreased defense. And then on the A3, Merciless Assault, 4-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies. Damage increases if the target's under a CC debuff. If they're under a CC debuff, it's one of the hardest hitting abilities in the game on this A3. I mentioned it before, but to me, he's so similar to an Abyss. Different mechanics on the A3, but they're both bringing the AoE, hard-hitting decreased defense. They're both Force Affinity, and they both have an even harder-hitting 4-turn cooldown on their A3. B-. Again, he's kind of, good damage, nice debuffer, but that's about it, a little bit one-dimensional, I guess. B-, just like I said on Abyss. Gomlong Skyhide received a buff somewhat recently. He has a leech on the A1. 50% chance, make it a 75% chance of placing a leech for 2 turns on 2 random enemies if the champion has full HP. On Fateful Trickster is a 2-turn cooldown on the A2. Attacks 1 enemy, has a 100% chance when booked of stealing all buffs from the target. Also has a 100% chance of stealing 50% of the target's max turn meter. Very good. Very good there. Very good. On a 2-turn cooldown, that's a very good ability. Wild Surge, a 4-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a decreased defense on all enemies for 2 turns. The first hit also has a chance of placing decreasing the target's turn meter by 10%. Second hit has a chance 100% of placing a weaken for 2 turns if this champion has full HP. Enchanter, passive, 3-turn cooldown. Whenever there are 4 more buffs are placed on the enemy team in a single turn, places a shield buff on this champion for equal to 30% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. That helps him ensure that he has that full HP, so you can get the weaken, so that we can get the leech. So his kit reads really well. He still wasn't hit that hard, and that's the bummer. The other bummer is these debuffs, although they're great, it is on a 4-turn cooldown, so it does mitigate his viability a little bit. I'll give him a C+. Cool kit, just needs to hit harder. King Garage. 1564 base attack, kind of squishy. 2-turn hitter on the 2-time hitter, on the A1. 35% chance of placing a stun for 1 turn. Chance increases to 50 if the target's turn meter is below 50%. Hack to Bits, a 4-time hitter on a 3-turn cooldown. Each critical hit has a 50% chance of decreasing the cooldown of his A3 by 1 turn. Goremaker is an AoE attack on a 5-turn cooldown, but you do get that nice decrease. 4 shots at a 50-50 on the A2. We'll ignore 20% of each target's defense. We'll ignore a further 5% of defense for each buff on the target. And sadly, it's going to be another one of those situations where, kind of like Gomlock, he really just doesn't hit hard. You need him to hit hard. You need him to nuke. These champions need to nuke to justify these kits. Cool kit. But again, he has a cool passive too, I should say. Increases champion's speed by 6, crit damage by 7 for each enemy this champion kills in a round. Stacks Whenever champions revive, fills his champion's turn meter by 30% for each enemy revived. Then places increased attack and increased crit damage on this champion for 1 turn. Really cool kit. Just needs damage, man. Needs damage. C. Nogdar the Headhunter. Nogdar, man. Almost 1,700 base attack, guys. Wow. He got a big buff, too. He's very squishy. 12k HP. That's right, 12k. And he's not a rare. Attacks one enemy, heals this champion by 10% of their max HP, and grants an extra turn if the attack kills an enemy. On the A2, Gore Feast. Attacks all enemies after attacking this champion, sacrifices 50% of his max HP, and then places a continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns. Sacrifice will happen even if it kills him. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. Last Rite sacrifices HP equal to 50% of this champion's max HP, equalizes HP with the target enemy, then grants an extra turn. Oof. In the passive, revives this champion 50% turn meter in 50% HP in full turn meter when dead if 3 or more allies are alive. Now this is the big buff to this dude. It used to be a 50% turn meter and 50% HP. Now it's a full turn meter. So he basically gets to go again when he dies. So we don't care if he dies as long as everybody else is alive. Increase ally attack in all battles by 33%. Oof, I love Nogdar. He's so much fun. He used to be so fun in a frenzy. But his viability, I mean, you can have fun with him in the arena, but, you know, Sun Wukong is so much better, you know? I'll give Nogdar the Headhunter. He had his day in the sun. He was really good. He could basically one-shot Sand Devil the day it came out. I have a video on that if you guys want to check it out. But I will give... Is there lore on this? There's lore for him, too. I'll give him a C+. I wish I could give him a higher score, but just limited utility in the game. Iron Brago, defense-based champion. Almost 1,500 base defense as well. 19k, 18k on the HP. So not too bad, but not that great. Has a 30% chance on the A1 of decreasing the duration of all buffs on the enemy. Not bad. Small chance, but a good ability. Fearless Charge plays an increased defense on all allies for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, then attacks one enemy. 100% chance to stun that enemy. 100% chance to stun, of placing a stun debuff for 2 turns instead if the target's under 2 or more buffs. It's a very, very good ability. Battlestorm, AoE attack, does good damage too. 3-turn cooldown, 75% chance of placing a provoke. Man, we wish it was 100. What can you do? 75 is still not bad. Plays a decreased attack on all enemies for 2 turns if he's under an increased defense. Which again, he basically always is because he has it on a 3-turn cooldown lasting for 3 turns. Bestow Strength, increase, this is a great passive too. Increase the defense of all allies by 10% of this champion's defense. That's so solid. If he has 5,000 defense, I don't have to tell you guys, 500 extra defense on everybody. That's like a 5-star, 4-star blessing or whatever, you know? Very, very strong. Overall, I'll give him an A. Yeah, A. Varl the Destroyer. Varl is a Doom Tower hard champion as well. On his A1, he attacks one enemy, heals his champion by 30% of the damage inflicted. They have this double-wielding... What do they call these things? I don't even know the weapon. You guys in the comments will know. Lay Waste on the A2. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a weakened big version for 2 turns. Also places a decreased attack for 2 turns on the enemies who receive the weaken. Okay. And then Calamity Torrent, his A3 ability, attacks one enemy, will ignore 30% of the target's defense, destroys their max HP by 50% of the damage inflicted, plays a block damage if it kills an enemy on him. 4-turn cooldown. Mass Murder passive. No cooldown. Increases champion's attack by 10% each time they use an active skill. Stacks up to 100%, resets each round. Man, again, the kit reads really fun. But unfortunately, as with all, like, the orcs really suck. If you didn't know, right? There's some exceptions to that rule. But there's a lot of sucky orcs. Varl the Destroyer, I'll give him a D. I'm just not a fan of his kit, guys. Not a fan of his kit at all. AoE weaken, not dealing a ton of damage. And a single target ability. Jag Bonesaw, a new Spirit Affinity, a new Spirit Affinity nuker in the Orc faction. He has a really cool aesthetic about him. I pulled this dude, I was so excited, and he let me down a little bit as well. He has a steel turn, target's turn meter on the A1, 25% chance of repeating the skill. Shred the Flesh on the A2, a 2-time hitter before attacking, transfers all debuffs from this champion to the target. Damage from the first hit increases by 10% for each debuff transferred. Then it applies a debuff spread, taking 2 random debuffs from the target, placing them on all enemies. Damage from the second hit increases by 5% for each debuff transferred and each debuff applied through the debuff spread. This Shred the Flesh ability, I'm not going to lie to you guys, even though he's a little bit underwhelming, it can smack if you can get that damage to scale up. On the A3, Lacerating Tempest. On a 4-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies before attacking, removes all buffs from all enemies. Damage increases by 5% for each buff removed. Fills his champion's turn meter by 15% for each enemy killed by this skill. And then on the Rev Up the Saw passive, at the start of this champion's turn, places an increased accuracy and increased crit damage on them for 1 turn. Incredibly useful passive because that synergizes so well with the Lacerating Tempest. I said this when I did a guide on this champion, but when Shemnath, who we'll cover in a bit here, it's so hard to build these champions where you need super high accuracy in the arena to remove all the buffs, but you also want to min-max their damage. Well, having that increased accuracy really alleviates a lot of that. Increased crit damage as well. At the end of his turn, he places a decreased crit rate and a decreased crit damage on the enemy with the highest crit damage for 1 turn. It's a nice little damage mitigator there too. Listen, he can hit hard, but again, I hate to say it. I hate to keep saying Sun Wukong, but everybody got this dude at the time of this recording at least. And he's just, frankly, a lot stronger. And he hits, you know, his AoE on Jag hits a little bit harder, but the A2 on Sun Wukong hits way harder. And the passive, as cool as it is on Rev Up the Saw, it's better on Sun Wukong, just have him continue to return to life with the extra turns. So it's hard to compare another champion to another champion. Like, it's a little unfair. But we're comparing him the same affinity to a champion that, frankly, everybody has, you know? So that being said, I'll give him a B. Warlord. Attacks 1 enemy, has a 40% chance of increasing the duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Grade A1. Protection of the Gods, 3-turn cooldown, block debuffs on all allies for 1 turn. We love it for 2 turns, but, I mean, we're not going to be picky. It's an insanely good ability and an insanely good champion. Plays a shield on all allies, 30% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. It's a good heal. And then heals all allies by 25% of their max HP. So we love both of them to be on his max HP, but still, it's a great protection ability. Well, it's called Protection of Gods, so literally. Orcish Rituals, one of the strongest arena moves in the game. And just one of the strongest moves in the game. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance to put each target's skills on cooldown, and then a 60% chance when booked of fully depleting each target's turn meter in addition. And neither of these will be blocked with blocked debuffs. Oof. I mean, he's one of the 2 most sought-after champions in the arena, he and Yumeko. Increase ally resistance in all battles by 80. S tier. Angar. Hate this champion. Angar on the A1, 2-time hitter, places an extra hit if the enemy has a provoke. On the A2, AoE with provoke on them for 1 turn. AoE provoke, excuse me. Reflect damage on all allies for 2 turns. Counterattack on this champion for 2 turns. Can be, you know, serviceable in Fire Knight, can help you clear the waves and the reflect damage on everybody. Plus, you know, the 2-time hitter and the counterattack on himself will help get that shield down as well. Easy to keep alive. Bravado, if an enemy with provoke debuff attacks, has a 50% chance to place another provoke on them for 1 turn. Each hit taken will reduce damage by 5% up to 30% in 1 round. Super underwhelming for a Void legendary. Come on. I mean, for a legendary, he's still a little underwhelming in my opinion. He doesn't provoke, like, even though he has the cool passive and the AoE, it's on a 3-turn cooldown. He's not like a war chief, you know? I give him a D. I think he needs a buff. Raka Viletide. Fast Reviver, 109 speed. Pretty decent survivability stats, but I'd like more on her for a Void legendary. On the A1, attacks 1 enemy, heals the ally with lowest HP by 10% of this champion's max HP. On the A2, Oozing Blessing removes all debuffs from all allies, places an increased attack buff, and a shield 25% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. Good ability, great ability on a 3-turn cooldown. Revives all dead allies, 50% HP, 50% turn meter, block debuffs for 2 turns on all allies, and will place the block debuffs even if there's no dead allies. So you can use this similar to a Mighty Uko. and just use that as a 2-turn block debuffs. Creep, passive. 2-turn cooldown when booked. Active effect. At the start of each turn, fills a turn meter of all allies by 10%. Pretty solid. Passive effect. At the start of each turn, places a continuous heal buff on the ally with lowest HP for 2 turns. Will not place a continuous heal buff on this champion. So the passive, there's no cooldown. It happens at each turn. On the active, it happens every 2 turns. Increase ally speed in all battles by 19%. Raka's a tough one to grade out. She doesn't see a lot of usage in the game. Duchess is better, right? And she's not Void. But I mean, it's again unfair to compare her to like one of the best non-Void champions in the game. If you look at her kit in a vacuum, she brings a lot to the table. She really does. I like this passive. I like the active effect on creep too. I'll give her a A-. Supreme Galek. I don't have Supreme Galek. The only Supreme I don't have, and the best as well. On the A1, Exemplar of Rage attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has an extra 10% chance of inflicting a critical hit. Each hit also has a 60% chance when booked of increasing the duration of HP burn debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Bloodshed Tempest attacks 4 times at random. Increase attack buff on this champion for 3 turns before attacking on a 3-turn cooldown. Each hit also has an extra 10% chance of inflicting a critical hit. Each hit also has a 100% chance when booked of instantly activating HP burn debuffs on each target and decreasing the duration of those HP burn debuffs by 1 turn. Fills this champion's turn meter by 30% if 3 or more HP burn debuffs are activated during the attack. On the A3, Unreasoning Outburst. 3-turn cooldown attacks to all enemies. Again, 10% extra chance of inflicting a crit. 100% chance of placing an HP burn and a block buffs for 2 turns. Places a decreased speed on targets whose turn meter is higher than 50%. This is what makes the kit all come together. HP burn and block buffs make him, on the same ability, 3-turn cooldown with the instant activation, make him one of the better Hydra clan boss damage dealers in the game. And just debuffers with the block buffs. Whenever this champion receives a fear, true CC debuffs, instantly removes it. Then fully heals this champion. And grants an extra turn. Granted on a 4-turn cooldown, but that's really nice to have too. Attacking all battles by 33%. I'll give Supreme Galek. Did I say Ultimate Galek earlier? Sorry if I did. I'll give Supreme Galek a A-. All right. That's the Orcs, guys. Moving right along to the Demonspawn. Prince Kymar. Oh, Prince Kymar. An AoE with a poison on the A1. Big version. An AoE. Remove all buffs and place a sleep on the A2. Amazing. And then Seal of Magic resets the cooldown of all ally skills, fills a turn meter of all allies except this champion by 20% on a 6-turn cooldown. Speed in arena battles by 30. Can use him in the arena. So good. Removes all buffs. Get the sleep. So you can build like an Arbiter fast or just him fast as an Aura lead. You go in there, you remove everything, you put them all to sleep. And then you allow the chance for your nukers or whatever, the rest of your team to catch up. You don't have to worry about their speed so much because they're all asleep. And you're removing all their buffs. 50-50 shot to remove Stone Skin. And then, of course, one of the most used champions in Seer reset, in Eleanoril, like Poison, Combust reset teams in the game with Seal of Magic. So he's used incredibly widely in both PvP and PvE. One of the top champions in the game. I give him S tier. Tyrant Ixlamore. Tyrant. Good base stats. 22k HP. 1343 in the defense. 103 speed. Speedy 2. Well, kind of speedy. Attacks one enemy in Feast of Flame. Heals this champion by 25% of the damage inflicted. Heals this champion by 50% of the damage inflicted instead if the target's under a burn. Hellfire Torrent. It's a AoE attack with 100% burn for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown a la Temesia. Very good. I mean, a burn for 3 turns on a 3-turn, and he's defense-based. I think I mentioned that, right? And then Infernal Minions. We get the increased defense and ally protect on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. Tyrant is really good, guys. Damage inflicted under enemies by under HP burns is reduced by 10%. And then he has HP in all battles by 25%. Man, this guy's good. Give him an A. Countess Lix. Look at those wings. Whoa, toxic. Countess Lix. Her kit reads really well. A 2-time hitter with a weaken on the A1. 50% chance on each hit. Or excuse me, 50% chance total. On the A2, Mire of Misery. I just love saying that ability. and AoE times not 1, not 2, but 3. A la Akemptum. Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a decreased speed for 2 turns. Each hit also has a 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 10%. Man, it's a really strong control ability. Time dilation and AoE. I mean, we get, just going back here, 30% turn meter reduction and the big version decreased speed because it happens on each hit. Time dilation attacks all enemies with a block active skills for 2 turns. This is on a 5-turn cooldown. Also decreases the cooldown of all ally skills except this champion by 1 turn. Very powerful ability as well. Granted on a 5-turn cooldown. Removes 1 random debuff from Astralon and this champion at the start of each turn, but is only available Astralons on the same team. Fills this champion's turn meter by 5% each time an ally receives a debuff. She can be good in Hydra. She can be good pretty much anywhere in the game as a control champion. However, with the block active skills and the decreased speed and the turn meter. However, she doesn't excel in any one area, you know? Nor does she bring like a quintessential must-have for any team. So I think that holds her down a little bit. She doesn't deal much damage, no multipliers, despite having that strong, you know, quadruple or triple AoE. I'll give her a B. A B. It's a tough, because if she did more damage or brought anything extra that was like essential, I want to give her more because she has a really cool kit, cool champion. But I think B is fair. Hefrak. Nuker, obviously attack-based. Looks pretty cool. Very demonic. Attacks 1 enemy on Hefrak's Grin is A1. An additional hit if the attack is critical. An AoE with an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit, which is usually the case because it smacks. Each hit will ignore 15% of the target's defense. Woof! On the A3, Megalomania places an increased attack and an increased crit rate on this champion for 3 turns. Then grants an extra turn. Very strong. You can start with a self-buffing in the arena and go in and smack everybody with Hefrak's Scorn, which is also on a 3-turn. But where the kit really, you know, turns magical is the Prince of Pride, his passive. It's a 4-turn cooldown. Whenever an ally is killed, it instantly activates that really hard-hitting nuke and it doesn't put it on cooldown. So basically, if somebody dies in the arena, he instantly kills everybody, you know, and if he doesn't, you still take your turn, you still get your buffs, you get an extra turn, and you still have this available to use because it doesn't go on cooldown. I'll give Hefrak an A. Very, very good nuker. Drexstar Blood Twin, available in Tag Team Bazaar for everybody, defense-based champion. He heals on his A1, a triple hitter, good for Giant Slayer Mastery. Has a 30% chance of placing an HP burn for 2 turns. Heals his champion by 20% of the damage inflicted if the target's under a burn. Very good because this is essentially a built-in lifesteal, and this allows him to solo a lot of content, even without lifesteal gear. Burning Lash is an AoE, hard-hitting for a defense-based nuker on a 3-turn cooldown. Is a 60% provoke. It increases to 100 if the target's under a burn. Also has a decreased attack for 2 turns if the provoke is placed. It's actually bringing a lot on this ability, plus the damage, as I mentioned. Fiery Blood is passive, has a 55, make it a 60, 75% chance of placing a burn 80 with Sniper Mastery for 2 turns on the attacker every time he's hit with no cooldown. His resistance increases by 10 for each enemy under a burn debuff, stacks up to 50. Man, Drexstar is really good, especially for a champion that everybody can get accuracy on all battles by 70 on that aura too. Very juicy aura. I give him an A. I think he's really, really solid. I mean, there's I shouldn't say a lot, but there's more and more champions that can do what Drexstar can do, you know, like Euros' Soul Cage, like solo content, you know. But his utility goes beyond that as well, you know, and it's really cool that he's accessible to all players. Maybe an A-, you know, he's pretty good. Candyman, Canderfawn, one of the hardest hitting A1s in the game in Punish Hubris. Attacks 1 enemy and extra hit if the target's under any buff. On the A2, Butcher's Glee, a very hard hitting again AoE nuke. Attacks all enemies extra turn and resets the cooldown of On the Hunt if you kill an enemy. On the Hunt is a self-buffing ability. No extra turn, but a self-buffing ability. It's a perfect veil, an increased attack, an increased speed, and an increased crit damage on this champion for 2 turns. And then the passive, From the Shadow, it all comes together again. Damage increases by 40% while attacking under a veil or perfect veil. Receives 40% less damage while under a veil or perfect veil. Boosts his champion's turn meter by 15% each time he receives damage while under a veil or perfect veil. Active effect. Places a perfect veil buff on this champion for 1 turn each time an enemy's turn meter is filled, and that is protected. It can't be removed. Oof. Oof. So the active is on a 3-turn cooldown. The passive is always active, obviously. He's probably the... No, I think he is. I think he's the best attack-based go-second nuker in the game because he can protect himself, mitigate damage, mitigate AoE damage inherently with the perfect veil, and it all comes together for just insane damage because he gets more damage as well. So just really good. Increase attack in arena battles by 33% on the aura. Sissia Flame Tongue. I'm not going to say it, but you guys know what I'm thinking. On the A1, almost 1600 base attack. Really, really, not insane multipliers, but not awful either. Most of her damage is coming from burns, and, well, you'll see. A triple hitter on the A1. Each hit has a 15, make it 25, 30% chance of increasing the duration of burns on the target by 1 turn. That's really good because each hit has that shot. On the Flame Eruption, I'm actually going to start with the A3 because that's how you do it when you're executing most of the time. Place an HP burn on a 4-turn cooldown on this champion for 3 turns. Well, she's burning. What do you expect? And then attacks all enemies. 100% chance when booked to placing an HP burn debuff on all enemies for 3 turns. Grants an extra turn if a burn is placed on all enemies. So you take that extra turn, you come into the A2. Attacks all enemies again, 100% chance of placing a weaken for 2 turns. Also has a 100% chance of placing a decreased defense for 2 turns if there are at least 2 enemies under HP burn debuffs. So you can use her, obviously, in spite... Well, I'm going to just finish the ability. Then instantly activates HP burn debuffs on each target and decreases the duration by 1 turn. This is all on a 3-turn cooldown. She's great because she can be an insane damage dealer. She's on, like, every spider, hard 10 or 25 speed run. She's just so good. You can pair her with an Artak or another burner. I pair her with Tamesia. To get some consistency and not have to rely on the A3 as an opener, to rely on it landing on everybody. And she'll still deal insane damage. Moreover, though, you can use her in Hydra Clan Boss as a debuffer. Weaken and decrease defense as well. And especially if you pair her with another burner. I use her with Venus, you know? So I have 2 burn and Cupidus. So I have 3 burners, almost always ensuring that the weaken and decrease defense will land. Increases champion speed by 3 and damage by 3 for each ally and enemy under a HP burn debuff. If Cardio's on the same team, also will heal 3% of their max HP from HP burns. So obviously Cardio, companion champion, accuracy in all battles by 60. A+. Vassal of the Seal, another Doom Tower hard champion, guys. Attacks 1 enemy, places a burn on the target for 2 turns if they're under a true fear or a decreased attack. And then places a shield on this champion for 2 turns, 10% of his max HP. Not a bad A1 because he does have true fear and decreased attack on an AoE on the A2 on a 3-turn cooldown. Infernal Darkness. It's an AoE true fear and decreased attack on an HP-based tanky champion. Solid. On the A3, Demon Possession. Balances the HP levels of all allies. The HP levels of the allies will be brought up to the level of the ally with the highest HP. After balancing, grants an extra turn. Oof, this is a very, very, very good heal. It's probably the best heal in the game. There's a few champions that have it. Sinesh's an epic one that has it. So he has basically an AoE complete heal, very close to on a 4-turn. He has a true fear and a decreased attack on an AoE. And then he has less damage mitigation from Bannerlords, High Elves, and Sacred Order factions. HP in all battles by 33%, tied for the best HP aura in the game. I don't know. It's tough. He is very similar to a Basatha, meaning that by the time that you get this dude, you probably don't need a healer with true fear, you know? And that's the shame, you know? It's a shame, but I do think, you know, in a vacuum, he has a very good kit. I'm going to click on the reviews, but I know they're going to be awful, but he's way better than this, you know? As a progression champion, the problem is he's unlocked behind content. He's locked behind content. So that's a shame. I don't know how to grade a champion like this, because in a vacuum, I would give him like a B+, A- even. I don't know. Probably a B+. But, you know, if you consider the Doom Tower, maybe a B, I don't know. He's okay in faction wars or like HP-only secret rooms. He's basically relegated to that only. That's a shame. Wither the Crowned. Support healer, very fast, 108 speed, 24k on the base HP as well. And AoE with the leech on the A1, continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns, big version. On the A2, feel no pain, 3-turn cooldown, increased defense, increased duration of all continuous heals, instant activation of continuous heals. On the A3, a cleanse and a heal, 30% of this champion's max HP, arguably the best healer in the game. Because she has the instant activation and the big 30% of this champion's max HP and the leech on the AoE and the continuous heal on a random ally and a continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP at the start of each turn on the passive. 108 base speed, did I mention that? A lot of HP, almost 24, over 24k. Resistant all battles by 50. A+. More to Macabre. Heal reduction 100% on the A1. 100% heal reduction, I should say. 85% chance of landing. On the Falling from Grace, 4-turn cooldown, AoE ×2, block buffs, 100% land rate. It can't be resisted if the target's under the heal reduction. Kind of niche, whatever. Fiery Rage is the ability that allows him to unlock his passive. 20% chance to unlock a secret skill peril for 1 turn when he's attacked. Also a 20% chance to fill this champion's turn meter by 25%. Now, if you get lucky and you unlock peril, well, you have one of the strongest abilities, nukes, single target nukes in the game. Arguably the strongest single target nuke in the game. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times, will ignore shield and block damage, as well as 100% defense. Enemies killed by this skill cannot be revived. So block revival, 100% ignore defense. You don't need to build him to worry at all about ignore defense. He already ignores defense. And his HU doesn't hit that hard to justify building him in Savage or Lethal. So build him in Stone Skin for the arena. Or just all crit damage, if you want to. And, just watch him go to town. He's an HP-based champion with 23k base HP, so he's easy to just keep alive as a tank. You can build him slow, too, because he's filling his own turn meter with the passive. And you get that Stone Skin on longer, right? He has speed in all battles by 24%, so ironically, the best speed aura in the game for all battles tied on one of the slowest legendaries at 94 speed. 892, very weak on the defense, too. Very weird champion. Definitely very good in the arena. If he's on a classic arena defense, you can kind of work around him. But, if you have a live arena and your opponent pulls out a Kymar or Wither the Crown and AoE on the A1, there's a lot of champions like that. It's tough to avoid the peril. He'll make mincemeat out of you, Harima kicked him down a notch a little bit because Demonspawn can't inflict critical hits, and that really sucks. Anyway, all that being said, I'll give him a B+. A little niche. It's hard to grade that champion. Lord Shazar, bomb champion. A triple hitter, very hard-hitting damnation on the A1. Good multipliers. And damage increases by 15% for each debuff on the target. He has an increased attack on himself, which is great because he's a bomb champion. Bombs damage off of his attack, right? The buff is protected, can't be removed. Block debuffs for 2 turns as well as an extra turn. So you start with that, you go into the A3, and you have this great bomb. Now, why I say it's great bomb? A, they buffed the multipliers on this bomb. And B, it's an AoE 100% bomb, 2-turn detonation, but decreases the detonation by 1 turn if the attack is critical. Very good bomb champion. For my money, he's the second best bomb champion in the game. Increase ally speed in arena battles by 32%. The best speed aura in arena in the entire game as well. Unfortunately, bombs just aren't super meta still, even despite Stone Skin. So I'll give Lord Shazar, he's a tough one. Man, these are tough demon spawns to grade out. I'll give Lord Shazar a B-. Duchess Lilithu. On the A1, a 2-time hitter plays a shield buff equal to 10% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns on this champion and the ally with the lowest HP. Very nice A1. Comes in handy a lot. On the A2, block debuffs, increase attack on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown with the Perfect Veil. Again, Perfect Veil is going to mitigate 15% of AoE damage. I mentioned that again because I want to parlay how good that is compared to with the passive, stacking on it. Spectral Rebirth is an AoE revival, 70% revive HP, very good, with a Veil on all allies, and a continuous heal on all allies. One of the stronger revivals out there, right? I mean, in terms of setting them up not to die after they're revived, it doesn't get much better than that, right? passive Ethereal Ways. Damage, decreases the damage taken from AoE attacks by 25%, 15 from bosses. So you stack that onto a perfect Veil, and, you know, you're talking about 40% mitigation from AoE attacks. It's really strong. Speed in all battles by 19%. A lot of HP. Pretty fast, 103. S tier. Helicath. A1 2-time hitter with a 50% chance of placing a big version of Weaken for 2 turns on each hit. Also ignoring shield and block damage. Also great multipliers. Might be one of the strongest hitting A1s for a defense-based champion in the game. On the A2, Winds of the Pit, and AoE with a shield based on this champion's defense on a 3-turn cooldown. Again, it's kind of like a Valkyrie-esque shield. It's not quite as big because his defense is 1443 and hers is 1597. But it can deal some damage too. And as a nice shield. Devoted Servants is one of the stronger abilities out there in terms of support in the game. Block damage on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. But then whenever that block damage is removed or expires or stolen or goes away in any way, plays an increased defense on them for 2 turns. Between those 2 turns and these 2 turns, it basically covers the entire 4-turn cooldown. Feast of Agony. Increases champion's defense by 5% for each ally under a block damage, and then counterattacks with a default skill, which we already said is super hard hitting, which ignores shield and block damage whenever an ally is hit while under block damage. Can occur once per enemy turn, no cooldown there. Defense in all battles by 30%. He is amazing in so many areas of this game. I use him in Nether Spider. I use him in Clan Boss. I use him in Iron Twins. I use him in the arena. Those are just 4 quick areas, rapid fire. He's in terms of this overall utility, especially, you know, countering Taurus with the block damage, who's so, you know, dominant everywhere in the game. I think that Helicath is S tier, and I'm pretty firm in that belief. So we get back-to-back S tiers here. Krutraxa, quadruple hitter. Each will ignore 50% of target's defense on the A1. On the A2, Curse of Writhing attacks 1 enemy, 100% chance of placing a Weaken for 2 turns, 100% chance of removing 2 random buffs from the target, and grants an extra turn. It's a great ability. Simple kit. She has a Revive on Death too at the beginning of each round. It's a very simple kit. Good for Fire Knight. Very good for Fire Knight. Very good for the arena. She's not meta in the arena anymore, but still pretty dang good, right? I mean, the Weaken removing buffs and an extra turn and really, really insane multipliers, despite her base attack being, you know, just shy of 1500. You wouldn't know it from these hits. They hit very hard. So you can usually kill somebody on Curse of Writhing and come back in and kill somebody else with the A1. Namely, you can usually kill like a Siphi with the A2 and then come and kill Rhodos because it hits 4 times on the A1. That being said, though, outside of Fire Knight and Arena, which is not super meta right now, I'd call her a B+. An Ithwi Blood Twin. 1729 base attack. That's like the second highest in the game, I want to say. Destroys max HP with the A1, 1-time hitter. No Mercy is a triple hitter. Damage increases equal to the percentage of HP the target has lost. And then an AoE on Tormenting Whispers. They buffed this multiplier. It's an AoE with a leech 100%. And then Final Doom. Heals this champion by 30% of max HP every time they kill an enemy. Enemies killed by this champion cannot be revived. Soul Reap, by the way, will deny revival on everybody as well. Because it's on the passive, not on a skill that's denying the revival. And Nithwi's tough, man. You never want to see this dude in the arena, man. You never want to see him in the arena. That being said, some people like him in Ice Golem, you know, killing the minions and they don't come back alive. That way the Ice Golem's not going to ignore defense. But he is so niche, man. I don't like him in Ice Golem. It's not predictable enough. And in Tormenting Whispers, despite it being an AoE attack on a 3-turn cooldown, they buffed it. Still doesn't deal enough damage. For me, his best utility is really still, and he's squishy. He's 14k HP and 800. You can't use him in high-level Doom Tower waves, you know? You're better off with Constantine and Vlad or something like that if you have, you know, these Void legendaries. I'll give him a B. Only for his viability in the arena. That's it, you know? Okay, moving along to Undead Hordes. I always go Undead Horde and not Undead Hordes, plural. There's many hordes. Crypt King Grawl. Brittleness Bane, sorry. Attacks one enemy, has a 60% chance of placing a decreased attack, 100% chance if the target's under HP burn or a freeze, both of which he has. On the A2, Death fires an AoE on a 3-turn cooldown with a burn for 2 turns. On the A3, Elemental Unity is another AoE with a freeze for 1 turn and a burn for 3 turns on targets already under a burn, and the burn cannot be resisted. And again, he's bringing the burn already on his A2. So 2 AoEs with a burn, also a freeze. I mean, this guy, HP in all battles by 33%. Very fast, 107 base speed. Good base stats. Crypt King Grawl is super underrated. He can solo a lot of content as well. That being said, I wouldn't say he's a meta champion, you know. I'll give him a B+. Maybe A-, right in that territory. Rodos the Lost Groom. Rodos! Oh, Rodos. He's got a decreased defense on his A1 and 25% chance of granting extra turn. You know when this always gets you an extra turn, guys? You know when it always does it? When you're going against UDK and Stoneskin. It just keeps giving you extra turns. You're like, yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, man. His A2 is a 2-turn cooldown Vitality Plunder, attacks one enemy, destroys the target's max HP by 20%, then adds that to this champion's HP, okay? So his damage scales off of HP as well. So basically what this means is he's stealing HP, and the more that we use this ability throughout the duration of the battle, the stronger he gets. On the A3, Fated Destruction attacks one enemy, will ignore 60% of the target's defense. Also ignores unkillable and block damage. Enemies killed by the skill cannot be revived if he's gained the maximum amount of HP from the A2. Grants an extra turn if you kill an enemy. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. Because it's a 2-turn cooldown here and a 3-turn cooldown here, he's actually really good as an anti-Yumeko and Warlord as well. Decreased damage from a single enemy hit. That's why we mentioned Krutaxa can kill him because she has 4 hits and 1 ability. But if you have one, like a Royal Huntsman, who we talked about like 4 hours ago. By the way, if I'm shaking, if I'm like pacing or something, A, my brain is getting fried after talking for 3 or 4 hours, and B, I have a standing desk, and my legs are starting to hurt too. Man, we're going for the marathon YouTube video. Rodos, I mean, what can I say, guys? He is just an insanely good. He and Turvold are my favorite single target nukers in the arena. And, you know, as much as I love Turvold, I think that Rodos is arguably better. I'll give him an... A+. I know most people would say S tier, but I just think that after his nerf, he lacks some of the overall versatility that he once had. Not to say that you can't use him everywhere. A+ is still really good. Saito. Saito is a 2-time hitter with a decreased defense chance on the A1. Extra hit if he does place it. It's a 60% chance. On the Enduring Warrior's A2 on a 3-turn cooldown, before attacking, he self-buffs with an increased attack, increased crit damage for 2 turns. If this champion's defense is higher than the target's defense. I hate that. Decreases the cooldown of the skill by 1 turn if the target has more than 50% HP after the attack. Okay. Army Breaker. Attacks one enemy, then attacks all enemies except the initial target if there are 3 or more enemies alive. Inflicts 20% more damage on the first hit if the target has higher max HP than this champion. 4-turn cooldown. Vendetta passive, no cooldown. Will ignore 7.5% of the enemy defense for each time this champion attacks the same target consecutively. Stacks up to 30%. I know some of you guys love Saito. I think he looks so cool, right? He was introduced before Shadowkin faction. Look at his sword, too. He was introduced before Shadowkin faction. He's based on somebody, like some real samurai or something, or YouTube content creator, either or. I just remember they flew him into, you know, Ukraine and did the whole body scan thing to get the motions down and all this stuff. But I've never been a fan of him. I hate to say it, guys. I don't like his multipliers. His base attack is low, 1321. Could never really get him to do that much damage over replacement anywhere. I'm going to give him a C-. Sorry if you disagree. Elegias. Good base stats, 22k, 1200, 106 speed. Attacks one enemy with a block active skills for 1 turn, 35% chance of landing. Chance increases based on how much HP he loses. On his A2, Dead Stop. Attacks one enemy, puts the target skills on cooldown and a block bust for 2 turns. Just absolutely neutralizes one target. If the enemy team has duplicates, it puts it on all of them on a 3-turn cooldown. Kind of niche, but I guess kind of cool, I guess. Ghost Rage attacks all enemies, 100% chance of removing 2 random buffs, 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 20%, a further 10% for each buff removed on a 4-turn cooldown. Preempts this champion's death and keeps them alive with 1 HP when hit with a fatal hit. Prevents the champion's death and heals them by 30% of their max HP and fills their turn meter by 30% and places a shield on them for 2 turns if it prevents their death. He won't prevent his death if he's under heal reduction on a 4-turn cooldown when booked. Accuracy in all battles by 60. Man, I tried to make this guy work. His base stats are really good. He's very tanky. He's got this lockout ability on the A2. He's got the AoE buff removal. I mean, kit reads pretty well, but who are you going to use this dude instead of, you know? I mean, do you get excited about a 4-turn cooldown, 20% turn meter, you know? Yeah, I don't know, especially with polymorph and stuff like that. Just add an insult to injury to him. I'm going to give him a D+. I don't like Elegias. Yeah. Next, Morrigan. Ooh, Morrigan I do like. 112 base speed, very fast. Pretty decent rest of her stats. She has attack one enemy with a 70% decreased speed, 75% with sniper on the A1. On the E2, Shriek of the Banshee has a 100% chance of stealing all buffs from a target enemy on a 3-turn cooldown. Then has a 100% chance of placing a True Fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. Will place a decreased accuracy debuff for 2 turns instead if the target's a boss, which is great because bosses are not susceptible to True Fear. So you can use her in the arena or against a boss, and you can steal all buffs from somebody while you're at it. On the A3, Velocimency? Velocimency? Is that a word? How about Velocity? Attack has a 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter of all enemies by 20%. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 20% and places an increased speed on all allies for 2 turns. It's like a little mini Lysandra. Not even mini. It's close. Instead of 30%, it's 20%. And then at the start of each, I like this passive. Start of each turn, places a 100% heal reduction debuff for 2 turns on the enemy to lowest HP. It cannot be removed, transferred, or spread, or have its duration increased or decreased by enemies or allies. I hate heal reduction. It's kind of a useless debuff except for Fire Knight. Hard. But I love this one because it's protected. You can't get rid of it. And you're putting it on the squishiest nuker and they can't be revived. Or, I mean, they can't be healed, you know? It's just annoying to go against. And it's just kind of a fun addition to the kit, you know? It's not make or break, but it's cool. Speed in all battles by 19%. Morrigan, she surprised me. Her kit doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't pop out at you as like, oh, what a beast. I'm going to give her an A+. I was really happy with her. I think she's really good. Scartorsis. An AoE with a chance of stealing, 50% chance of stealing at 1 random buff from each enemy. Increased attack, increased crit rate on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. And then Rebirth is a 4-turn cleanse and a heal. It's based on the heal is based on, and turn meter fill too. All based on how many debuffs are removed. Man, look at these base stats. 20k, almost 1,400 on the defense, and 109 on the speed. Speed and dud is by 33%. Man, I don't know. I tried him in high. He doesn't do any damage. For a champion with only 1 AoE. So it's not a damage dealer, support champion. Obviously. Increased attack, increased crit rate. To me, it seems like a little bit of an underwhelming ability for a legendary nowadays. Back in the day, sure. In this ability, Rebirth is great, but like think of all the Rio Bone Spears that were added to the game since him, you know? I feel like he's a little bit pyrocrept. I'll give him a C. Battle Khazar, an AoE with a heal, small heal, on the A1. On the A2, Malice, it's a cleanse with 2 continuous heals on all allies and 2 poisons on all enemies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Malice is one of the stronger abilities out there in the game. You get the cleanse and 2 continuous heals and then 2 poisons. And then that's it. I love Battle in a reflex set. Same reason for, you know, a lot of the champions that we mentioned so far. Only one active skill. All allies inflict 20% more damage against targets under poison. Great. Fantastic. Good base stats. Simple kit, but he's still got it, Battle Khazar. I'll give Bad L an A. Bloodgorge can solo content too. Bloodgorged, attack-based champion. Very interesting champion. I released a video called Plarium Thinks You're Sleeping on These Champions or whatever. Based on use rates, I asked the developers, like 15 of them, who do you think that players need to use more? And this was the most, 2 of them answered Bloodgorged, the most popular answer. 2-time hitter with decreased defense on the A1. In AoE, put one of each target's skills on cooldown. Now you use that against like a Battle Khazar, there's only one active skill, so neutralized, okay? And it hits hard. Good multipliers on this ability. But Decapitate is the highlight of the kit. Attacks one enemy, ignore 100% defense with a block revival. It's like a mini Mortu Macabre's Peril, but it's not a secret skill. Again, ignores 100% defense on this ability. So that's why they said he's underrated. Like, basically, again, it's a mini Mortu Macabre, but you don't have to unlock it. You can just open up with it. So he has to be respected in the arena, similar to a Nithwi. And I'm going to grade him similar to a Nithwi as well. I'm going to give him a B. Probably higher than a lot of people would give this champion, but that's how I grade him out. Ultimate Death Knight. Oh, UDK. Good base stats, 1400 plus on the defense, 20k plus on the HP. Provoke on the A1, goes up against legendaries, can be annoying in the arena. An AoE with decreased attack and the fear against legendaries on a 3-turn. A shield and a continuous heal on a 3-turn on the A3. And then the 2 passives are what make UDK the most popular champion in the game. Increase ally defense in all battles by 30%, I should say. And also, whenever an ally is attacked, he's basically going to circumvent that, and it's going to be rerouted to him, you know? Whenever an enemy is healed, it also heals this champion by 20% of that heal. Might as well, right? Very strong ability. It makes him one of the most popular, if not the most popular, arena champions in the game. In a slow build, most popular in Stone Skin. Didn't need him, allows him to solo content. On my mini account, he solos dungeons for me. I farm food alongside of him. He can solo Ice Golem and Dragon as well. Increases champions' HP, defense, and speed by 10% for each dead ally. I'll give him an A+. As much as it annoys me, I'll give him an A+. Mashald! Oh, Mashald. He used to be the worst legendary in the game, and, you know, they give him a massive buff. That's why you should never, ever, 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 ever feed a legendary. Keep him in your vault. See if they give him a massive buff. Same thing with Dracomorph and quite a few others. Vergamkar. Not that Vergamkar is quite as good as those two, but, you know, you get the point. Attack one enemy, heals this champion by 30% of the damage inflicted, then attacks all enemies under leech. Tornado. 3-turn cooldown, but with an extra turn. Increased speed, increased crit damage on all allies. True fear, leech on all enemies with that beautiful extra turn. Open wounds, 100% chance of stealing all buffs from a target before he attacks them. Heal reduction for 2 turns, and then 2 continuous heals on this champion for 3 turns. Damage increases by 50% against targets that have no buffs. Oh, great ability here. Very good against Hydra. Increase ally attack in dungeons by 34%. Space stats are, you know, leave a little bit to be desired. But overall, I mean, he's very good in Hydra. He can be really good at control and waves. I feel like, is it wrong to say that he's been a little bit crept? I think so. I mean, you can say that about almost every champion, though. That's the crazy thing, right? I'll give him an A. Nethril. Triple hitter with poison on each, or with poison on the A1 each hit. On the A2 and AoE with a 75% chance of placing a stun for 1 turn. And then decreased speed on targets not under stun, right? So it's a 4-turn cooldown. Again, back in the day, before Ragash had a 3-turn guaranteed stun, or 100%, this was, like, really good. It's not quite as good anymore, but it's still very solid. It can deal some damage, too. Another AoE attack. So Ghastly Horrors deals some, like, pretty nice damage. Bat Swarm does not deal that much damage, but it's another AoE with a turn meter 75% decrease on a 4-turn cooldown. I mean, that's very, very good. He's very slow. 94 base speed. Oof. Very squishy, too. And he's, you know, he used to be an essential, like, clan boss champion because of the poisons on the A1. Not so much anymore. He's a good control champion now, you know? I'll give him a B. A B minus. Suzerain Catan. Suzerain Catan? Suzerain? AoE with a decreased speed either way. 50% chance on the A1. It's pretty standard for an A1. In AoE, in terms of the decreased speed rate, Krisk has it. Mother Cybele has it. White Dryad Naya has it. Suzerain Catan has it. On the A2, another AoE. 100% chance of placing a weaken. Actually, and then doing my math here, 30, I'm reading ahead, 75% chance of placing a decreased defense. I wish that was 100% chance on a 4-turn cooldown. It's ridiculous. It really ruins this whole champion for me, right? Like, I don't know, on a 4-turn, if it was a 3-turn, it'd be fine. But if it's a 4-turn, I want them both to be 100%, right? Removes shield block damage and unkillable buffs from all enemies that attacks them. Plays 100% heal reduction and it can't be resisted. Or the buff removal can't be resisted. Nice to have a 4-turn buff remover. But I've always been underwhelmed. When Hydra was released, I was like, okay, Suzerain Catan's time to shine, man. But for a champion, golly, that has 3 AoEs, he does not deal any damage. And 1564 base attack. So you're getting, with barely any damage, you're getting weakened. You're getting some decreased speed. I don't know. Some buff removal is nice, but it's not all buffs. It's just these 3. I'll give him a... I hate to say it. Maybe I'm being unfair here. I mean, throw him in a stun set. He could be control in like the earlier mid-game, you know? It might be unfair, but I'm going to give him a D. I really wish they'd buff him. Really wish they'd buff his multipliers. Harvest Jack, or that A2. Harvest Jack. I don't know. Can I really give a champion with 3 AoEs a D? Maybe a C minus. Harvest Jack. 27k HP. Released the same day as Madame Ceres and Brachus the Shifter in Miscreated Monster. Triple hitter on the A1. A 35% chance of stealing a random buff. Also a 35% chance of placing a fear if they have no active buffs. And this chance increases to 100% if all buffs are stolen from the target. Good A1. Dreams to Ash. I don't know why, but I like the name of that ability. Attacks all enemies on a 3-turn cooldown. Places a block buffs for 2 turns on targets under fear. Removes increased attack and places a decreased attack. Removes continuous heal and places a poison. And the number of poison debuffs is equal to the number of continuous heals removed. Okay. It's an annoying ability. Is it an essential ability? No. But it's annoying to go against. But the A3 is really what, you know, the shining light of his kit. Lord of Terror attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a true fear for 1 turn. Also a decreased speed for 2 turns, and decreases their turn meter by 15% if the true fear is placed. So now it's a true fear, a decreased speed, and turn meter loss. 100% chance of placing a sleep instead for 1 turn if the true fear is not placed. On the passive, when attacked, decreases the duration of all buffs on the attacker by 1 turn. It's a really gnarly passive too. This guy is not meta, but he's really fun, especially in a bolster set or a shield set because his HP scales so well. You can have some real fun with him in the arena. This can be a tough opening move to contend with. I'll give him a B minus. Siphi the Lost Bride. 114 base speed, 1288 defense, 21k on the HP. I mentioned this before, but the A1 is one of the best control abilities in PvP in the game. It's an unresistible sleep. If you've been sleep cycled by a Siphi, you know what I'm talking about. She'll just target, you know, whoever's going to go next and just keep locking them down. It's so annoying to go against, and it's so powerful when you're the one doing it. Whirlwind Romance was nerfed a while ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago now. It used to be a 3-turn cooldown. Now it's booked down to a 4-turn cooldown. Either way, it's still amazing. Block debuffs and turn meter fill by 10% on all allies. Increased defense on all allies. And increased speed on all allies. Insanely good support ability. Revives Love Beyond Death. Revives a single ally. 55% HP and a full turn meter on a 4-turn cooldown. Increased attack and increased crit rate as well. And then Eternal Bonds heals each ally by 10% of their max HP at the start of their turn. Has a 50% chance of removing freeze and fear debuffs from each ally at the start of their turn. Removes all debuffs from Rotos at the start of his turn. Resist in battles by 80. Siphi is S tier. Nekret the Great. Ooh, Nekret. 21k on the HP, 1354 on the defense. I actually thought that was a little higher. Triple hitter with a decreased attack that cannot be resisted on the A1. It's a 30% chance, but each hit has a chance at placing it. He has an ally attack. Anybody under his ally protection will join in the attack. If nobody's killed, he'll grant an extra turn. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. That's really crucial. If nobody's killed, he gets an extra turn, right? It allows him to really cycle through his abilities much faster, obviously. A block debuff, an ally protection, and a strengthen on an ally for 3 turns. And the ally protection is protected. That's his A3 on a 3-turn cooldown. Very good single target support. And then it all comes together. Whenever an ally is attacked while under an ally protection buff placed by this champion, places a shield on the ally equal to 30% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. Occurs only if the ally does not already have a shield placed by this champion. That's insane. So you attack somebody under his ally protect and they just get stronger? Wow. Arise, my minions. This is probably his strongest pass, or at least the one that he's known for the most. Plays a block debuff and a strengthen and an ally protection for 6 turns on the ally protect, 3 on the strengthen and the block debuffs on the ally with the lowest HP at the start of each round. So you can protect your nuker. You don't need immunity gear or anything like that anymore. You don't need high resist, you know? I mean, I guess you could because it could be stripped away from you. But you get what I'm saying. You can't CC my nuker when I have Nekret on the team. Resist in all battles by 60. I think Nekret is S tier. Because he's so good in the arena. We've been focused on the arena talking about this champion. But he's so good everywhere else too. He's one of those champions, if you're having problems with like a Doom Tower boss or whatever, you just run him in the team and you're good. Euros Soul Cage. 25k HP. Almost 1200 defense. 95 speed. Attacks one enemy, places a shield on the champion equal to 10% of this champion's max HP. It increases for each poison on the target too. Fetid Eruption is a 3-turn cooldown on his A2. It's an AoE attack, 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 15% on all enemies under poison, okay? Also 100% chance of placing a decreased speed for 2 turns on enemies under 2 poisons. 100% chance of placing a stun for 1 turn on enemies under 3 or more poisons. Instantly activates his skill when a champion's revived by Ryan the Conjurer. He's a companion champion with Ryan the Conjurer and Ekoth the Seared. It's a 3-way team. All Doom Tower champions. He's the second Doom Tower hard champion that you get, I want to say, after Thea the Tomb Angel. On the A3 is Strengthen big version and Ally Protect big version on a 3-turn cooldown. Call of the Cage. It's a long one, but it's worth reading. When attacked, 75% chance of placing a poison debuff big version on the attacker for 2 turns. Whenever an ally is attacked while under a Strengthen buff, has a 50% chance, make it a 75% chance of placing a Provoke on the attacker for 1 turn. This guy's sneaky good in the arena for that part of the ability, for that part of his kit as well. Increases champions in a bolster set. Increases champions max HP by 5% whenever an enemy receives damage from a poison debuff placed by this champion. Whenever an enemy receives damage from a poison debuff placed by this champion, destroys their max HP by 5%. He's pretty much the best solo champion, I'll say, for Doom Tower bosses, Scarab King namely, in the game, but he can be used almost anywhere. He's also great and underrated everywhere in this game. Euros of Soul Cage, to me, is A+. Flirts even with S tier, and I really mean that. I mean, we read his kit. He has the AoE stun. You pair him with one AoE poison damage dealer, and you're getting stuns and decreased speed and decreased turn meters and strengthen and ally protects and provokes and poisons, and it's pretty crazy, all this guy does. LMA, Little Miss Annie, the freakiest champion in the game. Looking champion, that death twitch. Ooh. Whew. A triple hitter with a heal reduction on the A1. Good for Fire Knight. On a 2-turn cooldown, Hollow Doll, she'll actually auto into this. It's very annoying. So you want to make sure you prioritize perfect play date, the A3. Hollow Doll, though, because she wants to perfect veil herself. 2-time hitter with an increased attack on this champion before attacking. If the target's under a shield buff. Ignore 25% of the target's defense if the target's under a shield. Perfect veil on the champion for 2 turns if the attack kills an enemy. Fills his champion's turn meter by 30% if the attack does not kill an enemy. This is all on a 2-turn cooldown. Deals a lot of damage. Play Day is one of the hardest hitting abilities out there, non-enemy max HP in the game. Attacks one enemy, will ignore 25% of the target's defense if the target has higher defense than this champion. She has a 793 base defense. They're always going to have a higher defense. Destroys the target's max HP with 25% of the damage inflicted if the target has higher max HP than this champion. Will repeat the attack the second time if the target has both higher defense and max HP than this champion. Again, that's not a high threshold to clear. Man, this is a very hard-hitting ability. When revived, she'll attack the enemy that killed her. Also, fill the champion's turn meter by 25% and place a shield on this champion equal to 50% of their max HP for 2 turns. Magical Heart. Each hit has a 50% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 5% and a 100% chance of destroying the target's max HP by 5% of the damage inflicted when attacking enemies under a heal reduction. Also heals the champion by 5% of the damage inflicted when attacking while under heal reduction, or while attacking an enemy under heal reduction. Attack in all battles by 33%. She's so niche, man. She's good for Fire Knight and good for the arena, but not S tier, I would say, in either area. I'll give her a B-. Vlad the Nightborn. Maybe a C+. I want to see them buff Little Miss Annie. Vlad the Nightborn. Attacks one enemy, destroys the target's max HP by 30% of the damage inflicted. Also heals the champion by 30% of the damage inflicted. Attacks all enemies on the A2. Accentuate. 100% leech. 100% chance of stealing 50% of the turn meter from champions under Bannerlord, Sacred Order, or High Elf. 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 50% against other champions, right? Man, that's very good. Vlad got a big buff, too, to his A3. But this is a good ability, right? Stealing 50% turn meter from, it's on an AoE. Like, as long as you're attacking, you know, a couple Bannerlord champions or Sacred Order or High Elves, you get 100% turn meter stolen, right? If not, you're at least depleting 50% turn meter on a 3-turn cooldown. Mind Shroud attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a decreased defense and a block active skills on a 3-turn cooldown. Perfect Veil on this champion for 2 turns as well. Man. Places a revive on death on this champion for 2 turns every time they kill an enemy. Also, fully heals this champion, fills their turn meter by 50% every time they kill an enemy. Will only heal and fill the turn meter when Constantine's on the same team. They're companion champions. Good base speed at 105. Decent defense. Decent attack. Decent multipliers. But he's not like a all-out nuker. He's more of a debuffer control. Block active skills, turn meter steal, leech as well. You guys are going to call me crazy for saying this, but Vlad the Nightborn, to me, is an A-. I think he's way better after the buff. This used to be a single target, not nearly as good. They touched up this ability too. I think he's a lot better than he once was. Valkanin, Undead Horde. Cool looking champion, right? Very cool. I like the aesthetics on this dude. On his A1, Death Scythe attacks one enemy. I don't have Valkanin, by the way, I should say. 80% chance to increase the duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Has a 100% chance of applying a debuff spread, taking 2 random debuffs, and placing them on all enemies under Hex. Good A1. Hex of Blades, his A2, it's an AoE. This attack deals single target damage to each target individually rather than AoE damage. Before attacking, has a 100% chance of placing a Hex debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. Will ignore 20% of each enemy's resistance for each dead ally. Damage to the skill increases by 10% for each debuff on each enemy. So what does this mean, this attack one at a time? What does that mean? Well, it means that damage mitigation on AoE attacks will not affect A, and like a passive of a Duchess will not trigger, right? It also means that perfect veils and veils, damage mitigation will not occur, okay? On the A3, Death's Bargain. On a 3-turn cooldown, targets an ally. If the ally's alive, it kills them. Wow, what a great ability. And then unlocks a secret skill, Malice Unleashed. Also plays a weaken debuff for 2 turns and a true fear for 1 turn on all enemies. They can't be resisted or blocked. Then it fills this champion's turn meter by 75%. If the ally is dead, heals this champion by 50% of the dead ally's max HP. If all allies are dead, also unlocks a secret skill, Malice Unleashed. Plays a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns. The value of the shield is equal to any surplus heal. If the champion already has a shield, the value of the shield is increased by any surplus heal. Then fills this champion's turn meter by 75%. Oof. Malice Unleashed. Here it is, the secret skill. Attacks one enemy. Before attacking, steals all buffs from the target, and it cannot be resisted. If the target has attack equal to or higher than this champion's attack, this attack gains a bonus damage multiplier. So if they're a bigger nuker than he is, excuse me, if the target's attack is less than this champion's attack, this will ignore 50% of target's defense. This attack will also ignore block damage, unkillable, shield, ally protection, and block in place of block revive debuff if the target is killed. Passive Phantom Bulwark. Man, this is a kit to read, huh? I mean, look at all this crap. Active effect. Place a shield on this champion each time an ally or an enemy champion dies. The value of the shield is equal to 50% of the dead champion's max HP. The shield is protected. If the shield is already under, if the champion's already under shield, it's increased by 50% of the dead champion's max HP. That's the active effect. Passive effect. Whenever an enemy hits this champion while they're under a shield, places a random debuff on the attacking enemy. And it can be any of these. They're placed for 2 turns, will ignore 20% of the enemy's resistance for each dead ally, and it cannot place boss exclusive debuffs, sheep, or smite. Can place basically anything else. Whew, speed in arena battles by 30. Oh man. Valkanen. All that being said, I don't have him. He definitely has one of those kits that it's like you need to play him to really appreciate it and to fully understand. He's definitely more of an arena. Well, you can see it right here. An arena champion, maybe some Hydra. That being said, he's not a meta arena champion. I rarely, if ever, see him. Granted, he's not super available either. I'll give him this kit's cool. I'll say that. But I think it's one of those kits that looks cool, like a Gameran. In like, you know, in practicality, is he that much better value over replacement? I'll give him a B+. Seems cool. All right, moving on to Dark Elves, guys. Ray, an AoE on every ability. On Corrode, her A1, really one of the better blender comp champions, right? On the A1, it has a 50% chance of placing a decreased defense. On the A2, inflicts 50% more damage against targets under debuffs. On the A3, an AoE with a 70% freeze, and it smacks this ability. She has speed in dungeons by 33% as well. Great damage. One of the highest like overall damage potential up there with like Biggin and War Mother is oddly up there too. Just in terms of like when you add all their skills up, you know. Solid multipliers. She's squishy-ish. She actually has good defense, 12-22. Good in a stun set if you want to just build a control ray. I'd rather have her just built as a all-out nuker. I'll give her a B. A B. Not the best nuker in the world, but she's not bad. Lanicus the Chosen, a support champion, Dark Elf. She has a continuous heal on this champion if the attack is critical on the A1. Nice to have. She's fast, 108 base speed. She might be the fastest ally attacker in the game. She's up there. I forget what Cardiel is. I think he's 106. Either way, HP is 20k. Team up with 3 random allies on a 4-turn cooldown to attack a single enemy. So that's not that good, right? But the rest of it's really good. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 30% and increase the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. Makes her a really good buff extender. Really good for, you know, clan boss type comps. A lot of unkillable comps use Lanicus the Chosen. An increased crit rate, increased attack on all allies, and then a 25% chance of, or 50% chance of granting extra turn is good, but also screws things up in a lot of unkillable teams. So you usually end up turning it off in clan boss. She's not my favorite ally attacker, but she's definitely unique. I'll give her a B. Foley. Speaking of unique, Foley's pretty fast, 105 base speed. He's a nuker. A 4-time hitter with a decreased defense on the A1. Really solid. One of the best Fire Knight champions in the game. Another 4-time hitter on the A2. Each hit with a leech. And then Sealed Fate. Attacks all enemies. Decrease their turn meter by 15%. Then attacks the targeted enemy. And then denies revival. It hits pretty hard. It's not an insanely hard-hitting nuke, but it's hard enough considering it has the block revival. So you can use him in the arena, and you can use him as DPS and a debuffer basically anywhere else. But we keep going. Living Armor is passive on a 3-turn cooldown. Whenever an enemy tries to stun or freeze or sleep or provoke him, it removes that debuff and then heals him by 20% of his max HP. But most importantly, it boosts his turn meter by 50%. So the beautiful thing is a Kymar comes in and tries to put him to sleep in the arena. He gets rid of the sleep, And then boom, he takes a turn, basically. He gets 50% turn meter fill. He cuts everybody else in line. And then he goes in with a Sealed Fate and he denies revival. I'll give Foley A-. Knocked the Paralyzer. Decrease accuracy on the A1 and AoE on the A2 with a sleep and 2 poisons for 2 turns. Now, on a 3-turn cooldown, his passive effect on this ability is places 2 additional poison debuffs for 2 turns whenever a sleep debuff placed by this guild is removed or disappears after an enemy takes damage. So we get, by my count, 4 poisons. Not bad. We also have an Ally Protect on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown, big version, obviously, and a continuous heal for 2 turns. Now we're talking. And then he has Somnolence. Heals this champion by 3% of his max HP and all allies by 1% of this champion's max HP every time a poison ticks on an enemy. Whenever an ally is attacked while under an ally protection, he has a 40% chance of placing a sleep debuff on the attacker for 1 turn. Man, this guy's really cool. 22k base HP too. He can solo some content, right? He's a great healer, a great support champion, a great progression champion. I'll give him an A-. Truath. Oh man, I slept on this champion a lot. Truath is one of the better healers in the game, guys. I made like a top 10 healers video, and a few people, not a lot, but a few people commented like, Ash, you're sleeping on Truath, man. And boy, oh boy, was I ever. Attacks 1 enemy, heals this champion by 5% of their max HP, heals this champion by 10% if they have 50% HP or less. Gaze Upon Me is an AoE, Perfect Veil on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. So a 2-turn Perfect Veil and a 4-turn cooldown. Counterattack and a Strengthen on this champion. So that leads into more heals. And then the A3. Animus Infusion, very good. Heals the target ally by 20% of this champion's max HP, then balances the HP of all allies, HP levels. It's kind of like we talked about with Varl the Destroyer. Is that who it is? After balancing, places an ally protection on the initial target for 2 turns on top of that. Ooh, it's very good, man. It's one of the best heals in the game. We talked about this, right? But it keeps getting better. Notice this is on a 4-turn cooldown. Check this passive out. Transmute Pain. Decreases the cooldown of the Animus Infusion skill by 1 turn for every 10% HP this champion loses. So wait a second. we just keep decreasing it every time he takes damage, basically. He's really one of the top healers out there in the game. Granted, he's not bringing a ton other than healing. Well, I guess healing and Perfect Veil. Very good support champion, B+. Xavia, or Zavia. Very squishy, 749 base defense. Great attack, 1586. Triple hitter with a poison on each hit chance, 40% on the A1. Poison Rain is an AoE, ×2. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing a poison for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. And then Deadly Catalyst. Attacks all enemies. Block Revival. Deals damage from all poison debuffs on the target instantly. Poison debuffs will deal half the damage as the standard damage when hitting bosses. So that's why she comes up a little bit short on Eleanor. She places 1 less poison. She doesn't have the burn, but she does have the Deny Revival, which can be very handy on speed runs against those Torment teams or anybody who's self-reviving annoyingly, right? The damage is mitigated against bosses, but it's still going to deal the same damage in waves. If Bellinor is on the same team, she'll apply a debuff spread, taking 4 random debuffs from the target and placing them on all enemies. Keep in mind that Poison Rain ability is what instantly activates on the tactical partner A4 of Bellinor as well. Ally attack in all battles by 33%. I'll give her an A-. Marinix. Marinix. She was a previous fusion. She looks cool. I like the aesthetics here. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times. Has a 50% chance of placing up to 2 extra hits if the target's under Hex. On the A2, Excruciate. 3-turn cooldown. AoE attack. Chance of placing Hex in the big version of decreased defense. On the A3, attacks all enemies. 4-turn cooldown. Ignore Unkillable and ignore Shield if they're under Hex. Place an Unkillable on this champion for 1 turn if the attack kills an enemy without Hex debuff. Places an Unkillable for 2 turns if the attack kills an enemy under a Hex debuff. And then resets the cooldown of the Inexorable End, which is A3, whenever this champion kills an enemy under a Hex. Increases champion's attack by 5% for each enemy under Hex. Unfortunately, I was disappointed by this champion, Marinix. I didn't fuse her, but I did get her after the fact. And I have to say, if I'm looking for Hex and decreased defense, I'd rather have Thylesia, who's an epic champion, you know? Not a lot of damage coming from this champion. I was surprised at the lack of damage. I thought she'd be dealing a lot more. So you're looking at a glorified decreased defense Hex champion. I'll give her a C+. Vizier Ovelis. The Accursed Blades attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a 50% chance to win both of increasing the duration of all debuffs by 1 turn. Very good ability here. It's great against Bommel, great against Clan Boss. On the A2, attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing a block buffs debuff, decrease attack debuff, and heal reduction. It is a single target. It's not that great. In Visor of Poisons, attacks one enemy debuff spread, taking 2 random debuffs from the target, placing them on all enemies. Places a perfect veil on this champion for 3 turns if the target is under 2 or more debuffs. Not a bad debuff spread ability, certainly. And then Unseen Assassin, a perfect veil on this champion for 2 turns at the start of each round. I mean, Vizier used to be the man. He used to be used, like, he must be one of the best pulls you could possibly get on your account when I started playing this game. He's fallen out of favor in Clan Boss on most teams because of the unkillable, you know, and block damage. He's still pretty good. I'll give him a B-. It's tough. He's just not used nearly as much as he used to be. Chromax Moonblood. Ugh, I'll be quick on Chromax Moonblood. A defense-based legendary who's one of the latter Doom Tower Hard champions. He sucks. A decreased attack on the A1. A block buffs on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2 with turn meter fill. A Blood Moon is an AoE with a provoke and a decreased accuracy on a 4-turn cooldown. When attacked, he has a 30, 40, 60, 70% chance of placing a hex on the attacker for 1 turn. And accuracy in all battles by 70. Keep in mind, he's one of the last champions you get in Doom Tower Hard. Or he's certainly, like, beyond the midway point. And, man, I mean, you're not looking for a 4-turn provoker. Even with a decreased accuracy. F. Needs a big buff. Astrolith. The good news is you don't have to pull him from a shard and get disappointed. Astrolith. Really good A1. Assault Leader attacks one enemy, fills a turn meter of a random ally by 15%. Fills a turn meter of all allies by a further 15% if the attack is critical. It's very good. Heart Rot. It's an irresistible 2 bombs that detonate after 1 turn. Very good again. Irresistible bombs, sign me up, right? And it's 1 turn, which is what we want. We want a small duration on bombs. And then Judgment exchanges HP levels and attacks the target, cannot be a boss. Passive effect gains an extra turn and decreases the cooldown of the skill by 3 turns if this champion's HP drops below 20% when attacked. Speed in arena battles by 28%. Good arena battle, but she's not widely used in the arena, but you can have some fun with her in the arena, that's for sure. I will say Astrolith, again, Bommel, very viable for Bommel. Viable in the arena. I'll give her a B-. Queen Ava has a heal reduction 100% on the A1. On the A2, Ancient Curse 2-time deny revival on a 3-turn cooldown. Problem is not big multipliers on this. Again, deny revival, you know, you don't expect massive multipliers, but I don't get too excited about this one, unfortunately. Energy Drain attacks all enemies, decreases the turn meter by 20% as well. On a 4-turn cooldown, resets the cooldown of each of this champion's skills if the target is killed. Has an additional 15% chance of inflicting a critical hit, and makes her a super viable campaign farmer. Arguably, maybe the 2nd best in the game after Fellhound. Only problem is Fellhound is a void rare. Overall, I mean, almost 1,700 base attack. They need to adjust her multipliers, make her hit a little bit harder to give her utility outside of just campaign farming, in my opinion, in Faction Wars. I'll give her a D. You know, if you're just going to be a campaign farmer, I mean, Saurus is arguably better or the same. He's an uncommon, you know? It's not enough for me. Ghostborn. We have a support legendary elf. He has a decreased attack on his A1. On his A2, an AoE heal reduction. It does hit pretty hard. It's based off attack and speed, another speed multiplier. Ancestral Spirits is an AoE attack with a decreased defense that cannot be resisted on a 4-turn cooldown. Increased attack on all allies at the same time. Really good ability, very unique to have that decreased defense that will land on anybody despite the resist. It can be good in niche situations. He can be good. I run him in a shield set in all kinds of areas to activate Seer and be a debuffer there, as well as dealing some damage. He brings the increased attack, which is really nice as well. He can deal, because you don't need accuracy, at least for the decreased defense. You do need it for the heal reduction, but who cares? You do need it for the A1 as well. But you can just build him to be like an all-out nuker, right? And that's how most people do build Ghostborn and don't have to concentrate too much on accuracy. I'll give Ghostborn a B+. Rule the Huntmaster. Pretty squishy. 13k HP, 980 defense, almost 1700 base attack though. Decreased defense on the A1 transfers a random debuff from this champion to the target if the target's under Hex. He's all about the Hex. He's one of the first like big Hex champions added to the game. Attacks all enemies, extra hit on enemies under Hex on the A2. Will ignore 25% of the target's defense if there are 4 or more enemies under Hex. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. Stalk Prey. Increase accuracy on all allies, which I love that he has that. And then a Hex on all enemies for 2 turns. Perfect Veil on this champion for 2 turns. And fills his turn meter by 50%, which helps mitigate the fact that it's a 4-turn cooldown. Marked Quarry, his passive. This passive, it gets better and better and better the more Hex champions they release inside the game. Decreases the speed of enemies under Hex by 5% and decreases the resistance of those enemies by 10%. Also increases the damage enemies under Hex debuffs receive by 10% and decreases the value of heals they receive by 30%. I have to say, again, the more Hex we have in this game, the better he gets. He can smack, but he is very squishy. Crit rate in all battles by 20% on the aura. I'll give Rule a C+. Altan the Shell. Altan is a companion champion to Oella from the Sylvan Watchers faction. We haven't gotten there just yet. Under Skin, a 2-time hitter. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing a decreased defense for 2 turns. Also ignore 50% of the target's resistance if Oella is on the same team. If the target's under an increased defense buff, each hit has a 100% chance of removing it, and it can't be resisted. Kind of an interesting A1. Resurging Reversal on the A2 removes all debuffs from this champion, heals this champion by 20% of the max HP for each debuff removed. Okay. A self-cleanse, selfish. I don't like it. Then plays a shield in this champion. Value of the shield equals surplus heal. Finally, attacks one enemy, will ignore shield debuffs. Damage increases by 20% for each debuff removed by this skill. Attacks all enemies on his A3. 100% chance of placing a sleep for 1 turn. Ignore 50% of target's resistance if Oella is on the same team. Fills this champion's turn meter by 15% whenever a sleep debuff placed by this skill expires. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. And then Metabolism has a 15% chance of decreasing the cooldown of one of this champion's skills by 1 turn every time they're healed by a continuous heal buff. It's actually a pretty strong passive. Chance increases to 30% if Oella is on the same team. It's only a 15%. That's the problem, right? You know, because not like continuous heals are only happening 1 per turn anyway, you know, despite a rare instant activation situation. Increased attack in all battles. He hits pretty hard. His AoE doesn't hit that hard. His A2 does hit pretty hard. But I don't know, man. I mean, who gets super excited about a sleep champion like this, you know? And it's not like he has a sleep like on a really short cooldown or anything like that as well. I'm going to go ahead and give him a D. Not a fan. Blind Seer. 3-time at random. Each hit has a 40% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 15% on the A1. Dark Shroud is a block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns, then placing a shield buff on all allies equal to 30% of this champion's max HP for 2 turns. It's a really good ability. Block debuffs for 2 turns on a 3-turn is very good with the shield. And then she revives 35% HP with a block damage on all allies except this champion on 1 turn, for 1 turn, excuse me, on a 5-turn cooldown. This is not a very good revive. It's been power crept big time, especially from a Void legendary. She does have one of the best defensive auras in the game, if not the best. 34% in all battles. And her speed is up there too. 115, one of the fastest revivers in the game next to Siphi. So, she's a conundrum, man. I feel like she needs a buff on this revival. Revives all allies. 35% HP and no turn meter is really bad. And block damage is fine until it's removed and you're dead again. You know? So if you're not relying on this revival that much, She's a block damage champion who's really fast with a shield. Her A1's pretty solid too, but I don't know. I'm going to give her in a good aura. She could really use a buff. She could be so good. One little buff away from being so good. I'm going to give her a C+. Lydia the Death Siren. Of course, we know her A1. Chance of placing fear for 1 turn. 100% chance on the A1. Chance of increasing the duration of any poison sensitivity debuffs as well. Attacks enemy champions with this skill whenever they place a fear, true fear, petrification on any ally. Great for Hydra. The number of attacks increases according to how many debuffs are placed. First attack will always target the attacker. Extra hits will be random. Can only attack each enemy once. Nice A1. Obviously, Lydia is the reward that we get from beating faction wars in the game. Siren's Wail is one of the stronger abilities in the game. An AoE attack, 100% chance, decreased defense, and a weaken. Big versions, and big version strengthen, and big version increased speed. Again, all on a 3-turn cooldown. It's really the highlight of her kit. I mean, you have 4 of the essential buff/debuffs all in one ability. She can fill really 2+ roles on your team. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times. First hit, poison sensitivity. Second hit locks them out. Block buffs and block active skills for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown when booked. In Death's Hold, can deny enemy revive attempts. Instead, she'll revive either herself if she's dead or all allies if they're dead. Very strong passive, super unique as well. Great base stats, 20k, 1300 defense, 110 speed, resist in arena battles by 100. I think that Lydia the Siren is S tier. Vizix the Unbowed, good base defense, 1476. HP is okay, 17k. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 15%. Fills his champion's turn meter equal to the amount the target loses. Good A1. An AoE decreased speed and ally protect on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. Defense-based champion again. Good base defense. Very good ability. Damage mitigation and control, all built in one. And in single combat, an AoE with a provoke on a 3-turn cooldown. 100% provoke on a void champion, no less. And then a shield on herself as well, which is good because it's hard to keep her alive. She's taking so much damage between the provokes and between the ally protect. And that's the only downside, is her base HP is very low, 17k. That's what I hold against her the most, you know, in terms of overall grading. That being said, she's a free champion after 270 days in this game. And, I mean, let's face it, almost everybody can use her, even at the time that they get her. Great for progression as well. Am I right on 270? I think I am. Anyway, I'll give Vizix an A-. Endgame viability, she tails off a bit. Everywhere else, amazing. Mithrala Lifebane, 2 times at random with the big version of poison on the A1. The A2 is an AoE with Hex on everybody. Increased defense and increased attack on all allies. And it's all on a 3-turn cooldown. Exceptionally good ability. And then another exceptionally good ability on a 3-turn cooldown. It's a Cleanse. Remove all debuffs from all allies. A Strengthen big version. And a shield as well. 30% of this champion's max HP. Jeez. Gaze of Stone. She's converting her her accuracy to extra resistance. So now, if you build her with a lot of accuracy, she's going to resist everything. She has a 109 base speed. 20k HP. Whenever she's attacked by an enemy under Hex, 50% chance to put petrification on them. And then if an ally's attacked, 30% chance. All of this, plus her A2, plus her A3, but really all of this makes her an S-tier arena champion on top of everything else. S-tier almost everywhere in the game. Of course she's S-tier. I put her as one of my top champions inside the entire game. Tremeria. I wish I could say the same about Tremeria. 21k base HP, very good. Pretty fast, 105 speed. An AoE with decreased speed on the A1, 50% chance, as we mentioned earlier. We also have 50% chance of placing a fear for 1 turn on enemies with 20% turn meter or less. I mean, not bad for an A1. What can I say? A 4-turn cooldown with 100% stun on the A2. Another AoE attack. After attacking, 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 30% on each enemy without a stun. Pretty good controllability here. Beyond Emotions, or A3. 3-turn cooldown, a Cleanse, and a turn meter fill of each ally by 15%. Fills the turn meter of each ally by a further 10% for every CC debuff removed. Fills the turn meter of ally for another 5% for other debuffs removed. Man, when I first read this champion's kit, I was like, whoa, she looks really good for Hydra specifically, although her A2 is not going to help at all. But man, I mean, 892 base attack. Sure, she's a support champion, but she's not bringing any damage at all. No damage. So she's a cleanser and, you know, a decreased speed champion, you know? You don't see her in the arena. She's immune to sleep. Fills this champion's turn by 20% whenever an enemy tries to put a CC debuff on her. But she's not immune to CC debuffs. She just fills a turn meter, you know? I don't know. I'm going to give her... I wish she was good. She's so close. But I'm going to give her a C-. All right. Supreme Kale. An AoE with a weaken on the A1 that can't be resisted. Base speed 110, by the way, on Supreme Kale. An AoE with 3 poisons that can't be resisted on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Increase the duration of all enemy debuffs by 1 turn. It cannot be resisted again. On the A3, an AoE increase accuracy buff on all allies for 2 turns before attacking. Also a 100% chance of placing a decreased resistance debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. The debuff cannot be resisted. Fills the champion's turn by 10% for each decreased resistance debuff placed by the skill. Whew. That's the A3. Decrease each target's accuracy, crit rate, and crit damage by 3% for each poison debuff on them. If there are multiple champions on the team with this skill, only one will activate. Oh my god. Man, his kit reads so well. And he might get better with time. You know, having the irresistible decreased resistance alone is really cool. Increased accuracy is really sought after. He's got all those poisons. Increased duration of enemy debuffs. No damage, really, despite the 3 AoEs, which is kind of a bummer. Good for Hydra. Can be good for control. Good for some damage with the poisons. I will say he's a tough one to grade out. I'll say a B+. You think that's too low for Supreme Kale? I don't know. His kit reads really well, but I was a little underwhelmed, you know, actually building him out. Narma the Returned. We have a attack 1 enemy, 60% chance of increasing the duration of 3 random debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Knight Revenant, by the way. We're moving on to my favorite faction. Weirding Dance. On a 3-turn cooldown, attacks 1 enemy, 100% chance of placing a decreased attack for 3 turns. Heals all allies by 15% of this champion's max HP. Increased by 2% for each poison debuff on the target. Toxin Trance attacks 1 enemy. Has a 100% chance of placing 3 poisons and a poison sensitivity for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Okay. Accuracy and done is by an 80. You guys are going to hate me for this one. I apologize, but I've stuck in true to like how I feel about all these champions throughout the duration of this video, and I'm not going to change now. But whenever I hate on Narma, I get some comments telling me how wrong I am, but I, frankly, don't like Narma. I'll give her a D. I mean, she has a good kit for Clan Boss, but Clan Boss poison teams are really not in vogue. So where else are we using her? You know? Dragon? Meh. There's so many better options. D. Gaius the Gleeful, I was mentioning that there was one champion that I think is a better bomb champion than, by the way, sorry guys, I've been doing this for like 5 hours, so I'm actually ordering a DoorDash. Sorry about that. While I'm doing the video, I couldn't just pause. 2-time hitter, grants an extra turn if the attack kills an enemy. An AoE with a sleep, and then 100% chance of placing a bomb that detonates after 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. And then Explosive Wit attacks 1 enemy 2 times. First hit instantly detonates all said bombs on the target. The second hit will ignore all unkillable buffs on the target. And then when attacked, has a 30% chance of placing a bomb debuff on the attacker that detonates after 2 turns. Occurs once per hit. Very nice. Instantly detonates all bomb debuffs on all enemies when he's killed. He's the suicide bomber. Gaius the Gleeful. Hope I don't get demonetized for saying that. Increase ally attack in all battles by 25%. I think he's a little bit better than Lord Shazar. I like that he can come in there and put everybody to sleep too on the A2. A la Kymar. I'll give him a B+. Shemnath, the Statue of Liberty, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. So, good old Statue of Liberty. What do I want to eat right now, guys? I don't know. I'm not going to go crazy. Just give me this. Give me a little bit of that. Perfect. All right. Shemnath. Sorry, I could have cut that, but I'm a jerk, I guess. 2-time hitter with a decreased defense on the A1. Transfers all debuffs from this champion to the target enemy, then attacks that enemy not once, not twice, but 3 times. Why do I say that every time I say that? I don't know. The first hit increases the duration of all debuffs. Second hit decreases the duration of all buffs. And then also increases the duration of all buffs on this champion by 1 turn after attacking. It's actually a really good move. On the A3, Humbled and Broken. I don't know why, but I love the animation of the Statue of Liberty when she does this move. She's just like a staff pound, and that's it. Attacks all enemies 2 times. First hit removes all buffs. Second hit ignore 20% of the target's defense. Problem is, as I mentioned like hours earlier, she needs a lot of accuracy to pull that off in the arena, especially. You also have to contend with Polymorph, and you also want to build her to be a nuker. Increase the champion's accuracy by 10 for each buff on each enemy, which is nice. Increase the champion's crit damage by 5% for each debuff on each enemy, stacks up to 100%. So at least she has that going for her, which it does come in handy. I gotta be honest, I forgot about that passive. Makes it a little bit easier to build her. I really love this champion. Aesthetically, I really love this champion. I said I love the faction. I think they all look super cool, but she's one of my faves. I'll give her a B-. Little niche, not meta, but good. Eric's HP-based champion that you get for free after like 700 days or something like that. After a while. So she is a daily login. She looks so cool. Smoke monster vibes a la Holstring. The TV show Lost, man. It reminds me of the smoke monster from Lost. Attacks all enemies on the A1. Has a 35% chance of removing a random buff from each target. Another AoE with a stun on the A2. This one, Thorn Chain Malaysian, is insane. It hits very hard. With the stun, 75% chance. Transfers a random debuff from this champion to the targets that receive the stun. And then she has an ally protection and a counterattack, which leads into a bunch more AoEs and a bunch more buff removals. Fills the champion's turn meter by 5% each time an ally inflicts a critical hit. Heals the champion by 5% of their max HP each time an enemy inflicts a critical hit. So we get the turn meter fill, and that's a really nice cynical passive too. She smacks. I was not ready for this champion to do this much damage. Besides Tara, she might be the strongest HP multiplier nuker in the game. I'll give her an A-. Bistophis, the highest attack in the game, I think. 1795 base attack. Or close to, I don't know. Attacks 1 enemy, block active skills, has a chance of placing a true fear for 1 turn if the target's under a block active skills. A little redundant there. On the A2, Shadow Strike. Attacks all enemies, inflicts a critical hit against targets under block active skills. Heals by 20% of the damage inflicted. And then an AoE on Crumble. 100% chance of placing a block active skills again. Also has a 100% chance of placing a decreased defense on a 4-turn cooldown. D. I hate Bistophis. Very cool kit. He's very interesting. I don't know if you guys like the aesthetic or dislike it. I kind of dislike it. I don't know. The armor and the blue, it almost feels like a little kid's dinosaur toy or something with some armor on it. Anyway, I hate this champion out of spite because almost 1800 base attack and barely even does any damage at all. What a bummer. No multipliers. Get in there and buff this champion's multipliers or bring this down to a 3-turn cooldown. You know, that's what I say. That's all I have to say about that. Thea the Tomb Angel. 1542. They actually gave Thea a buff, and it made a lot of sense. She's the first Doom Tower hard champion you get. 2-time at random. 100% chance of placing a Hex for 5 turns. This debuff cannot be resisted. And this is the most important part. Each critical hit decreases the cooldown of Not of This World skill by 1. I want to go to the Not of This World, the A3 first. So, we get a 2-turn reduction, predicated their critical, on the Not of This World. Not of This World is a 4-turn cooldown, perfect veil in the champion for 3 turns. But it grants an extra turn, okay? So we get a 5-turn unresistible Hex. We get a 2 turns knocked off of this ability, so it brings it down from a 4-turn to a 2-turn. We come over here, and we use this ability. We get the extra turn again, bringing it down another turn. And then we go to Hex Reaper, attacks all enemies, damage increases by 50% for each Hex, stacks up to 300%. This is up there with Abyss and Robar in terms of another Force Affinity champion with one of the hardest hitting potential nukes in the game. Potential is the key word. You really need that stacking damage because of Hex. 50% chance of placing a True Fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn when an enemy loses 30% or more of their max HP in a single hit. It's a really good passive too. Her kit is a lot better. Makes a lot more sense than it initially did on release. Attacking all battles by 30%. Whew, I'll give her a B. Verself, the Grim. Because of the setup, really. You know, it's not bad setup, but it's not, you know. Anyway, we'll go on. Verself, the Grim. Verself looks very standard, you know. He could use some of that color from Bistophis. I guess he does, right there in the helmet, right? On the edge, HP-based champion with a lot of HP, 22k, 1200 defense. Attacks 1 enemy with a provoke on the A1. Shield in this champion too. A Reign of Sorrows, a 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies, an extra hit on enemies under CC debuffs, and then has 100% leech. It can deal some damage. Not a bad damage dealing HP-based champion. Not as good as Eric's, but good. Increased defense and an ally protect, both fake versions on a 3-turn cooldown. A la Korrigar Deathbell. It's a very good support ability. You know, we started this video like a million hours ago talking about, was it Lugan the Steadfast on Bodyguard? How his increased defense is only on himself, but this is on everybody. Very good damage mitigation here. When hit, and I think Korrigar Deathbell has strength in an ally protect, right? If I'm right. I think I'm thinking of Tyrant Ixlamore, so I stand corrected there. Infectious Fury, when hit, has a 20% chance of placing a provoke debuff on the attacker, occurs once per hit. Not a bad little passive there too. Increase ally HP in all battles by 33%. You know, there's not a lot of endgame content where Verself absolutely shines in. There is some HP only content that he's very good in Doom Tower Hard, and Faction Wars certainly as well. Good support for progression. Was a previous Fragment Summon champion. I'll give Verself a B. Mother Cybele, AoE, decreased speed, 50% on the A1. Fills his champion's turn meter by 15%. Another HP-based champion, or it does damage based on HP. 19k HP, 1343 defense, but 115 speed, same as Siphi, same as Blind Seer, one of the fastest in the game. Brings a Revive on Death and an increased defense on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Good for Sand Devil. And then we have Uncanny Transfer, swaps HP with an ally. If this champion's HP is equal to or higher than the target's after the swap, fills the champion's turn meter by 40% on a 3-turn cooldown. Plays an increased speed for 2 turns. And a block damage on a target ally for 1 turn. If the champion's HP is lower, then it fills the champion's turn meter by 40%, plays an increased speed on them for 2 turns, and a block damage. Also, 2 continuous heal buffs on this champion for 1 turn. It's actually a pretty good ability. And then fully heals its ally with the lowest HP whenever this champion is killed. Heals all allies by 20% of their max HP and fills a turn meter by 15% whenever this champion is revived. And speed in all battles by 24%. The Red Lady, Mother Cybele, I've always been a big fan. I'm going to give her an A-. Good for Hydra too, can deal some sneaky damage. Tomb Lord, on the A1, a triple hitter with a decreased speed if the attack is critical. I mean, that's 100% decreased speed, just places it, provided it's critical. Very good A1. Triple hitter too. Death Burst. Attacks 1 enemy, 100% chance of placing 2 poisons on all enemies for 2 turns. If the attack is critical, places 4 poisons on all enemies for 2 turns. Now that is a great poison ability. Blight. He actually got a buff. Would you believe it? On a 4-turn cooldown when booked, decrease the target's turn meter, decrease the turn meter of all enemies with less than 50% HP by 100%. Wow. 100% chance of placing a decreased attack on all enemies, 100% chance of placing a decreased defense on all enemies, an extra turn if an enemy's turn meter is decreased by this skill. Accuracy in Doom Tower battles by 70. I think a lot of people will disagree with me, maybe think I'm crazy for this, but I think that Tomb Lord is sneaky S tier. I really do. I mean, the base stats aren't that great. I'm not going to lie. They're pretty bad across the board. So that kind of holds him back a little bit. But man, oh man. I mean, triple hitter, decreased speed. I mean, one of the best Fire Knight champions, one of the best Poison Combust setups, and a debuffer with the extra turn in there too to reduce that cooldown. Very good champion. Theodore the Savant. 20k base HP, 1200, 105 base speed, and AoE decreased speed. That's right, 50% on the A1. On the A2, we got 2 poisons, poison sensitivity on all enemies, increased speed on all allies while we're at it on a 3-turn cooldown, guys. Chemistry, the A3. Increases the duration of all poisons and HP burns on all enemies, then instantly activates them. Any poison and HP burn debuffs on each enemy. Plays a weakened debuff for 2 turns on enemies not under poison or HP burn. And then Fumigator, this champion's resistance is increased by 5 for each poison debuff on the enemy team. Increase ally accuracy in all battles by 50. One of the more sought after champions in the game. He is the king of speed runs. King of spider as well. Instant activation and the poisons and the poison sensitivity. And he's tanky, can solo content. S tier. Cavalax, do not have him. Oh, I want him. I want him. Attacks one enemy, has a 55% chance of increasing the duration of all poison debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Heals this champion by 2.5% of their max HP for each poison on the target. Great A1. Corruption Locus on his A2. Attacks one enemy, places an extra hit for each poison debuff on the target. He has a 1663 base attack. Decent multipliers too. Storm of Vitriol, an AoE attack. Damage increases according to the number of poison debuffs on the target. This is a 4-turn cooldown. Attack enemy max HP ability. Pestilence is where all the magic happens here, really. Places 4 poison debuffs on all enemies for 2 turns at the start of each round. Has a 50% chance of placing a 5% poison debuff on all enemies at the start of each turn. Whenever an enemy places a poison debuff on this champion, instantly removes it, replaces it with a continuous heal. Speed in all battles by 19%. A+. Tempted to go S tier on this champion. A lot of damage, and just this passive is the best source of poisons in the game. Walking Tomb Drain. Attacks one enemy 2 times, instantly activates any HP burns on the target after attacking, does not require accuracy. On the A2, Exalted Pyre is an AoE attack, 100% chance of placing a burn for 2 turns, can't be resisted. Eat that, Ignatius. And then he has to equalize HP of all allies. We talked about this. It's the best heal in the game, right? Another one. And then decrease the cooldown of Exalted Pyre by 1 turn if the target's HP is higher than this champion's current HP. Wow. Reflex 30% of the damage this champion receives back to the attacker if the champion has 50% HP or more, deals 30% more damage instead if this champion has less than 50% HP. Very tanky too, can solo so much content. S tier against Ice Golem hard. S tier against Sand Devil. I use him to duo Sand Devil 25. I mean, S tier against Frost Spider. I think that he is an S tier champion. Personally, I know, again, that might be a little controversial. He's not typically, I think most people would say he's like B+ or something, you know, but I am such a massive fan. The fact that it doesn't require any accuracy, even for the A1, it's not apparent, but it doesn't. It's crazy. Solus, up there with Staltis, is the best defense-based nuker in the game. He has a lot of base defense. They gave him a pretty significant buff. He used to have like 87 speed. Now he has 97. They bumped his defense as well. He has a stun on the A1. He has a 3-time hitter on Wave of Despair. Each hit 100% chance to remove all buffs. Plays a Provoke for 1 turn. If a buff was removed, the Provoke cannot be resisted. Very good ability. And then Reign of Terror attacks all enemies. Increase the duration of all debuffs on each target by 1 turn. Plays a Provoke debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. Plays a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns. Equal to 30% of the damage inflicted. Damage increased by 10% for each debuff on the target. Well, you add all that together and you're looking at one of the best defense-based nukes out there. I still prefer Staltis personally. It says a lot too. But he's, you know, he hits really hard. He really hits really hard. Increase ally defense and faction crits by 44%. I'll give Solus a B+. I do think he's a little bit niche in his overall utility. It's not like it's an AoE provoke. So again, outside of like maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I think he's like a B. Hegemon. Man, he used to be everybody's most wanted champion in the game. 2 times at random on the A1 with a decreased speed chance. Crippling Cold is an AoE with a 50% chance of placing a block active skills, also a decreased attack. What makes his kit magical, obviously, is the Fateful Arrival. He always goes first each round. So, basically, he can get a 50% chance of locking out your enemies. Now, after Stone Skin, it's been quite mitigated, polymorph, etc. You don't see a ton of Hegemon, in endgame, but he's still very unique, right? I'll give him right now in the meta, I'll give him a B-. Whirlum, you can build him to be a nuker too and a go first team and have a lot of fun. Well, he's obviously a go first team, right? It's Hegemon. Whirlum Frost King. Base stats leave a lot to be desired on this champion. We want him. He's like all about defense. He was the Battle Pass reward, the legendary from Battle Pass back in the day. He has a freeze on the A1, 50% chance. Plays a perfect veil in the ally, lowest HP for 2 turns if the freeze is placed. A veil if the freeze isn't placed. It's very good A1. We're protecting exactly who needs to be protected. On the A2 and AoE, we have a 100% chance of placing a decreased crit damage and a decreased accuracy, and they can't be resisted. Also has an increased crit damage on all allies for 2 turns. A good ability here. He got a big buff and rework, and this is really nice. They added the decreased accuracy that can't be resisted as well to that. Really good against Bommel. Strengthen, big version, increased defense, big version on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. Both of the, big versions of increase and strengthen. Very good. Ally defense and Doom Tower battles by 40%. Yeah, I think that Whirlum Frost King is definitely serviceable after his buff. Definitely not the Void Legendary that you want to be pulling, necessarily. But for progression, if you do pull him, he'll make a pretty big impact on your account, I'll give him a B-. Fortis. Oh, the little octopus squid guy or whatever. Squid, I guess, right? Kind of a cool aesthetic on this dude, right? Attacks Taste of Oblivion attacks 1 enemy. Has a 50% chance of placing a fear. The attack will always be critical if the target's under a fear or true fear. He's a defense-based champion, almost 1400 base defense. Horrors Beyond is an AoE attack. 100% chance for true fear debuff for 1 turn. Can't be resisted by targets under fear. Okay? Astral Terrors. Another AoE attack, but it's a secret skill. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll ignore 30% of each target's defense against targets under fear or true fear. The attack is always critical against targets under fear or true fear. The damage of the skill increases by 10% every time a fear or true fear debuff is placed on an enemy. And you have a 40% chance to unlock this ability for 1 turn whenever a fear or true fear debuff is placed on an enemy. Passive, Stars Align. Increase the chance of enemy skills failing by 15% when enemies are under fear or true fear. So it bumps it from a 50 to a 65% chance. Active effect. Prevents this champion's death and keeps him alive with 1 HP, preempting a fatal hit. Then removes all buffs and debuffs from this champion after preventing this champion's death, fully heals them, and fully depletes their turn meter. Then has a 80% chance of placing a fear on all enemies. Finally, places a sleep debuff on this champion, and it cannot be resisted or blocked. Man, this guy's got a lot going on. Unfortunately, I don't love the secret skill mechanic, but it's just not scaling properly right now. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe he was not meant to deal a ton of damage. But the setup is difficult on this champion A. And really with a nuker, he's really a PvP type champion. It seems like a PvP type champion, right? Although I guess you could definitely use him as a defense-based nuker in waves or higher Doom Tower floors as well, as a control as well. So I stand corrected there. I love the increase in fear and true fear is 65%. That's big. It's big. Problem is the damage just isn't there. He needs a buff. So his kit is super cool. Really love his kit. But I'm going to give him a D. Jirigan the Breaker. 1608 base attack. Very squishy. 1300 on the HP. Not too bad, though. 1000 on the defense. Attack 1 enemy 2 times. 30% chance of repeating the attack on the A1. Great multipliers on this champion. March of Tin attacks all enemies. Decrease target's turn meter of all targets by 30%, and it cannot be resisted. It's a really strong ability on 3-turn cooldown. Unkillable if on this champion for 1 turn if he attack kills an enemy. On the Deadly Ballet. Attacks 1 enemy from Nutcracker, will ignore strength and stone skin, unkillable, block damage, increased defense, ally protect, and shields. Grants an extra turn if you kill an enemy, which you almost always do. It's a very hard-hitting attack. And then Crack Any Shell is what makes him one of the most capable and potent nukers in the game. Has a 50% chance for this champion to ignore 50% of the target's defense from each hit placed by this champion's skills. I mean, again, you add the Savage, the Lethal, the Helm Smasher to that, you have a 50% shot or so, maybe a little bit less, of ignoring 100% defense on every move, you know? It just makes him a force to be reckoned with. He hits very, very hard. I'll go A+ on GRADED the Breaker. All right. We're in Dwarves, guys. Trunda Gilt Mallet. She has a lot of HP. 23k. What? 1608 base attack. She got a stun on the A1. 50% chance on the second hit. 60. Not bad. Cloak of Aegis is the hardest hitting nuke for a Hydra clan boss in the game. You can just deal like 10 million damage with this ability. Attacks one enemy with a 6 multiplier, then attacks all other enemies with a second hit. 60% chance of the damage inflicted on the first hit. Forge Rhythm, an AoE, 70% stun on a 5-turn cooldown. Places a burn for 2 turns on enemies under stun. Places an extra hit on enemies not under stun. Because of this, we would like to build her in most cases, unless you're using her for like a control burn type champion for a spider, or if you're just using her in PvE waves. But like most people build her with no accuracy. That way she's, you know, almost guaranteed not to land the stun and get the extra hit. But hey, if you land the stun accidentally, or if you have your Great Hall developed or blessings or whatever, like who cares, right? You're still landing a stun. Swift Justice increases champion's resistance by 10 for each stun debuff on this champion places on enemies. Okay. Champion's speed increases by 5 for each enemy currently under a burn. Only counts active HP burn debuff, stacks up to 15 speed too. Magic ally attack and 36%. Still one of the most capable nukers in the game. I'll call her A+ tier. A+. Great. Under Priest Brogny. Oh, Broggy. He's got the HP burn on the A1, 60% land rate. On the A2 and AoE, 100% chance of removing a random buff from all enemies. Has a 100% chance of removing a debuff from all allies. Increase the value of shield buffs on all allies by 30% on the Grow Shield ability on a 3-turn cooldown. He's bringing a block buffs and an increased attack on all allies for 2 turns on the A3. Also a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns, equal to 30% of this champion's max HP, and the shield cannot be removed. She's placing the shield, gonna block debuffs for 2 turns, increase attack for 2 turns, all on a 3-turn cooldown, and then it comes all together in Redoubt. Whenever an ally under a shield buff is attacked, reflects 35% of the damage inflicted on the shield back to the attacker. Also heals that ally by 25% of the damage inflicted on the shield. I mean, come on. Brogny is part of the best clan boss team, the Infinity Shield team, both in Hydra and in regular Demon Lord. He's bringing so much to the table, even forget the passive that everybody thinks about, which is true, but he's bringing so much, you know, a shield to block debuffs, increase attack. He's got the burn on the A1, A+. Herndig. Oh, Herny. I did not fuse Herndig, but he's really good. I pulled him later. Grants an extra turn on the A1 and decreases the cooldown of Stasis Strike by 2 turns if he kills an enemy. Good multipliers on this champion. An AoE decreased defense and decreased accuracy on a 3-turn cooldown on Arcane Tempest. Another good ability. Stasis Strike. 4-turn cooldown, minus 2 turns if you're lucky on that A1. You should let him get that killing blow, right? Attacks one enemy full turn meter depletion. Also will attack all enemies if the first attack is critical. The AoE attack has a 100% chance of placing a weaken. Will also place an HP burn for 2 turns after the attack on enemies whose turn meter are below 30%. Very, very powerful ability here. Such great turn meter manipulation. The weaken and the burn fills the champion's turn meter by 10% each time they are hit. Occurs once per hit. Also fills the champion's turn meter by 20% whenever an ally dies. Wow. Really good kit. And attack in arena battles by 35%. I'll give him an A-. Gottfried Brassclad, defense-based champion. This guy is, well, he's decked out in brass, right? 2-time hitter with a decreased defense, second hit with a provoke on the A1. On the A2, Concuss is a 3-turn cooldown, 100% stun. Very good in the arena. Good for control. Good for high-level Doom Tower waves. Vow of Dwarves places an increased defense on all allies for 2 turns, then removes decreased defense and weakened debuffs from all allies, all on a 3-turn cooldown. His passive, Brassclad, 4-turn cooldown on the active effect. Passive effect, whenever an ally is attacked while under block damage buff placed by this champion, has a 100% chance of placing a stun debuff on the attacker for 1 turn. Active effect, if an ally is about to get killed by a fatal hit, he blocks that damage, places a block damage on them for 1 turn, and then stuns the attacker, right? Pretty good. He's really fun in the arena, and again, he can be good for, you know, high level, like I said, Doom Tower. He was better than I thought he'd be, honestly. And he has lore too. They add a lot of lore to this game, man. I'll give him an A-. I mean, an AoE stun on a 3-turn cooldown. He can deal some nice damage too. Mountain King, 31k HP, highest HP in the game. Attacks 1 enemy on the A1, attacks 1 enemy, ignore 50% defense on the A2, does scale off of attack as well, off of HP as well, which is fine, right? Both of his abilities, all 3, I should say. And then Regal Force on the 4-turn cooldown, attacks 1 enemy, ignore shield, and block damage. Well, Mountain King. I mean, increases champion's attack by 50% each time he kills an enemy, stacks up to 100%, so he gets stronger and stronger the more he goes. I'm not a big Mountain King fan. He's so one-dimensional. I mean, a lot of damage, I'll give him that. A lot of damage. There's a lot of Spirit Affinity champions out there nowadays, you know, in the meta, and he doesn't really have any viability outside of Arena. And there's just so many better options. Stone Skin's a thing. You can put him in a shield set if you wanted to, but I don't know. I mean, you don't really want to. You want to put him in a, you don't want to put him in a shields. You want to have a chance to ignore more defense, you know? I've never been a big fan, unfortunately. I know a lot of people are, though. He looks so cool. I would give him a C. Beauregard the Elder. We mentioned him way back earlier in the video in Barbarians when we talked about Raf Matab. HP-based champion, 21k. Has an increased defense buff on the ally with lowest HP on his A1. Will not be placed on this champion. 100% chance if the attack is critical. I like that. I like the Antique Staff ability. Souls of the Old Stone. On 3-turn cooldown, removes 1 random debuff from all allies, then plays a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns, equal to 20% of this champion's max HP. Not a bad shield, based on his HP, which scales very well. Rune of Energy, an increased speed, increased resistance on a 4-turn cooldown. Not a bad ability, but I hate the 4-turn cooldown. And then Beauregard's Blazon. Allies receive 10% less damage from champions whose resistance is lower than or equal to theirs. That's a nice synergy between that and his increased resistance. You can put him in a shield set or a bolster set and get more utility out of him. And then he has resistance in all battles by 50. I'll give him a C. I just think that, again, I would love this to be a 3-turn cooldown. You know, it's hard to build a higher resist team. I mean, you don't want to increase speed on a 4-turn cooldown, right? I mean, it's better than nothing, but, you know, most teams have it on less. And, like, what kind of team are you putting him on, you know? He's not an awful champion. Maybe C+. Gronjar. He might be the last Doom Tower hard champion you get. I built him, so you don't have to, in the words of Mad Capper. Might be the worst legendary in the game. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 40% chance to increase in duration of burns. Attack 1 enemy 2 times. First hit has a 100% chance of removing block debuffs. Second hit has a chance of removing another buff except for block debuffs. On the A3, on a 4-turn cooldown, 100% burn. Fills a turn meter by 5% for every burn placed by this skill. And then this champion will not receive damage from HP burns. Instead, he'll get healed. Whenever an enemy tries to put a freeze on him, he'll remove it and put it on the attacker. Also places a burn on the attacker for 1 turn. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. Burn can't be resisted. That's it. You have to play the game for 40 years. I exaggerate a little bit, but a couple years. Every day on your Doom Tower to get your hands on a 4-turn burn champion. F. Nari the Lucky. Defense-based AoE champion. He's got 104 base speed, 1487, not too bad. Almost 20k base HP. Has a chance of stealing a buff on the A1, which is 75% chance, I should say. It's a really nice ability, especially when it synergizes with his A3, which we'll talk about in a moment. An AoE on Rainbow of Woe, pretty hard-hitting ability. 100% chance of a decreased accuracy and a decreased resistance for 2 turns on a 3-turn. Now we're talking. On the AoE on the A3, he has Irresistible Wealth, is 100% chance to place a Provoke for 1 turn, and a counterattack on this champion, which is fun because that leads into a lot of stealing random buffs every time he's attacked from the Provoker, right? He'll counterattack. At the end of this champion's turn, transfers a random buff from a random enemy to a random ally. This champion's accuracy is increased by 5 for each buff on each ally. Now that's really handy. Overall, he's a really fun champion, but I also think he's a bit niche. You know, he can be fun in Hydra, but there's a lot of champions who can be very effective in Hydra, you know? But I feel like, you know, Hydra, he's easy to keep alive too. I feel like Hydra, I feel like Faction Wars can be definitely serviceable. I'll give him a B-. Molly Tankard, 107 base speed, very speedy, 1465. She's a reviver as well. She's great. She has an A1 with a burn. I'm sorry, damage increases the target's under a burn on the A1 roast. On the A2, a Provoke on all enemies for 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. Has a 50% chance of placing a Provoke for 2 turns instead. Plays a reflect damage on this champion for 2 turns. Cheers! On a 4-turn cooldown, she revives an ally, 50% HP, 50% turn meter, and a block damage for 1 turn. And then Rowdy Crowd. This makes her, as I've told you guys before, this makes her my favorite champion for Provoke in the game, and just one of my favorite champions overall in the game. So good. She's S tier Arena and Hydra Clan Boss. Well, especially Hydra Clan Boss. Or anywhere else. I mean, Rowdy Crowd, on a 1-turn cooldown when booked, fills the champion's turn meter, fills the turn meter of all allies by 15% when this champion's hit. 25% when she's hit by a boss. That is so good. That is so good. It's insane. I think she is S tier. I mean, I'll give her an A+ because she's not used like incredibly a ton outside of Hydra and Arena, but man, she could be. Samar Gem Cursed, HP-based champion, 21k HP, attacks 1 enemy, heals by 15% of the damage inflicted if this champion has 50% HP or less, fills the champion's turn meter by 15% if he has more than 50% HP, attacks 1 enemy, inflicts bonus damage equal to the difference in HP percentage levels between this champion and the target. 1% damage for every 1% difference. Inflicts bonus damage equal to the difference in number of buffs on this champion and the target. 10% damage per buff, 4-turn cooldown. You get a 3-turn cooldown when booked. I've seen people do some like crazy damage with this ability, but it's kind of hard to pull off. Boon Subversion is his A3 ability. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance of stealing 2 random buffs before attacking, an extra hit on enemies who have buffs left. This was the best buff steal ability in the game, bar none, before Sun Wukong came around. And they're both Spirit Affinity. Quite different champions, but not a bad ability. Diamond Skin. Passive effect is places a block damage on this champion for 1 turn at the start of each round. Active effect. Block incoming damage and places a block damage buff on this champion for 1 turn when they receive a fatal hit that would drop their HP below 30%. So this allows him to solo, I wouldn't say some like easier, not easier, but not the, I haven't seen anybody consistently use him to solo the final Bommel stage 90 hard, but maybe he has, maybe I just missed it. Either way, he can solo Bommel. Increase ally HP in all battles by 30%. Other than that though, he's pretty niche. He's pretty mediocre. I'll give him a C-. Faction War is good. Kira the Watcher. We did a video on her. 1400 support defense-based champion. 104 speed, 1400 defense, 20k HP. Pretty tanky. She looks cool. Aesthetically, I love the look on her. She has a decreased attack on the A1. An AoE, 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn. 100% decreased accuracy on the A2. Ally protection and a decreased defense on all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. Again, we talked about this versus off the Grim ability, right? Tyrant Ixalamore ability. Very good. And then Besieger's Bane, sorry. Whenever an ally is attacked while under an ally protection, places a decreased attack on the attacker. That's very handy as well, right? My order's been picked up. Yay. Maybe I'll be done in time to eat. Kira is a good support. Not amazing. I'll give her a B. Newt. 1520 base defense. That's big from this tank of a champion. Attacks one enemy 3 times. Has a 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 15%. If the target's turn meter is not decreased, each hit has a 100% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn instead. It's very powerful. Amazing against Fire Knight normal and Fire Knight hard. On the Fury of the King. 3-turn cooldown AoE attack, decrease attack, and a weaken. 100% when booked, 2 turns. Counterattack on this champion. That's more control on that A1. Blessed Bash. 4-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit decreases the target's defense by 3%. Heals this champion by 30% of the damage dealt. This is the hardest hitting PvE ability inside the entire game, even beating out Acresia. It's so strong. I mean, you can use him anywhere in this game, man. He's so freaking good. Hydra, Fire Knight. I mean, you don't see a lot of them in Arena. I mean, PvE. When counterattacking, deals 100% damage instead of 75. Accuracy and done is by 80. Oof. Anybody who went for this, nobody who went for this dude regrets going for this dude, right? He's from the Call of the Arbiter series. He's S tier. I mean, he's got so much damage and the decreased attack and the weaken and the counterattack and the control. It's insane. Tormund the Cold. Defense-based champion, 1421, 20k on the HP, and AoE with a freeze on the A1. Instantly activates this skill whenever an enemy under both a freeze and HP burn takes damage from a burn. If you can pair him with a burner in the arena, he just rapid fire instant activates this ability. It's pretty crazy. Removes on a single target on his Iceberg Crush, removes all buffs from the target enemy, then attacks the target 2 times. He steals all buffs instead if they're under a freeze. Will ignore defense if the target's under a freeze and HP burn. Can hit very hard if he has an AoE on the A1, an AoE on the A3, and a potentially hard-hitting A2. I mean, this guy can deal some serious damage for a defense-based nuker as well. Attacks all enemies, places a block buffs and 100% heal reduction on enemies under freeze. Has an 80% chance of placing a provoke for 1 turn on enemies not under freeze when booked. Decrease the cooldown of a random skill of each ally by 1 turn for every enemy attacked by under a freeze and HP burn. So again, if you can get a burner on the same team as him, it's not that hard. There's a lot of good burners out there. He's even better. Passive effect, Wintry Wind. Has a 30% chance of placing a freeze debuff on each enemy each time they receive a buff or have their turn meter filled. Wow. The 30% chance applies up to twice per enemy, once for a buff, once for a turn meter. In cases, where an enemy receives multiple of these effects at the same time. Active effect. Revives a champion with 100% HP and put a freeze on him when he's killed. I mean, Tormund, defense in all battles by 33%. I'll give Tormund an A-. Nah, A. I think Tormund's underrated, man. I really do. I mean, forget just Arena. He's great control, and he's so easy to keep alive. He's so tanky everywhere. I mean, he's got provokes. He's got freezes everywhere. That passive is so broken. He's got, he's freezing all over the place. He's got freeze on the A1. I mean, he's not as good in Classic Arena as he once was. They nerfed his passive as well. But he's still very good, and he does a lot of damage too. Acresia! Enemy max HP on every ability. And she's easy to keep alive because she has decreased damage taken from AoE attacks on the passive by 50%. If the target's max HP is more than double this champion's max HP, aka every boss in the game, and mostly every mob in PvE, this champion attacks will deal damage based on the target's max HP instead of this champion's attack. Honor A1 has a decreased defense. The damage from this skill increases by 10% every time it's used, up to 100%. So, I mean, the best Hydra clan boss damage dealer in the game, bar none. Battlefield Domination attacks all enemies 2 times. Places a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns. Value the shield equal to 5% of this champion's max HP for each critical hit. A 2-time hitter. This is the strongest PvE ability predicated on their max HP outside of Newt's A3, Blessed Bash. Shut down attacks one enemy 2 times, enemy max HP. 100% chance of stealing 100% of the target's turn meter before attacking. Cannot be resisted if the target's max HP is higher than this champion. Unbelievable, dude. 100% turn meter steal too? S tier. Wow. All right, Shadowkin, we are down the home stretch, guys. Jintoro, if any of you watch this video in one sitting, I gotta know. Jintoro, Shadowkin, attacks one enemy on Soul Drinker, grants an extra turn if the attack kills an enemy. On the A2, Blood Freeze, attacks one enemy, steals 100% of the target's turn meter. Decreases the cooldown of Oni's Rage by 1 turn if the target is immune to turn meter reduction effects. Great ability. I love the synergy in Jintoro's kit. Because Oni's Rage is a 3-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy, decrease defense in a weaken, will attack 5 times instead of 1 on the 4th use of this skill against the same target. He is, for my money, the best damage dealer in Demon Lord Clan Boss outside of like an Infinity Shield, Corpulent Cadaver, or anything like that. He can, for me at least, for my account, he outdamages Tormund. He outdamages, not Tormund, I'm sorry, Turvold. He outdamages Brachus. He's insane. He's very underrated, although fairly niche, to Clan Boss, in my opinion. All turn meter effects are increased by 50% when used on this champion. Fill effects. And then he has attack in all battles by 29%. I'll give him a B+. I'm a big fan. Lady Kimmy, 115 speed, that magical 115 number. Very fast, great base stats, 21k base HP, almost 1200 base on the defense, very tanky, incredibly fast. She's really good. Lady's Touch on the A1 attacks one enemy, then attacks the enemy with the highest turn meter. Will attack the same enemy twice if the initial target also has the highest turn meter. Second hit has a 60% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 15%. Solid. Flurry of Petals is an AoE attack. Decrease accuracy, decrease speed. Also a 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter again by 15%. What a great control ability. And accuracy mitigation. All on a 3-turn cooldown. Spirit Flux. No damage on this, but it is an AoE effect. 4-turn cooldown removes 1 random buff from each enemy. Then has a 100% chance of placing a block buffs for 2 turns on enemies who have buffs removed. Okay? When booked. Also fills the turn meter of all allies by 15% and places an increased accuracy and increased speed on all allies for 2 turns. And then it all comes together on Imperious or passive. Whenever this champion places a debuff on an enemy, decreases that enemy's turn meter by 5% for each debuff placed. Whenever this champion or an ally receives a debuff, fills their turn meter by 5% for every debuff received. That has quite a substantial and exponential effect, especially in areas like Hydra. We're receiving a lot of debuffs all the time. Increase ally speed in Doom Tower battles by 30%. She's great in the arena. As an opening move, this is a very strong opening move. Great in Hydra. Great in Doom Tower. Great support pretty much everywhere. S tier. Ninja. Decreased defense, big version on his A1. Also fills his champion's turn meter by 15% when used against the boss. Man, Ninja, I don't think Tyler Blevins even cares that he's in this game. But little does he know that he's like the best champ or the most sought after champ, or not sought after, most like people are butthurt that they don't have him type champ, right? Hailburn, 3-turn, it's a shame that it's wasted on Tyler. Not because I have no shade at him, but because, I mean, he's so good and he doesn't care. Anyway, I digress. He was part of a marketing campaign where we got this champion for free a couple years ago, and Ninja did a stream where he had no idea what he was talking about in Raid. A 3-time hitter, we're placing the burn and instantly activating the burn on the same ability. It's insane. It's a boss killer. Scion Slash is a 4-turn cooldown, 100% freeze. When attacking a boss, will only attack the boss, not all enemies. Instead, ignore 50% of the defense and decrease the cooldown of that Hailburn by 1 turn. This is the magic of his kit, right? Decreasing that cooldown allows you to get back to it. More HP burn, placement, and activation. On escalation, it's increasing his attack and crit damage every time a single enemy is hit by all 3 of his skills in one round. It can occur multiple times. When fighting bosses, it can stack up to 100% extra crit damage and 25% extra. 100% extra attack, 25% extra crit damage. S tier. Michinaki. Ooh, there's a lot of good Shadowkin, guys. Attacks one enemy, has a 60% chance of placing a burn on the A1. Dire Whirl on the A2. Attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance of placing decreased defense for 2 turns, 100% chance of placing a decreased attack on enemies under Hex. Decreased defense, decreased attack. He's a defense-based champion. 1465 base defense as well. Very solid stats, almost 20k HP. Double Degeneracy on a 3-turn cooldown again. Attacks all enemies 2 times. First hit removes all buffs. Second hit places the Hex. Whenever an ally attacks an enemy under a Hex, this champion has a 50% chance to join the attack. Does not work against an exposed neck, thus placing more HP burns. This dude is a damage-dealing monster, specifically in Hydra. He's bringing buff removal, he's bringing Hex, he's bringing decreased attack, he's bringing decreased defense, bringing a lot of damage, he's bringing a burn. A+. Harima. 1531 base defense. Wow. Defense-based nuker and control. She's got a decreased attack on the A1. She has a 50% chance, of placing a decreased attack debuff on all other enemies if the attack is critical. Strong A1. But it keeps getting stronger. Purgative Punishment on a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit decreases the target's defense by 5% and stacks up to 30. Each hit also increases his champion's defense by 5% and stacks up to 100. And then instantly activates the A3 if it kills an enemy without putting it on cooldown. Purgative Punishment is awesome. It powers her up, it charges her up, and also it smacks. Deals a lot of damage. Amazing multipliers. She's my favorite did I say that about Helicath? She's my favorite defense-based nuker, not Helicath. Helicath's number 2. Or Stalthus. Either way, Harima's number 1. Attacks all enemies, places a provoke for 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. Cannot be blocked or resisted if this champion is from the Demonspawn. So, Mortu Macavs, Prince Kaimar's, Duchess, and I can go on and on. Helicath. Enemy ignored defense effects are decreased by 50%. Champions from Demonspawn cannot inflict critical hits on this champion. I mean, enemy ignored defense effects are decreased by 50% is like the strongest passive for the arena out there. It mitigates so many nukers in this game. It's just so powerful. She's like my first pick. It resists in arena battles by 80. My first pick in all live arena battles. S tier. Yoshi the Drunkard, the first Shadowkin legendary added to the game a few years ago. A support champion. His speed, I wish he was faster. If he was 110 speed, it'd be a lot better. Because that's his best use case to me, is go first arena champion. He's got a stun on the A1, 40% chance. He's got a 2-turn cooldown, 2-time at random with a decreased accuracy and a burn. Not a bad ability, not great. Good against PvE environment. Gives him a little PvE utility against bosses. And get back to that burn really quickly, right? An increased attack and an increased accuracy on all allies for 2 turns. This is his Battle Toast, the highlight of his kit. It's the perfect setup for a bomb champion. We want accuracy and increased attack. But it keeps going. 75% chance to place a true fear debuff on all enemies. 100% if they're under increased attack buffs. So if the other team goes first with an Arbiter team and they cut in front of him, well, he can true fear them all, right? Really powerful. Fills his champion's turn by 4% each time an enemy receives a buff, allows him to kind of catch up and go ahead in line. Kind of like a Valkyrie Jealousy, a smaller version of it on Partier. I think Yoshi is pretty fun. He's a bit niche. Bombs aren't meta, so he's not meta. I'll give him a C+, B-. Noble. Noble's an attack-based champion. He has attack 1 enemy, 50% chance of increasing the duration of 2 random buffs on the target by 1 turn. If the target is under a fear or true fear debuff, has a 75% chance of decreasing the duration of all the target's buffs by 1 turn instead. On Harbinger is a 2-turn cooldown on his A2. Attacks 1 enemy, ignore 30% of the target's defense. Fills the champion's turn meter by 25% after the attack. If the target's under fear or true fear, decrease the cooldown of dismay by 1 turn, which is the A3, where it all comes together. An AoE, 100% chance of decreasing each target's turn meter by 50%. Really solid. If there are enemies under fear or true fear, will also fill this champion's turn meter by the amount the enemies lose, ergo stealing. It's a good ability. Whenever an enemy's turn meter is fully depleted by any champion, has a 100% chance of placing a true fear debuff on the enemy for 1 turn. He got actually a significant buff. His 1553 base attack. He's considered to be one of the worst legendaries in the game. I just want to say that out the gate. I actually think this guy's a little bit underrated after his buff. He's definitely not the legendary anybody's going to be excited about, including yours truly if I pull him from a shard. But you can have a lot of fun with this dude. I mean, that passive is really strong for placing the true fear. If Fortis ever becomes a buffed champion, remember that Void Affinity Knight Revenant champion? Noble would be the perfect tandem champion with him, right? Because of all the fears and true fears. That being said, I'll give him a C-. Definitely below average champion. Tatsu. Kind of a newish champion. 1553 base attack. Pretty squishy. 14k on the HP. 1000 on the defense. 100 on the speed. Attack one enemy 2 times on the A1. Each hit transfers a random debuff from this champion to the target. Fills this champion's turn meter by 5% for each transferred debuff. Not bad. Wraith Explosion. 3-turn cooldown AoE attack. 100% chance to place a decreased resistance for 2 turns. And a sleep for 1 turn. Fills the champion's turn meter by 10% for each debuff placed. Again, not a bad ability. It's pretty cool that she does the decreased resistance, sleep, kind of a nice go first move in the arena. Purgation Blade attacks one enemy 2 times on a 4-turn cooldown before attacking and removes all buffs from this champion and steals all buffs, debuffs from this champion. Steals all buffs from the target enemy. Increase attack, increase crit damage on this champion for 2 turns if the attack kills an enemy. And these buffs cannot be removed. I hate that it's predicated on killing an enemy, but her multipliers are not bad. Let me check those multipliers. She's new enough still that not super familiar. She's immune to sleep. Increase her accuracy by 10, crit damage by 3 for each buff on the enemy team. Pretty good passive there, I'd say. Let's see. Her multipliers are 1.8 godlike on the A1, 2-time hitter, 3.9 godlike on the A2, and a 2.9 godlike on the A3, 2-time hitter. I'll give her a B. Genzin. On the A1 is a 3-time hitter. Each hit fills his champion's turn meter by 6%. By my math, that's 18% turn meter fill. Not too bad. For an A1. Steel Parting on the A2 attacks all enemies in decreased defense, big version, 3-turn cooldown. Spirit Affinity here. Each critical hit fills his champion's turn meter by 10% again. Again, very nice. Fated Vengeance attacks one enemy, will ignore unkillable and shield. Fills his champion's turn meter by 30%. 60% instead if the target has 50% HP or less after the attack. Also decreases the cooldown of Steel Parting in Fated Vengeance if you kill an enemy. Bushido, passive. Increases champion's speed by 10 and resistance by 50 if the number of champions on this champion's team is equal to or lower than the number of enemies on the enemy team. This effect always works when fighting bosses. This dude, I mean, I think that everybody thinks of YST when they think of this dude, another content creator. Dude, he's really good, man. He can deal just an insane amount of damage. Got to keep him alive. He's squishy. 859 base defense. And that does limit his viability in the end game. But he can be fun in the arena. Certainly very good in faction wars. If you can keep him alive, good in Doom Tower waves, I'll give him a B+. Kyoku, 1487 base defense, 19k base HP, defense-based champion. She's the queen of the tanks in a lot of ways. Attacks one enemy, will place 3 hits if the target's under 3 or more debuffs. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing the big version of Weaken. On the Blood Curdle A2, 4-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing a decreased attack. After attacking, has a 100% chance of placing an HP burn debuff for 2 turns on all enemies that this skill did not place a decreased attack on. I'm not going to lie, I don't really care for her A2, and her A1 is whatever, right? But the A3 is where it all comes together. Plays an ally protect on all allies for 2 turns, and then a block damage on herself for 3 turns, and then grants an extra turn. So she's protecting all allies, but she's not taking any damage. That's what makes her just a really strong tank. Wellspring passive 4-turn cooldown. Every time this champion is hit with a critical hit, heals all allies by 15% of their max HP, and then places an increased defense on all allies for 2 turns. Now this is important. On the rotation, we want to have her positioned close to the start, as close as we can to the start of the rotation. She does have an aura 2 defense in all battles by 30%, so oftentimes you can just use her as an aura. Because when if she's earlier in the rotation, she'll get hit first, even on an AoE attack. It seems like they're all hit at the same time. It's not really. It's by the order of the rotation. And then when she's hit, she'll be able to place that increased defense on all allies, right? I will give Kyoku a A-. Good for progression. You know, basically anywhere. Can be fun in the arena. Good for Ice Golem. Gameran. We mentioned him earlier. He's a unique champion, the first champion in the game to be added with buff spread ability, right? 109 base speed. On the A1, it's a 2-time hitter with block active skills. On the A2, it's an AoE attack, 100% chance of stealing a random buff from each enemy. After stealing, applies a buff spread, taking 1 random buff from this champion, placing it on allies. You know, it's a nice ability, but it's not a game changer, and you can't really predict or plan for it. Dread Invocation, on the A3. 4-turn cooldown. Can target dead or living enemies. If the target's dead, plays a block revive on them, then attacks all enemies. Each enemy will receive damage 20% of the target's max HP. If it targets a boss's minion, damage is 20% of this champion's max HP, and it can't be critical. It will ignore shields and 100% of defense. Raw damage. If the target's alive, plays a True Fear on them for 2 turns, heals all allies by 20% of that enemy's max HP. Again, it will be this champion's HP if it's a boss's minion. True Fear debuff cannot be resisted. Passive Soul Charge, 1-turn cooldown, revives 1 random ally with 30% HP, 30% turn meter each time an enemy is killed. Will not revive an ally if an enemy is killed from damage from a poison, HP burn, bomb, or reflect damage. Man, he's an intriguing champion, but he's just not that good. He's just not that good. It's 4-turn cooldown. You know, you're just better off having regular DPS or whatever. You know, we've named a lot of good champions in this video. I'll give him a D. Karato Fox Hunter. Previous fusion, tandem champion with Yumeko. On the A1, a 3-time hitter. Each hit has a 30% chance of placing a big version of Weaken for 2 turns. It's pretty dependable considering it's a 3-hit. 35% chance on each hit with the Weaken, obviously. With the Sniper. Bed Evil attacks 1 enemy, plays a stun for 2 turns, grants an extra turn, resets the cooldown if Yumeko's on the same team, and you kill an enemy. But 2-turn stun is still pretty good. Suppression Ward is his AoE with block active skills for 2 turns, and it can't be resisted if Yumeko's on the same team. Stoicism, on his passive, damage inflicted by this champion cannot be decreased by enemy passive skills or masteries, except by passive skills of bosses. Damage inflicted from this champion cannot be increased by either this champion's masteries or passive skills, except when attacking bosses. Whenever Yumeko dies, instantly grants an extra turn to this champion, resets the cooldown of all their skills. He's a powerful tandem champion with Yumeko, especially that last part of the passive. Unique in this part of the passive in Stoicism as well. And I'm a Stoic myself, practicing a Stoic, so I can appreciate that. He's squishy. 859 base defense, but he hits really hard. Let me show you this dude's multipliers. Weirdly enough, though, running him on the same team with Yumeko, if you're lucky enough to have both these champions, is kind of weird because it's redundant to have block active skills and putting all their skills on cooldown, you know? Hellhades.com gives him a 4 overall grading. He has a 1.5 godlike on a 3-time hitter on the A1. That's really good. 6.5 godlike on the 2-turn stun ability on the A2. And then a 4.65 godlike on the A3. I mean, this dude can nuke. I'll give him an A-. Rio Bone Spear. 18k, 1200. She's not as tanky as I would want to support champion, but that's like the only bad thing I can say about her. 105 speed. Continuous heal on the ally with lowest HP on the A1. Also places a weak version of continuous heal on all allies with 30% HP or less on the A1. On pressure points, A2, 3-turn cooldown, stun on one enemy, as well as HP burn, decreased defense, weaken, decreased attack, and decreased crit rate is like the ultimate debuff. And if you build her right with some, or not right, if you build her with some crit rate, she actually deals some damage on this as well. And then perfect body. This is an S tier ability. Removes all debuffs from all allies and places a block debuff for 2 turns. Heals all allies by 35% of their max HP. A further 5% for each debuff removed from them. On reflect, on her passive, when receiving any debuff, instantly transfers them from this champion to the attacker. That happens 1 every 3 turns. She also has attack and fast crits by 42%. Oof. Yeah, I think Rio is an S tier champion. I mean, she's really, this perfect body is just one of the best support abilities out there in the game. Great heal, block debuffs, and the cleanse. Jingguan. Oh, Jingy. Widely considered to be the worst legendary, or one of the worst, right? We've said that about a few champions. Doom exchange attacks one enemy, transfers all debuffs from this champion to the target. On compound calamity, 2-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy. 100% chance of increasing the duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. Also places a block active skills for 3 turns if the target's under a decreased accuracy or a decreased crit damage. I don't love the conditionality. Power Flare is the A3. Doesn't hit that hard. HP-based champion. Attacks all enemies 2 times. First hit, decreased accuracy. Second hit, decreased crit damage. Strengthen on this champion. Again, this kit so far is an F. He does save a little bit on the passive. Unchained. This champion's immune to fear, true fear, freeze, provoke, sleep, stun, and petrification. Active. At the end of this champion, which is really good, by the way. At the end of this, each enemy or ally turn removes all CC debuffs from all allies and places a block debuff for 1 turn on allies who have debuffs removed. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. It's very powerful, but it's limited to a 4-turn cooldown, you know? Transfers all these from this champion to the target is very good against Dragon Hard, especially if you don't have Staltus. If he's loaded up with poisons, you can throw him right back, you know? So I'm going to say D. HP in all battles by 33%. I'm going to say D on this champion. You can get at least some utility out of him. And that's about all I have to say about that. Yumeko, 22k, very tanky, almost 1300 base defense and 105 base speed. A 2-time hitter with turn meter steal on the A1. Also a heal on the A1. She has less than 50% HP. On the Destiny's Mirror, attacks one enemy, 100% chance of placing a hex when booked. 3-turn cooldown. Passive effect. Whenever an enemy tries to place a debuff on this champion or an ally, has a 75% chance of transferring those debuffs to a random enemy under hex placed by this champion. This happens before any debuffs are placed on the target. Has a 30-50% chance against bosses. Very good against Bommel. When anybody tries to fill the turn meter of an enemy under a hex debuff placed by this champion's turn meter will be filled instead. That part's only available in Karatos on the same team. And it's a really good ability. But Dance of Time is the best ability. Decrease the cooldown of all ally skills by 3 turns. Increase the duration of all enemy skills by 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a little bit of Kymar and a little bit of Warlord. You combine them, she can be a reset champion on a speed team. She can be put their skills on cooldown on an arena team or any control team. She does have that versatility on the A2. We can use her to get the more out of our nukers, more out of anybody. She's S tier. Accuracy in all battles by 60. One of the most sought after champions in the game. Ginro the Stork has very bad reviews, but I like this guy. Defense-based champion. You get him late in the Doom Tower hard track. Attacks one enemy. Has a 60% chance of increasing the cooldown of one of the target skills by 2 turns at random. Actually a pretty high chance in his 2 turns. It's a good A1. On Befuddle the A2. It's a 2-turn stun on a 3-turn cooldown. And it will ignore block debuffs and block damage. So a Siphi, a Duchess, heck, anybody who has block debuffs, we still can take them out of the match for 2 turns. It's really powerful. Increase defense on this champion for 3 turns, counterattack for 2 turns. Might not sound like much, but you have to factor in the counterattack is going to lead him into just continuously increasing the cooldown of the target skill, whoever attacks him, you know? And then the really cool passive here. Increases champion's defense each time they counterattack. Defense resets when this champion gets a turn, whatever. But when attacking, this is it. Converts this champion's resistance into accuracy. It's the reverse of the Mithrala Lifebane. So what this allows us to do is build him to have sky-high resistance. So he cannot, be debuffed, essentially. And then he'll have sky-high accuracy as well. At the end of this champion's turn, plays a Provoke for 1 turn on all enemies under increased attack buffs. It's a good move against go-first teams in the arena. Resistant all battles by 80. I think he is a C+ champion. Shuzen the Valorous. A support, very fast champion. 21k, 22k HP. 1300 defense, 110 speed. Attacks 1 enemy on Spear of Providence. Has a 50% chance to win booked of a block active skills for 2 turns. Has a 100% chance to steal 20% of the target's turn meter if the target's already under a block active skills. Very good A1. Purging Petals targets an ally. If there's a 3-turn cooldown. The books go right to the cooldown. You love it. If that ally is not under a sheep debuff, places an increased attack, increased crit rate, and increased crit damage on them. Then activates an instant turn effect on that target ally. If the ally is under a sheep, it removes it. So a sheep cleanser. And an instant turn ability. Well, that's good. Charge of the Valorous on a 4-turn cooldown. Increase the turn meter of all allies by 20%. Increase speed on them for 2 turns. 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter of all enemies by 20%. And a decreased speed on them for 2 turns. Wow, that's like more again, but a little bit more. And then Sovereign Sight increases champions' accuracy equal to the amount of speed they have. Oof. Very, very good champion. I think she's S tier. Speed in arena battles by 30. Very, very, very good. Man, I want to get my hands on her. I don't have her. But boy, does she look amazing. And here we go, guys. Elva Autumnborn. 110 base speed, 20k HP, 1332 on the defense. On the A1, attacks 1 enemy, places a continuous heal buff for 2 turns on the ally with lowest HP. I love it. We've already mentioned that a lot in this video, but we love it. Has a 100% chance of removing all debuffs from all allies. Plays a block debuffs and an increased speed on all allies for 2 turns on Nature's Path. Really good ability. The block debuffs and the increased speed and the cleanse all in one. That's money. On a 3-turn cooldown, revives a target ally 40% HP, 50% turn meter, and increased defense and increased attack on that ally as well for 2 turns. It's great survivability to help mitigate the 40% HP. It's on a 3-turn cooldown as well. It's good ability, good revival. Leaf Shroud. On top of all of that, she's healing each ally by 10% of their max HP at the start of their turn. Plays a perfect veil for 1 turn on the ally with lowest HP at the end of this champion's turn. Now we get damage mitigation. We get a lot of speed. Speed all battles by 19%. I'll give her an A+. She's very close to S tier. She might be S tier. King Galkabar, very cool looking champion, right? He's one of my favorite aesthetics in Sylvan Watchers, really. Very, very good champion. 21k HP, 1300 defense, 108 speed. Base stats are money. Attacks 1 enemy, plays a shield for 2 turns on the ally with lowest HP. 15% of that ally's HP. Vitriolic Thorns on a 3-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies. 100% chance of removing all buffs. Plays a poison debuff for 2 turns on each enemy for each buff removed from them. Also has a 100% chance of placing a block buffs on all enemies for 1 turn. Man, I wish that was 2 turns. That's the only thing holding him back from being a Hydra god. It's a 1-turn block buffs. But I'm nitpicking here. He's placing poisons for every buff removed. It's a lot of poison potential. And then Hypertrophy on a 3-turn cooldown removes all debuffs from all allies, a continuous heal for every debuff removed. Against Dragonhard, we're rocking like 8 continuous heals on this ability. So it's a cleanse with a massive potential of heals. Also a shield on all allies for 2 turns. The value of the shield, 25% of this champion's max HP. Bramble Shaman. Whenever an ally under a poison debuff attacks an ally under a shield buff, instantly activates 1 poison debuff on that enemy. Also instantly activates a continuous heal on the attacked ally. Oof. A+. I mean, look at those base stats plus that very, very potent kit. Very good. Removing all buffs, block buffs, poisons, cleanse, heals, shields, you name it. Instant activations. Oella. 110 base speed, 21k base HP, 1200 defense. Very tanky again. Attacks 1 enemy. She's the ult 10 of the Shell companion champion. Has a 100% chance of decreased speed for 2 turns. Solid. Hand of Spring heals all allies by 30% of their max HP. Increase the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. 3-turn cooldown. Pretty good. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%. Also, it increased resistance on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Pretty good. And then whenever an ally loses 15% or more of their max HP from a single hit, plays a continuous heal buff on that ally for 1 turn. Plays a continuous heal for 2 turns, and instantly activates it if ultimate shell is on the same team. You don't really run those champions together unless you want to just have some fun. He's not good enough, I don't think, personally. Can occur once per ally turn. That's the passive. Resistant dungeons by 75. I did not fuse Oella, and I do not have Oella. I kind of wish I did. She seemed like a pretty competent healer. Turn meter fill, increased resistance is nice to have as well. I'll give her a B+. Green Warden Ruark. Blah, blah, blah. Green Warden Ruark. Defense-based champion, 1500 base defense, 102 speed, 20k HP. Solid stats. Transfers all the heroes from this champion to the target on his A1. Heals his champion by 5% of his max HP for each debuff transferred. Very good A1. On Rust Consume You, on his A2, it's an AoE on a 3-turn cooldown when booked, has a 100% chance to place a decrease attack. Also steals continuous heals that cannot be resisted. Okay, interesting. Call of the Wild on a 4-turn cooldown, plays a taunt, increased defense, and a strengthen on this champion for 2 turns. Knight of Vines, whenever an ally loses 10% or more of his max HP from a single hit, plays a shield on that ally for 2 turns, equal to 10% of this champion's max HP. And then he has defense in all battles by 30. He's a weird champion to grade. Aesthetically, he's pretty cool looking. I can't get utility out of this dude. You know, I've tried him in a bunch of areas. I'm not a massive fan of taunt, personally. You know, it's just mitigate. It's only working on the, you know, single target moves, you know. It's a 4-turn cooldown too, you know. I'll give him a C+. It might be a little low. I mean, he's very good in Faction Wars. You can definitely use him, but I'm not a massive fan, unfortunately. I tried. Saoirse the Shard is the champion that you get from spending a lot of money in Raid Shadow Legends. She's a player and play exclusive champion that you get after spending a lot of money. She's a support champion. I guess after like 20 years, you'll get her for free too, through daily logins. She has a 3-time hitter. Each hit has a 45% chance, of increasing the duration of HP burns. Each hit also has a 65% chance of increasing the duration of a random buff on the target, decreasing, by 1 turn. Forest Fire is an AoE burn on a 4-turn cooldown. And then Blazing Panic is an AoE, decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 15%, turn meter of all enemies under HP burn by an extra 15%. 4-turn cooldown again. I hate the cooldowns on this champion. Stoked. Passive. Whenever this champion is attacked by an enemy under a burn, heals this champion by 25% of the damage received. Also has a 30% chance when booked to instantly activate any HP burn debuffs on the attacker. I think she's super underwhelming. You know, if you put her in God tier gear, she can solo content with that passive, the heal. But man, I mean, compared to like a Walking Tomb Drang, it's not even comparable. I think she's trash champion. I don't like her at all. especially for an award for spending in this game, essentially. She's freaky looking too, man. I give her D tier. Not a fan. I don't know, man. I'm not a fan. Lady of Aerith. Kind of new champion. 106 base speed, 1200 defense, 20k or so, a little bit higher. Very cool aesthetics on this champion. She looks cool. Like the cape. Fable on the A1 attacks one enemy, instantly activates a random continuous heal buff on all allies with less than 85% HP. Really solid A1. Mistwood healing on the A2. It's a 3-turn cooldown. Removes all debuffs from a target ally. Heals that ally by 40% of their max HP, and the heal can be critical. The second critical heal in the game after Apothecary. If the target ally is not fully healed, places a block damage buff on them for 2 turns. If the ally is fully healed, fills their turn meter by 50%. It's a single target ability, so I don't love it, but it's not that bad. It's good support. Strengthen the continuous heal on all allies, big version of each, on a 3-turn cooldown on the A3. Rhythmic strength. And then Aegis of the Forest on her passive on a 1-turn cooldown places a shield buff equal to 15% of this champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns at the start of this champion's turn. HP in all battles by 30%. Give her a B+. Wow, the reviews are a lot worse than I would expect. I mean, I get that it's a single target ability. Strengthen and a continuous heal is pretty solid. Instantly activate continuous heal on all allies is really solid. It's a big heal. And the shield on who needs it the most. I don't know, am I too high on her? Now I'm second guessing myself. And great base stats. I don't know, I'll stick with it. Whatever. Elil. 1630 base attack, and he hits like a wet noodle. Attacks one enemy. Still has a really cool kit, though. Attacks one enemy, steals all buffs from the target the first time he hits them with his skill, and it can't be resisted. Each subsequent time this attack hits an enemy, no buffs will be stolen. Instead, the damage will be increased for each buff on the target. This is great because you can steal Stoneskin. Prince of Capris on his A2. 3-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy, ignore strength and Stoneskin, increase defense, and ally protect. If this attack kills an enemy, fully heals his champion and places a Stoneskin on them for 1 turn. Only problem is it hits so weak. Hits so weak. You're never killing anybody, man. That's the tragedy of this champion, even after his buff. Chill Wind of Autumn is a 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies before attacking, removes increased defense, places a decreased defense. Removes strengthen, places a weaken. Places a block buffs for 1 turn on enemies not under increased defense and strengthen. And none of that can be resisted. None of that requires accuracy. Force of Nature increases champions' HP by 2,000 and defense by 100 for every 1,000 attack they have. I love that. Fills his champion's turn meter by 10% whenever they receive a buff. I really love that. It's a shame because this kit is so good. So good, so unique, so powerful in the arena especially. But he doesn't hit hard, so he's not really used. I'll give him a C-. Claydna. Oh man, she's a tree. She's like a walking tree here. She's cool though. Pretty sexy tree, I guess, right? HP-based champion, 21k on the HP, 1354 on the defense. Tanky. Attacks one enemy, has a sleep on the A1, 70% chance. Fills his champion's turn meter by 15% chance that the sleep is placed. An AoE decreased speed and a leash. Heals all allies, 20% of this champion's max HP on a 3-turn cooldown. Lost in the Woods, a very good heal and support ability. Otherworld Infusion is a block debuff and a revive on death on a 3-turn cooldown. And then on the passive, 30, make it a 60% chance of completely blocking the incoming damage on the first attack. Occurs once per turn. Now, it's only blocking the damage on her, not on everybody else. I pulled her and I was really excited. She's meant to be kind of a sand devil, like, you know, goddess or something, with the sleep on there and the revive on death and everything like that. HP and dungeons by 40%, good aura. Listen, if you pull her in like the early game or something like that, she's definitely going to help you out quite a bit. You know, these are 2 valuable debuffs to have. But for a new Void Legendary, she was a little bit disappointing to me, you know. I will give her a B. and I might be being kind with the B. Emic Trunkheart. Good old Emic. He has 23k base HP, 1200 base defense, 105 base speed. This dude is very tanky. He looks super cool, and I did not fuse him. Not by choice. I had something come up that weekend, and I missed all the stuff. Attacks one enemy, increase the value of a shield buff this champion by 20. Increase the value of all shield buffs on the champion by 25%. Also increases the value of any shield buffs on the ally with the lowest HP by 25%. The increased value of the shield cannot exceed 10,000 HP. Okay, a little bit mitigating factor there, but still nice. On Vinequake, love the name of the ability, 3-turn cooldown, attacks all enemies, a shield on all allies based on 30% of this champion's max HP. So now he's bringing the shield, and he's growing the shield on the A1. Decrease the cooldown of all ally skills by 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. Very powerful. And then it all comes together in this beautiful Trunkheart Sanctuary. A 4-turn cooldown, unkillable for 2 turns. A taunt and a shield on this champion for 2 turns. A shield, 30% of this champion's max HP. Passive. One attacked while under a shield has a 75% chance of increasing the cooldown of a random skill on the attacker by 2 turns. Occurs once per attack. Whenever an ally's hero drops below 20%, increases the damage dealt by that ally by 20%. A very nifty passive here as well. Man, I don't have him. I didn't go for the fusion. I wish I did. HP in all battles. He seems really cool. I'll give him an A+. I really wish I had this dude. And that is it. What is this? What is this? Is this a 6-hour video? This is by far 10 years on YouTube. I've never put anything anywhere near as long as this. Hopefully you guys didn't absolutely hate it. Thank you for those of you who watched all the way till the end, the entire thing. I really appreciate it. And as always, take care, guys.